Okay, I kind of wanted to time the start of the stream to that. Welcome everyone. We should be live. Yeah, welcome to Sonic Heroes, the GameCube version, thankfully. So yeah, I sort of have a story about this, and, oh hey, it's playing a stage demo. That's, didn't think that, I thought they would do the opening movie. Anyway, can I skip out of this? Yeah, there you go. Alright. I do like that little, like, the Sonic face iris that it does whenever you, yeah, skip through stuff. Anyway, yeah, hi everyone. So, yeah, also, yes, I have seen the Kingdom Hearts trailer, including the extended version. Also, please tell me if the audio is too loud. This is my first time streaming off of Dolphin, so, yeah, grew up with the... Yeah, so, John Charles, I grew up with the PS2 version of Sonic Heroes as well, and I'm just, like, playing this, I'm just like, where has the GameCube version been all my life? It is kind of insane just how much better this version plays. And I don't know why I grew up with the PS2 version. I had a GameCube at the time I got the PS2 version. I could have got the GameCube version. I just don't know why I didn't. But, like, the thing was advertised, it had a big sticker on the front saying, Sonic's PS2 debut. And maybe that was what got my parents to get... I don't know what happened. Like, I was at the game store, and... I know that we got a GameCube game at the same time we got Sonic Heroes. I'll talk about that story, a little later. But anyway, so yeah, as you can see by this file right here, I have all the emblems. I need 20 more A ranks. Somebody says I can't hear anything from the game. Okay. I forgot there was an Xbox version. But yeah, I need 20 more A ranks. So if you get all the A ranks, you unlock what's called Super Hard Mode. And I've never actually played that before. But it's like the final challenge in the game. It's unfortunately locked to Team Sonic, but still. So yeah, now, game audio is muted. On my setup, it says that... That's weird, because I have the game audio... Okay, that's very strange. You hear sound effects. Because I can still see it. Maybe it's just really quiet. Okay. Maybe... Hang on, let me just check the settings. Where is the... Sorry about this, I haven't done this before. Audio settings. Yeah, it's up on 100%. Maybe I had the audio really low because I was listening to other things in the background, but if I put it up here, it's just very quiet. Unless I actually have the sound low in the audio in the options. The options. Stereo, mono, Dolby Surround Pro Logic 2. Doesn't look like there's a dedicated, option. I was hoping to see you play through the game's story. Well, you will be seeing the final boss, because Metal Madness is one of the few stages I don't have an A rank on. So you will be seeing me do the final boss. Hi, Minato Kurusu. Yeah, I guess it's really quite... Yeah, I swear I've set the audio up to 100%, but anyway... I have it now up to full on OBS. But anyway, if we go into 1P Play Challenge, yeah, that question mark there is Super Hard Mode. So, this might, be a little annoying for the stream, but, like, I already went and got all the A ranks in the Mission 2s, so it's gonna be just the Mission 1s that I have to catch up on. And that was mostly because, I don't think many of you would want to watch me do Team Chaotix A ranks, for the second missions on stream, because that would have been forever. I blame you for dragging me back into Sonic, lol. Yeah, I like Neo Metal Sonic as well. I hope he's in the 4th movie. Yeah, I love what I'm made of as well. Anyway, so I thought that I would start with Team Sonic, because, yeah, Metal Madness I do have an E on. Because they're gonna be the ones who I am forced to play as for Super Hard Mode, so may as well let them have Spotlight now, and then let the other teams have Spotlight, and then Team Sonic comes back at, hopefully, the end of the stream. Tetsuya Nomura give me a Gilgamesh fight and my soul is yours. I mean, I recently watched the Gilgamesh fight in, what's it called? In Final Fantasy VII, like, Rebirth, and it looks really cool. Okay, so this is the first one that I need to do. I got B on Grand Metropolis. I think I, like, died once. That's probably why. That's funny how that chat message from Jared Punch came up at the perfect time. So yeah, like the main thing for getting A ranks in this game is basically just don't die. That's pretty much it. Like for the most part, like you kind of sometimes have to go out of your way to do stuff or go fast, but really it's basically just don't die. Also, I love the music of this. And I believe these surfaces don't look nearly as cool. On Hero's Tales. Hero's Tales is not the greatest performance in the world, but it's endearing for all the wrong reasons. I think he was played by, like, a literal 10-year-old in this game, so, yeah. I think it's, like, the brother of the person who played Tails in Adventure 1 and 2. I know the original, like, Adventure 1 and 2 voice of Tails, that turtle just died. Normally, you have to flip them over and then hit them. So, yeah, speed formation doesn't typically kill them. But I guess, wrong button there. Yeah, because the B button is Rocket Excel and it's also pull switches. Just trying to see if there's an enemy inside here. Whoa, my head's spinning. Okay, yeah. Hello, level up, and then bang, bang, bang. Yeah, so every character basically has their own, score that's tracked, but as long as you get, like, enough of a total overall score, like, you know, you're supposed to use Knuckles here, and I do like using Knuckles against these batches. Seriously, the GameCube version of, like, if this game is just so smooth, like, can't believe I ever played the PS2 version, because I actually did try playing the PS2 version, and I can't wait until I get to Team Dark, because then you'll get to see the glory that is shadow dabbing on those. There's a sentence. But anyway, yeah. Apologies, it's kind of hard for me to read chat while I'm playing, Sonic. Okay, I need to, yeah, get myself the level up on Knuckles, because Sonic's already maxed out. And yeah, for the other teams, I think you have to open up those and kill some enemies inside those things, but yeah. Sonic's kind of hogging the experience here. This is where you're introduced to the Light Dash, which is super responsive in the GameCube version. Although, to be fair, I am glad that later Sonic... I say that it's super responsive, and I immediately fail it. I am glad that later Sonic games map the Light Dash to a separate button. I know it's, like, technically the Light Speed Dash, but I just call it the Light Dash, because it's a lot more convenient when it's on a separate button, but, like, yeah. It's pretty responsive in the GameCube version. In the PS2 version, the Light Dash is not very responsive, and it often fails, and I really should use my Team Blast, but I'm having too much fun doing homing attack chains. What can I say? Also, yeah, I actually really like the triangle jump. I kind of wish it was in more Sonic games. Sonic is so leveled up that he can destroy turtles by just directly hitting them now. Normally, he needs to tornado them. Like, I really, yeah, and also, might be nice to just, like, light dash little groups of rings when you can. Yeah, these guys, I'm pretty sure you just have to tornado their shields off. Just wait until we get to Team Rose, though I only have one A rank to get with them. Team Rose is like, their tornado is the most broken tornado in the game. Oh, everyone is level 3 right now. Because, yeah, you do want to get the level ups because, at the end of the stage, you actually get bonus points for every level up you get. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I guess sometimes the tornado's hitbox is still in effect, even after you've, like, used it the first time. There's a thingy down there, is there? Yep. Ow. Yeah, ring bonus doesn't really matter all that much in this game for A rank, so I feel like I can afford to get hit a few times. Do you prefer egg porn robots or animal badniks? Both. Honestly, why not both? I do actually kind of like both. Like, the egg pawns are kind of nice, and, like, they're a good mix of cartoonish and also looking like humanoid robots. Because the gun ones, I feel, are sometimes, and the Sonic 06 ones are way too hyper-realistic. Alright, it's just a switch. I like how the energy flows through there to open the doors. I don't like that you have to get, you know, stuck waiting for the doors to open. You know, Sonic would not like that. Homing attack at level 3 just has the tornado effect. I did not know that. Thank you for that, Bubble Tea. That's cool. Favorite Team Blast? Aesthetically? Okay, no, I have to say Team Chaotix for both reasons. One, because Team Chaotix is just the GOAT and they're amazing and hilarious. 2, because the dialogue for the Team Blast is really funny, especially if you isolate the audio. And 3, because it gives you rings, so you can just spam the Team Blast. Oh yeah, you can just homing attack those as level 3. That is really cool. I did not actually know that. So, like, Sonic gets essentially Wind Element on his Tornado at level 3. I knew that the flight characters became ridiculously busted at level 3. That bridge is carrying a car. Oh, yeah. Whoops. That's why they map homing attack to a separate button in future games, by the way. There's also a whole bunch of stuff down there, but I don't think I need it. The Rocket XL also has the tornado effect regardless of levels. Okay, that's also good to know. I'm learning new things about this. I will say, like, Sonic Heroes has been, like, I've been enjoying this game way more than I thought I would. Like, And speaking of things I didn't originally know, so the character who actually says the line on the rank screen is whichever character got the highest score. I can't believe I didn't know that until, like, much later on in my Sonic Heroes career, my illustrious Sonic Heroes career. Okay, oh yeah, Power Plant is next. I suppose we can do the team battle afterwards as a formality, just to show how silly it is. All speed characters do that. Yeah, I agree the Chaotix are very underrated. Like, I love Team Chaotix in this game. I don't like their mission structure, but, like, I like Team Chaotix as characters and as a team to play as. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the only reason I got an E rank on this level the first time was because I died at the final lava segment. So, well, not lava segment, the, you know, energy plant segment. Lava just makes me think of Eggman going, "Press the switches to flood my fortress with my lava magma." Lava magma. I'm pretty sure, like, lava and magma are the same thing. It's just that magma is on the land and lava is, underground? Or are they the other way around? I know that, like, they're the same state of matter. So Eggman calling it lava magma is really silly. But that's in Shadow the Hedgehog. We love being silly in this house. First time I played Sonic Heroes was in 2009, last day of school in 3rd grade. Yeah, I was in 8th grade when I first played Heroes. I'm pretty sure that it was 8th grade. I think you can thunder shoot that. Knuckles. I feel like I haven't actually used Knuckles all that much. But yeah, as I was saying before, the flight characters are, like, insanely powerful at level 3. I kind of prioritize getting them to level 3 first, because, at level 1 or, like, 0, they can barely, like, hurt enemies, they can just stun them. But at level 3, their Thunder Shoot just tears apart hordes of enemies, like, instantly. They are basically the Ests or the Ninos of Sonic Heroes, to use Fire Emblem terms. Okay, do we use the flight path or the other path? Honestly, I do actually like the level design of these. Also, yeah, this is one of those extra flight, in the balloons. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, just wait until we get to Rail Canyon. Oh, yeah. If I actually ever do play Rail Canyon with, any of the... I probably do have to, like, S-rank Rail Canyon. No, it's a Bullet Station. With some characters, because there's a thing in that I really want to mention, because I kind of only learned about it semi-recently, and hello there. So, okay, here's another thing. If anybody in the chat knows this, like, please explain it to me. Sometimes, after doing a Team Blast with Team Sonic, while the Team Blast meter is still depleting, sometimes when I have Sonic homing attack, he still acts like he's in Team Blast mode, and like it just rips through all the enemies. So is that a specific feature of Team Sonic's Team Blast, that, like, you're actually still kind of in Team Blast mode for a little while? Because I know that everyone else's Team Blast has unique properties, like, obviously, Team Dark freezes time, Team Chaotix gives you rings, and Team Rose obliterates everything, because it gives you a level up on all the characters and invincibility. Like, so that's what I was saying, like, aesthetically, I kind of like Team Sonic's, I do like Team Chaotix's a lot in general, but also it's hard to beat Team Rose for them just utterly, like, being, like, easy mode in the most hilarious sense of, ow, okay, I probably didn't mean to do that, but oh well. In the most hilarious sense of being easy mode. And that is, They give the whole team a level up, invincibility, and a shield, in addition to being a team blast. Alright, you could also, yeah, do that and get rings out of hitting those, which is kinda useful for the Team Rose second missions where you need to get 200 rings. I like how every character actually has unique lines for, like, only 200, no, like, only 10 rings to go, and stuff like that. Also, I like how in the Team Dark version of this level, there are light dash paths you can use to skip the elevator segment, and, like, do it faster. Kind of really fits with Team Dark being, like, the expert mode, like, or the hard mode version. But it is cool that, like, Team Dark does actually allow more opportunities for, like, advanced skips, which is pretty cool. Everyone's Team Blast has a bonus effect that lasts as long as the meter is cooling down. Sonic can perform the light speed attack by pressing B in the air for the duration of the meter. Okay. The Team Blast gauge also acts as a timer for Zawarudo. Yeah, that's that one. So I assume Team Rose's cooldown effect is just the invincibility, but what's Team Chaotix? I used to think that their benefit was just getting rings. Okay, let's just go ahead and grab that. So now Tails is at Destroyer of Worlds level, and that was dumb. I mean, you know, ow. Yeah, they're pretty lenient when it comes to getting, like, getting the ranks, and could you just fall down? Thank you. Also, Sonic's level 3, I probably should have just used the homing attack. I didn't know that the homing attack had wind properties. Also, yeah, I like this segment. It's just, like, it's just really silly. It's just, like, there's a bunch of these hoops hovering in the air. I guess I can light dash that for points. Yep. Fireballs. They're... I think I kind of feel like they're probably like more like just plasma energy or something. It's also interesting because like you don't ever see any humans in this game, so I kind of feel like Sonic Heroes lore-wise probably takes place like on the animal-populated islands rather than in human settlements, and that kind of, well, I mean, you know, the animal settlements do have like really advanced cities and stuff. I mean, there's Metropolis. In fact, I wonder if this place is actually kind of Metropolis Zone. It probably is the same place as Metropolis Zone lore-wise, but yeah, here I am talking about Sonic lore after having made like kind of videos on it, and I was saying that the homing attack was good in this game. Yeah, you just hit the turtles anywhere and they flip upside down, because I have level 3. Hello. Yeah, because I always used to think of plasma as more like electricity than fire, but I don't know, I guess that was just the... Maybe it's just Team Plasma in Pokemon having that kind of lightning aesthetic to them. Yeah, there's a guy over there. As a team Chaotix is my least favorite, but as a dynamic, there's... Yeah, I do feel like Vector is probably the most awkward power character to use. Can't believe I didn't realize that, but, like, it's just, you immediately get, like, the wind effect by using the homing attack. And unfortunately, yeah, you can't skip these segments with light dash. I remember in the Team Rose 200 ring missions, you basically have to, like, get all of these balloons as you're floating down if you want to complete them efficiently. I mean, they're not hard to A-rank the Team Rose ring missions, but still. Are you serious? Well, okay, that's my first forced reset. But yeah, the Rocket Excel is kind of a dumb move. It's just sort of not really, like, you rarely need it. Like, I don't think you ever actually strictly need it. The bit in Egg Fleet where you're supposed to use the Rocket Excel is actually, like, doable just by running normally. Yeah, I like how every character has, like, their own different reactions to, like, not reactions, their own different team tutorial lines, but I don't know who speaks in, like, each thing. I know that a lot of Omegas are pretty funny, though it's nowhere near as good as Black Doom saying, "While grinding, press the X button to accelerate." I love Black Doom tutorials so much. Or I can get these rings because points, I guess. I assume that breaking these monitors is worth points, but still. Joe could mash attack his Knuckles to have him do rapid, short punches and stop him from lunging forward. Okay. Yeah, I am learning more things about this game every Oh yeah, you can actually do some... Kind of, but he does start lunging forward eventually. Maybe just this controller's eventually registering it as the real attack rather than that. I'm surprised they didn't electrocute me. Yes, I love that line. Defeated by fruit, how weak they must be. High Team Blast. Oh yeah, oh no, you'll hear that in the final boss. Yeah, the attack with Team Blast. I think I'm dead here. I don't think I can. Yeah, I was trying to be fancy and skip stuff, but yes, was not fancy enough. There is a skip that I found in Team Chaotix's version of Wild Canyon, which you kind of need to do for their second mission, which is on a really, really tight time limit. Like, that is a very tight timer that they give you. So, yeah. I found a skip there that I was semi-proud of. There's probably way better skips that you can find also. The way that, like, the characters' quills animate when they're, like, when they're flying around like that, like, the quills just flopping around everywhere, like, they don't really... It's hard. Also, my controller did a thing there. And it's weird, because I don't know, it should be kind of slotted in, right? So yeah, if you see the game ever, like, stutter like that, it's because the controller got, like, sort of unplugged. But anyway. The stick has to be neutral for that. Oh, you mean, like... Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, that's how you do it. It's like sometimes Tails' voice actor sounds like he has a cold in this game. Yeah, good. That sounded like big, but... I mean, I can't be that mean to him because he is, like, you know, literally, like, 10 years old, and, there have been worse examples of child voice actors in video games. Cough, cough, Chaos Wars, cough. Oh boy, if anybody has like not seen Chaos Wars, I saw a video on Chaos Wars like semi-recently, and I can't believe that like Chaos Wars is actually a crossover. It's a crossover of a bunch of like very obscure PSP games that are all like kind of... It's like kind of reminds me of how much you're spoiled as like a Fire Emblem fan, because there's a lot of shovelware strategy RPGs out there. It's like, there's Final Fantasy Tactics and Fire Emblem, and I guess now, Triangle Strategy. But, like, there are a lot of... Oh, I guess there's Disgaea's pretty decent. But there are a lot of, like, shovelware PSP, strategy RPGs out there. And Chaos Wars was a crossover of a bunch of those. And, yeah, it is the game that is home to the most, although, granted, yeah, I've actually recently found out that Chaos Wars was, like, the reason why its localization is the way that it is just because there was a higher path there I could have taken, I guess. I love it when you just hit all of the things on the spring without even trying. But yeah, so, Chaos Wars. So yeah, basically, the distributor felt that... No! Knuckles, level up! Don't leave me! The distributor felt that, basically, the game was so niche, like, it was a crossover of so many super, super niche things, that one, it wasn't gonna sell very well anyway, and two, the few people who were going to play it were not going to play it dub. They were only going to play it with the Japanese voices. So there was no point in spending any budget on the dub. So they just had some of the staff do the voices for the characters. Because one of the things that I completely forgotten was that not only does that, like, literal, like, 5-year-old child voice what is probably a child character, but he also voiced an edgy swordsman. Like, there's this edgy swordsman character who also has the, like, 5-year-old voice, which is surreal. Chaos Wars is a very, interesting game. But yeah, that's the game with how do I get back to Tokyo? I knew that would happen. I just didn't have enough height there. However, I guess I can Team Blast here. Oh yeah, there's also Shine of Us. Don't thunder shoot on those elevators while they're rising. It's liable to clip you through the floor. I'm now really tempted to try doing that. I can't believe I didn't really realize, because I knew that sometimes I was killing those turtles with the homing attack, but I wasn't sure why. But yeah, it's that Sonic's level 3 homing attack just counts as a wind attack, which is interesting. I mean, it makes sense for him. I mean, this is before they gave him lightning powers in, like, the movie. But anyway. Good old $10 localization budget, yeah. It wasn't even that. It was more just the fact that, like, they... Hey, it's always satisfying when you get the 2000. Like, it's more that just, like, they knew that it just wasn't worth spending any money on the localization because they knew that nobody was going to play that game in English. So that's basically what happened. Yeah, there are times when the grind rails do get a little weird. They just, like, kind of just catapult you sideways if you just press the jump button. So there's a very amusing shadow over there. Speaking of amusing shadow, shadow dabbing. Every speed character does that at level 3. Okay, that's actually going to be good to know for the others. Even though the turtles don't really start showing up. Oh man, the turtles are still in quite a few levels. I wonder if that works on the E2000s in the final levels. Because if it does, that would be cool. Because those things are annoying. My strategy for the E2000s, like, doing the ranks off camera was to, just spam Thundershoot with a level 3 flight character and just kind of hope that it just breaks them quickly. Because, oh boy, Team Dark's second mission in Final Fortress. You have to, like, killing 100 enemies in that level in 12 minutes is, that's kind of oh yeah, that's Team Sonic's Team Blast effect, by the way. That's what happens. So if you press B in the air, you do that. But I kind of don't want to, I don't want to launch myself off the edge here carefully. Yeah, that's the thing, Viridian Chill. The levels in Heroes are long. That's partly why I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get to super hard mode in this stream. Like, these are long levels, and, like, I don't know, I do feel like the levels in, like, I do have to echo, I think Callie McN said this in one of her streams, but, like, Shadow Generations is kind of the perfect length for Sonic levels. Like, they're about 5 minutes, but no more than that, like, ish. They're not too long, but not too short either. Whereas, some of the levels in this game do go on pretty long. Like, for example, again, Final Fortress, 12 minutes is a surprisingly tight time for Final Fortress. Okay, here we go, this bit. I kind of like to be in fly formation all the time here, just for safety. You do have a little bit of leeway when it comes to, because hitting the lava will just hurt your rings. Now, this bit is annoying if you end up accidentally, oh, it took me a while to switch to flight formation because of Tails and Knuckles being stuck homing attacking things. But yeah, sometimes, if you're not careful... Okay, there we go. Hang on, could I, grab that, please? Thank you. But yeah, this is the bit where I died, in my first attempt, and that's the only reason I got an E rank, I'm pretty sure. And it sucks to die here, because this is the very end of the level. And there we go. Said very end of the level. 7.5 minutes, yeah, but, hopefully that was still an A. And Knuckles barely got anything. Hopefully that was still an A? Okay.
That was tight.
Yeah, I don't know the exact score requirements, but yeah. 06 also was like, yeah, 06 has some pretty long levels too. But yeah, Final Fortress, like 12 minutes being like a tight timer for Final Fortress is kind of insane. Okay, so that's done. I did kind of promise that I would do the team fight just because lols, but I'm doing it with Team Rose because they're the most fun way to do this. That, and you're not going to be seeing much of Team Rose for the rest of this stream, because I think I only have one more A rank to do with them, but I just have to, this is obligatory, like, to do this, because I discovered this as a kid, and I felt very proud of myself.
Amy, knock it off. There's no time to play.
Oh, you say that, but... Jump, hammer. Jump, hammer. Oh, did they actually survive that somehow? Nope, Sonic's still there. Okay, no, that's, they got out of it somehow. Okay, let's do this again. Jump, hammer. Jump, hammer. Jump, hammer. There we go, we win. Big didn't even get to finish his sentence. 10 seconds! I discovered that as a kid, and I felt very proud of myself. Even though I shouldn't, because that's just so stupid, but yeah. Like, technically everybody can do that, but with the other characters, you have to just jump into the middle, and I guess I can show Team Dark versus Chaotix. The funny thing is, that's not actually the speedrun optimal tactic, to beat that fight. The speedrun optimal tactic is to walk slightly backwards, and all of Team Sonic just jump off the edge immediately. So yeah, for these fights, you jump into the middle and just spam the tornado. So, the only difference with the Amy, with Team Rose, is that Amy doesn't have to move to do hers. But for the other characters, you just stand in the middle and just spam the tornado, and eventually you just win. Because the tornado is just broken. They're actually all still alive. I'm kind of surprised. They usually don't, Okay, yeah, they're all gone except Charmy. Where's Charmy? There he is. Is he gone? Yeah, there he goes, okay. That normally doesn't take that long, but yeah.
You should thank me for letting you live.
That wasn't even an A rank, yeah. They don't normally survive that long. I think that they were just not feeling like jumping into the tornado. But anyway, yeah. You just go into the middle and just spam the square button. Not square, well, on PlayStation Square, you just spam the B button. But yeah, like, there are technically faster ways to do that, like, tricking them into, oh, I have to do Casino Park and Bingo Highway with Team Sonic. Like, basically tricking them all into jumping off this. The weird thing about the team fights is, there's, like, a whole set of mechanics for them. So, like, there's meant to be a rock, paper, scissors relationship between the team members. It's like, I don't know what it is, and it really says something that I don't know what the rock, paper, scissors situation is. Oh, we don't actually get the initial cutscene. Also, Tails, you are too young to go to the Casino City. You are seriously too young. Also, pinball, by the way. It's pinball time! Yep. Are you ready for the pinball? Yeah, this is the one aspect of Sonic Heroes that I will fully admit, I do think is actually very, I'm gonna restart this because, lol. Tails has been banned from every casino for counting cards, I presume. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if you angle yourself right, you can just go through this pinball table without a lot of hassle. Now, what important thing about these pinball tables, after you've got off a pinball table, never, under any circumstances, switch to another teammate, because chances are they are still on the table and you will be back in pinball purgatory. So yeah, I've made that mistake quite a few times. Never ever switch teammates while after escaping pinball. I do love it's really satisfying just dunking those glass sheets. Okay, head spinning count 1. Somebody in the chat, please keep count of the number of times Tails says that. It's funny because Vector also says that in Team Chaotix, but nobody remembers him saying it. Yeah, this table is the one that I kind of, spam on with the, yeah, with Team Chaotix, you have to get, like, a bunch of rings here for their second mission, which just kind of is just a matter of enduring it. I'm trying to go up there, Tails. Just kind of enduring until... Oh, high invincibility. First 3D Sonic game to not have, it doesn't matter as the invincibility theme. I'm not even sure what this theme is. I think it's part of the Sonic Heroes theme, like main theme, kind of. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's the rock, paper, scissors. Speed beats fly, fly beats power, and power beats speed. But the thing is, you never need to actually do that because the tornado is so broken that you just spam the tornado and win. Also, apparently the enemy teams can use Team Blast if you let them. I've never seen that actually happen, which should tell you a lot. But apparently, if you let them use Team Blast, it revives... I did not follow my own advice. I'm like, oh, I need fly formation here. Again, this is what happens. Don't switch teammates after escaping pinball, because you will inevitably swap to somebody who is still in pinball. For example, yeah, I'm pretty sure that there Knuckles was still in pinball. So just make sure your whole team is together. But like, yeah, apparently, yeah, the opposing teams can use Team Blast. 90 rings, okay then, yeah. It does depend on how many characters are inside the slot machine at the time. But, like, yeah, I'm not even sure how it works, because, like, I didn't even match all the symbols there. Also, Knuckles is dead, apparently. Oh, now he's back. I have seen enemies use Team Blast, and it's pretty much instant death. Somebody who actually likes pinball IRL. Yeah, I've seen some IRL pinball machines. I'm kind of impressed by how they managed to make everything work mechanically, but yeah, Oh, these things. The catching robots. There are, like, characters who, like, characters have dialogue for being, like, basically kidnapped by those, and I think there's some of it's, like, unused. I know there's a few unused lines. In fact, for example, I'll be giving an example of an unused line at the end of this level, probably. Also, I'm kind of stuck on, like, pressing only one of the team switch buttons. I know there are 2 team switch buttons, but to me it's just convenient just to press one of them. I don't know. It's not efficient, but, you know, still. Now, I believe there's only, like, one pinball table that actually kills you if you drain through the bottom of it. In fact, I think there's one of them where you actually have to drain the ball to progress, but I don't think it's this one. Well, those sure were pinball physics. Oh, this is also the bit of the song where the music starts to go all distorted. Which is very indicative of the average mental state while going through pinball. I do like this song quite a lot, though. And now Knuckles can summon volcanoes by punching the ground.
But it doesn't seem like we can go up.
Oh, really? Huh? I believe there is actually a way, if you abuse your iframes, or that can happen. Wait, no! Okay, now I'm just gonna give up on that because I don't want to, like, die and lose the run, but I think Sonic just died there, but it didn't count. Because that was definitely his death sound. But yeah, if you time the Rocket Excel just right, this is like the one place where it's actually useful, you can iframe through those lasers, even if you're supposed to find, like, a secret thing in the pinball table. Also, I hate pressing these switches in midair. I can never get the B button to work. Latch on, please. There we go. But anyway, yeah. There it is. So that's the VIP table. So you're supposed to find, like, a secret thing in the normal table that unlocks the VIP table, which is really just for a bunch of rings. It's not really that important, but it's kind of a nice secret that it exists. The funny thing is, speaking of the VIP table, that's what the unused line I was talking about was. So, Team Rose's version of this level ends before you actually get to the pinball table, because they're easy mode, so they have shorter stages. So yeah, they're not meant to access the VIP table. But they still have dialogue for the VIP table. That was not a lot of points, but at least I think I have a lot of rings-ish. Oh, no, I don't, because but at least that was still an A. But yeah, because I lost them to trying to do that. It's not a glitch, it's just an exploit of iframes. CPR successful, Sonic flatline for a moment. But yeah, so they have dialogue for all that, and it's really funny because one of their lines is, like, I swear, so Cream sounds really snarky in this game sometimes. I don't know why, but, like, she actually, like, there are a lot of times where Cream sounds like she's, like, sassing people unintentionally. And one of them is in that unused line for the VIP table. She says, and I'm apologize in advance for the Cream impression here. This table is for special people, Mr. Big. I get the intention behind that line. It's meant to be explaining the VIP thing, but, like, it really sounds like she's roasting Big there. It's just... This table is for special people. But yeah, Cream, has a lot of great dialogue here. Like I'm not entirely sure how much of Cream's sass is meant to be on purpose, because a lot of it just sounds like her VA is just like, and also I'm not really a big fan of Cream's voice actress in this game because like Cream and Amy in my mind sound too similar. Like they do sound very, very, very similar in this game, so I kind of don't like that. But at the same time, Michelle Ruff is also like, well, I like Michelle Ruff, as you can probably tell, because she's Yukari in original Persona 3, but, like, Michelle Ruff is not, I would not really say that she was the best choice for Cream. Although she actually sounds alright in Crossworlds, honestly. But anyway, yeah, I gotta, didn't get that. Yeah, I want to get bingos, because, there you go. You sunk my battleship. Obligatory Simpsons reference. I actually have kind of stories about that. Well, one, as a kid, I thought that line was, you shot my battleship, not you sunk my battleship. Now that I've listened back to it, he's definitely saying sunk there, but, like, as a kid, I was convinced he said, you shot my battleship. So that's what I would always quote as a kid. But two, can't quite make it, get me in there, must get out of pinball. Okay, yeah, pinball's a thing, by the way. Knuckles just teleported there. I don't even know what the physics are here. Thankfully, the A rank times are pretty lenient, but still, Pinball. There we go, okay. And now I Team Blast to get everyone back. I'm surprised that the current cast, they have like a 58-year-old woman voicing an 8-year-old child. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, again, Michelle Ruff is a good voice actress, but like, I don't know what they were thinking when they cast her as Cream, of all characters. It's definitely not, but at the same time though, it's kind of better than, like, because I can't even remember much of 4Kids Cream, although Cream was barely even in the 4Kids era. I think really it was just Shadow the Hedgehog, and she's barely even in that game. And she's probably in the anime a lot, but I haven't really heard much of Cream in the anime. I have heard Vanilla in Sonic X, and Vanilla sounds like she's like 80 years old in Sonic X, the dub. Oh yeah, by the way, in Team Chaotix, one of their tokens is up there behind those things, so that's something to remember. Yeah, you will have the location of their chips burned into your head. Again, what did I tell myself? Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, swap characters. Unless you're doing it to exploit, because often with Team Chaotix, you have Espio go invisible, and then you, leave him behind, and then have the others go through, and then if you miss the token, you switch to Espio, and then you can do the pinball segment again. So, like, yeah, that is something that you can do on Team Chaotix, at least. Oh right, the metal ones. They're immune to Sonic. They have the Null Sonic passive equipped. I don't think they're entirely, like, immune. Also, there's, look at all those Eggman's robots. Another iconic line. I know that in Adventure 2, you get double points from enemies while you're invincible, but I don't know if that's true of heroes. But I know it's definitely the case in Adventure 2. It's not, like, the most, like, useful thing for getting A ranks in SA2, but it's good to know. I do wish Adventure... Like, honestly, part of the reason why I haven't even played Adventure 1 lately is just that it doesn't have ranks. Honestly, ranks are the reason why I play Sonic platformers. I like ranks. It's funny, I like ranks in everything but Fire Emblem. Like, I like ranks in Advance Wars, I like them in Sonic, it's just so addicting going for good ranks and levels. Like, that's kind of why I find it a lot harder to play Sonic games that don't have rank systems, like Adventure 1. Because just the ranking system is kind of what makes these games for me. This is also why I love the fact that, like, this game's bosses have ranks. You were not ranked on bosses in Adventure 2, but you are in this game, which is pretty cool. You should get the maximum jackpot for doing Sonic Tails Knuckles. I mean, come on. That's, like, the theme of this game. And yeah, this is the point where you actually do have to, like, drain yourself at the bottom of the... Sonic and Tails are apparently dead. I don't know how that happened, but pinball, I guess. It is always interesting to see that, like, there's, like, a crossed out sign on some of the characters after you've gone through a pinball table, and it's like, oh, right, they just died. Okay. It's all non-bonus points in Adventure 2, not just enemies. That's cool, yeah. So it's like everything. So yeah, there is, I believe, a switch that opens up that. Is that still... No, I think it's a Team Chaotix thing. Yeah, let's just give Knuckles that level, and I need Knuckles here anyway. Oh, right, yeah, the Knuckles attack sounds. So, apparently, according to his actual voice actor, I believe it's Scott Dreyer in these games, according to Knuckles' actual VA, yeah, you need to find a switch down here. It's one of the areas where this game becomes, like, quote-unquote sort of puzzle-ish, but yeah. According to him, he was told by the voice directing to say shift. I don't even know why you would say shift when you're punching things. To say shift, but pronounce the the F so softly that people will be speculating whether he's really saying the other thing. That was apparently his actual, like, voice direction for this. And honestly, that's impressive, given the voice direction for the cutscenes is pretty terrible. Like, for example, that bit in Team Rosa's story where Cream's like, I can't believe he did that just so he could get away. Mr. Sonic must be really... And then Amy was clearly not directed properly for her response there, because she phrases it, she says, really? What? Like she's being asked a question, but her actual tone is... I got Tails, Sonic, Knuckles again. Her actual tone there is clearly supposed to be... What do you mean by really? And you better not answer that question in a way that you're going to regret. Like, she's meant to be, she's meant to be saying something more like, really, what? Rather than, really? What? Like, clearly the voice director just gave her that line out of context. Is it Lisa Ortiz who, no, is that Tails? 4Kids? No, it's, no, Amy Poehler is Tails in 4Kids. It's confusing because, yeah, Tails' voice actress is named Amy in the 4Kids era. And... No, Lisa Ortiz's 4Kids Amy, right? No, I think she's pretty decent, but, like, a lot of people have said that, like, 4Kids Tails is not great, is probably one of the weakest Tails voices, and I would kind of agree, because, like, she doesn't have a lot of emotion at all. She's just very, like, be careful not to fall. I do, like, Kate Higgins is decent, but, like, Colleen O'Shaughnessy is my favorite Tails by far. But, like, anyway, yeah. So, that was good voice direction, though, the Knuckles thing. You know, maybe during this stream I should actually go over who I think my favorite voice actor is for every Sonic character, because I have some hot takes for them! I have some very spicy takes for some of them. Tails flew into the pinball void. Ugh, I love how several chat messages just like, Tails is dead, BTW. Okay, Knuckles scored high there. Yes, because Sonic didn't really have much of an opportunity to fight things. I wonder if that's not an A rank. Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling that wasn't an A rank. That didn't feel very A rank to me, but I got stuck in pinball for a while. Jennifer Doolard is Amy for Adventure Era. I feel bad that I have never looked up her name. Cause like, she's okay. She does sound a little bit Valley Girl-like for my liking, but, like, she's alright. But I do think, like, having a different Amy VA and then keeping Cream's Heroes VA might have actually been alright. I mean, you know, it's funny, like, this era of voice actors, the Dreamcast era of voice actors, like, Heroes is canonically a Dreamcast game according to Generations. For some reason. Yeah, back to Pinball Purgatory. At least we get to hear this music. Wow. Okay. I'm just gonna restart after that. I keep not taking my advice. It's like, I have muscle memory. When I see a flying enemy, I switch to Tails. Unfortunately, that muscle memory, when I am in a pinball table, kind of sucks, because, yeah, I want to relieve this pinball table as quickly as possible. Oh boy, this pinball table! There's a token here for Team Chaotix, and it's, yeah, that one is always, like, you know how I like to get this, technically casino chip, not token, yeah, so, you know how I like to get this token as Team Chaotix? I like to switch to flight formation and not even bother with the pinball physics, just fly over the table in flight formation and land on the token. That's how I like to get that one. Hey Tails, how you doing? Meanwhile, Tails falling into the void. Jennifer Doolittle has only been Amy. That's her only credit. Huh. I mean, Amy in SA2's like okay. I do feel bad when voice actors just only have one credit at all. Granted, there's some like, oh, crap, I can't believe I'm forgetting this guy's name. Who is it who's Luis in... It's right it's right on the tip of my tongue. Luis in Metaphor ReFantazio. It's right on the tip of my tongue. But his only current credit is Luis in Metaphor ReFantazio. But that's a really big credit to have. Because he knocked it out of the park in a billion ways. Like, honestly, one of the best villain performances of all time. Like, of all time. Not just in video games, of all time. But anyway, Joseph Tweedale, that's it. Yeah, I knew there was something like that, but yeah. Joseph Tweedale, yeah. He's probably done theater as well, but like, yeah, seriously, give that guy more work, because, wow, was he amazing as, yeah. And also, Stuart Clark, please put Stuart Clark in Xenoblade Genesis. Apparently, it's been his dream to do a voice in his Xenoblade game, and, like, you know, he should, because he was incredible as Stroll. But anyway, sorry. So what I was saying is, yeah, so, yeah, her only credits was, like, as Amy in these games. But yeah, so the 4Kids cast got a lot of flack, too. This cast got a lot of, like, the Dreamcast voice actors were, like, really disliked. I mean... like, one of the many things that IGN was mean about when it came to, like, for the other teams, there are flippers there. I don't know why there are no flippers for Team Sonic, but, like, yeah. IGN, used to, like, really hate the voice acting, in these games. It was always just, like, I remember, like, some of their early reviews were like, thank God you can switch to the Japanese voices, and I mean, I like some of the Japanese voices. That isn't a hot take of mine. I'm not really a big, like, I'm okay listening to Sonic in Japanese. Kind of like I said in, I think I said this in Metaphor ReFantazio, that, like, Metaphor and Xenoblade are games that I'll just never be able to listen to in Japanese because just the British accents are just part of the identity of those games to me. But because the characters in Sonic don't really have any, like... This is kind of weird to say, but, like, for the most part, the characters in Sonic don't really have any, like, coded ethnicity to them. Like, I'm okay hearing them in, like, with whatever accent. So, I don't mind Sonic in Japanese, especially when it's X, where, you know, it's not the 4Kids edits. But, like, I'm not as much of a stan of the English voice cast. Yeah, I probably should just leave this pinball table as soon as possible. And now that I've said that, I'm failing at it. Sonic is dead, by the way. Like, I like Junichi Kanemaru a lot, and Japanese Amy's pretty good too. I'm totally not saying that because Junichi and, Takao, I think her name is, are massive, unhinged Son Amy shippers. So, I am biased towards them because of that. But like, they're really great. I do like them. I haven't really heard many of the other Japanese VAs. I think Japanese Eggman passed away. I forget if he was also Master Xehanort. I know that, I want to say maybe he was also Master Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts, but I could be wrong about that. It wouldn't surprise me if he was also Master Xehanort, because I know that, like, Japanese Master Xehanort, like, Master Xehanort in general is a role that is, like, cursed, because, like, that bounced me upwards last time. Why isn't it doing it, for me this time? Yeah, maybe I have to hit it from the top. But anyway. IGN has lost touch with... I mean, IGN always, lost touch with reality. Okay, it was it. Yeah, it was Chikao Otsuka. Yeah, Master Xehanort. So yeah, it's a curse role because both the English and Japanese VAs for Master Xehanort passed away. And currently he's Christopher Lloyd, and that worries me because Christopher Lloyd is amazing, and I don't want to lose him. We've lost so many good actors these past few years. Yeah, I guess it's just a thing that I'm gonna have to contend with actors that I'm familiar with passing away as I get older, but yeah, it's just sad. Anyway, let's not go into depressing topics in a Sonic stream. But yeah, no. Well, it was Master Xehanort's VA, which is pretty cool. So I'm not sure who voices, because I know that Master Xehanort got taken over by, like, a relative of the original Japanese VA when he passed away. Yeah, Akio Otsuka's still alive, but might not appear in... Well, I mean, you know. I hope he doesn't appear in Kingdom Hearts again for a long time, because I really hope Master Xehanort stays dead. We've seen young Xehanort in, you know, the new trailer, and I'm like, Xehanort's story is over, please don't bring him back, he's dead, like, he's gone. Just do it like Gamma. Like, they didn't bring back Gamma. They were gonna bring back Gamma for this game, but they didn't, and they left him dead. They're also gonna leave Shadow dead, which is kind of funny. I still can't believe that was actually a consideration. Yeah, we almost got a Sonic universe where Shadow was dead. Like, stayed dead. Are you kidding me? Oh no, that's still an 8. I thought that it was 40,000, but no. But yeah, so, I was saying, so I'm kind of caught in several nested tangents right now. But, okay, so I did that at... I have to do Rail Canyon. Yeah, I have a lot of not good ranks with Team Sonic because they were the first one I did, so I wasn't good at these stages and I died. So I was talking about, yeah, voice actors and, oh yeah, IGN. So yeah, like, they really hated this voice cast. One of the things that I do feel is, oh, right, yeah. This part of the stage really bugs me. I can actually say a few things about the actual gameplay here. I like the fact that you have to press the stick to balance. I'm still not the best at it, but, like, I like this better than the newer Sonic games where the only thing you do while grinding is accelerate or boost. But yeah, this part of the level is kind of a pain in Team Chaotix because it, like, goes on for, like, a solid minute with almost no way to speed it up. And you have, like, a 6-minute time for this level. Also, I hate this section because I always find that I just fall and die there. Also, this song is great. I'm kind of glad this level got into Shadow Generations. Sometimes I instinctively press forward while on the rail, but I don't think it makes you any faster. I don't know, I like that line. They're pulling out all the tricks. It's not like they're pulling out all the stops, it's they're pulling out all the tricks. Nice progress so far, thank you for that. Ah yes, Hell on Rails. Yeah, this level is, it's a cool concept, but, I will say at least the grind mechanics are way better than... Yep, those lances do block you. The grind mechanics are way better than they are on PS2. On PS2, swapping rails here has like a better than 50% chance of just instantly killing you. Speaking of swapping rails, we have to do that here because there's a train. Or that could happen. Hi, train! Had Shadow stayed... Yeah, I wouldn't have minded if Shadow had stayed dead either, but, like, you know, we're at the situation we are with the series. We're gonna have to live with it. But at least we got Keanu Reeves Shadow in the movie out of the deal, which is great. Like, seriously. I mean, we probably would have got that even if Shadow had stayed dead because the movie was adapting Adventure 2, but anyway. Yeah, Keanu Reeves was a great casting choice. I don't think I've ever actually reacted on stream to Kristen Bell as Amy. I do think that's good. Like Anna from Frozen. Like, I'm not the biggest Frozen guy. I don't hate Frozen either, though. I think that's decent. I kind of wanted, I saw somebody make a case for Alison Brie that was like, okay, that would have been amazing. I've never even seen, like, Alison Brie in anything, but the video that Eve made of Alison Brie, hypothetically, as, like, Amy was like, holy crap, that is really good. But I trust Kristen Bell to do it well. I still love that, like, Colleen is actually Tails, and, like, admittedly, the only reason that's true, oh, right, so... Hang on. Can I do this? Can I skip here? Yeah, I can jump down on top of this roof. Jump down here. And we skipped that segment! Yay! If you're playing Team Chaotix, you basically have to learn to do that. Because otherwise, you're gonna have a really rough time this level. This is one of those split up sections, I think, but like... I have this suspicion I'm not meant to be here. Hang on. I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh yeah, no, there's a thing there. There we go. Is that gonna... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And now I know that I can just do that. I probably squandered, like, all of the time that I saved there, but still, it's fun to skip things, especially with grind rails. I used to, as a kid, I used to love, the grind... I think it's just called Grind Race, that multiplayer... Okay, this is the part where you have to jump and hit those. Yeah. I used to love, just doing Grind Race and, basically playing a game of chicken as to who... Oh, and I'm probably dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Those trains always... Oh, kind of a pain. And restarting this level is really annoying because you have to go through this entire grind segment again and... Oh no, I'm not brave enough to try that. You might be able to do a skip there, but yeah. What was that noise Tails made? A really weird wee? Yeah, Tails makes funny noises in this game. Silly not... I mean, okay, I don't want to even... I was about to say... Also, missed the checkpoint. I was about to say 10-year-old Fox noises, but, like, canonically, he was, like, 8 at this point, but, like, I am glad they removed the ages, but I don't want to get into that can of worms, because I do feel like a lot of the people who discourse about Sonic ages are doing it because they want to draw certain kinds of fan art of the characters and treat them as adults, and I don't like that. So that's why I kind of don't like talking about that, but I do feel like the removing the ages and leaving it vague was a good choice. Like, I think Ian Flynn has said, like, on one Bumblecast a while ago, and this is before they did what they did, too, but he was kind of right, like, completely predicted it. So, Ian Flynn said that he wished they would change it so it's just, like, Sonic and Amy are teenagers, Tails and Cream and Charmy are kids, Eggman is middle-aged, and Gerald is old. And that's basically how they ended up handling it. Except I would add one thing to that, and that is Big is an enigma. I want Big's age to be just question marks. Because Big is a riddle wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in an enigma, and he's probably as old as the universe itself. That's my headcanon, and I'm sticking to it. But yeah, like, meanwhile, I feel like Vanilla and Vector are, like, mid to late 20s, and... Yeah, Espio, Knuckles, and Rouge are late teens to early... Well, I wouldn't say early... I would say, yeah, I would say Knuckles, Rouge, and Espio are, like, late teens in my head. It's funny that Eggman's age in the Sonic Wiki is just under 50. I guess that's because he wasn't around when Maria died. That's probably it. Big's age is divided by 0. True. And I do also think that in, like, the classic era, like, Sonic and Amy are, like, 8 to 10 in classic. Also skip. Wait, no. Skip time? You'll miss out on a whole bunch of points this way. Wait, hang on, that was... I hit the wrong rail. I consider, like, classic era Sonic and Amy, like, 8 to 10, and then Knuckles is, like, 12, 13, and Tails is, like, 4. That's in the classic era in my head. Which is funny, because Tails is the only one of them who can actually swim in that era. So Tails is better at swimming than... Why do I even have to do this? I can just jump over. I mean, granted, the robot does give you points, so I probably should have killed that, but still. Yeah, it does always suck when you just land on a robot and take damage because they're in, like, their collision frame. It's not nice to tease my friends. Big the Cat, 2003. The moment that Big the cat says that, you know that you should, like, run. Run away, far away, and it still won't save you. You will never be safe from Big the cat's wrath. Ow. Okay, yeah. I never really understood this part of the level. I don't know exactly how you're meant to avoid some of those trains. Also, there's a checkpoint down there that I guess I'll take. But I think we're kind of close to the end now. Oh, right, we're supposed to use a Thundershoot on this. I hate how these Thundershoot targets just, like, spin around if you get too close to them. I just got... How did I get that key? That means I have to play a special stage after this. Yeah, just... Wait, why did the wind not... The wind did not... I must have just barely missed that rail, so I'm so late in the stage that I have to restart. Yeah, this game is from 2003, I'm pretty sure. I think Heroes was 2003? I played it in 2005, though, I think. Like, I played it a lot later than when it came out. I mean, true, like, it is... Knuckles is just standing there. Big the Cat is a very hard character to incur the wrath of. Like, if you've made Big legitimately angry, you have done something very wrong, because, like, Big is the chillest guy ever. So normally, you don't have to worry about him, but if you ever give yourself a reason to make an enemy of Big the Cat, you are extremely screwed. I was like 2 years old when this game came out. Yeah, that's understandable. I do recommend people go back and play this, though. It's really, like, I'm liking this game more than I used to. As I say that, and I get killed by Jank in this level a few times. But, like, yeah, I like this game a lot more than I used to. If the pole isn't all the way up, you can't do the win part. Okay, good to know. Lesson has been learned for later. Yeah, I'd rather Knuckles my way through those, using the characters as a verb. Yeah, I know that Kyle Hebert is the current voice actor of Big the Cat, which is amazing because it just makes me think of, pick a garden, pray. Don't know what other iconic Kyle Hebert lines we can, you know, we can bigify, but still. Bigify, that's a word. I did not exist when this game came out. I think the levels of this game are fine in itself, but dear lord, these control... Yeah, like, they're better on GameCube, I'll say. They are vastly better on GameCube, because honestly, like, maybe the reason why I'm enjoying the GameCube version so much is that I grew up with the PS2 version, where the controls are even worse, and everything is like 30 frames per second, and... Yeah, apparently, apparently GameCube, not GameCube, PS2 Shadow the Hedgehog is also really bad. And that's the only version that I played, because I've only played that on emulator, and I only have played that on PS2 emulator, so yeah. I have a whole tangent to talk about regarding the Shadow game, but I probably should save that until I'm doing Team Dark. Hey, yeah, got actually good momentum. Like, I like how, like, there's actually, like, you actually have to work to preserve your momentum in the grinding segments. You don't just press the boost button the whole time and just win. And you know what time it is? It's skipping time! Hopefully. I shouldn't have activated the flight, because if it runs out while I'm over a pit. Okay, well, that's fine. I still don't get why Knuckles' shoes are like Lego. Like, there's like Lego on his shoes, and it's very weird. I think Tails is trying to say chase there, but it comes out like with a lisp. It's like, Teeth! Shadow Stream when? Oh, so I'm considering it, which is a little, hazardous to my health. But if I do a Shadow Stream, I'm going to be playing that game the way that it was well, the way that you should play it. And that is expert mode. Because okay, I guess I was going to save my oh my, I'm so sorry. What the? Am I dead? Okay, good, I'm not. Okay. I have never seen the game do that before. I'm so sorry to all watchers. I am so sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so sorry for your pain. I knew the trains were up there. Why did I hit that spring at that time? I knew that the trains were there. What the actual F was that? That was, that was the camera having a stroke. Oh dear. I do... Oh! Yeah, sorry, Knuckles. When I'm dealing with something like this, I would prefer to just throw people at them, use projectile attacks. Yeah, I do not like these tiny little platforms with enemies. Okay, yeah, it's not all the way up. Okay, now it is all the way up. There we go. Okay. So hopefully this is kind of the end of the level and we don't really have any disasters. Because this is about the point where with Team Chaotix you have like 50 seconds left, and I think you can actually do a jump skip here as well, but like I'm gonna be yeah, you can jump down there and skip this skip a little bit, but and also I think I'm gonna try this. I love doing this. Yay, let's run on the roof and ignore all the grind rails. And I think that should be level over. Yeah. Throw people at it. So yeah, what I was gonna say about before I got distracted by the camera having a stroke, I'm a little worried about those points, actually. I mean, that's a good time bonus, though. That's probably fine. Yeah, there we go.
That was tight.
Everyone had the second digit of the score being a 9. That's cool. But, yeah, so, my thoughts on the Shadow game, is that the actual, like, gameplay and, like, the level design is not that bad. And weirdly enough, the guns are probably mechanically the best part of that game. Like, the guns are actually very fun. The problem is the mission structure. Essentially what happened was, they took the one part of Heroes that nobody liked, the Team Chaotix missions, and made that the entire game. If you think it's getting creepy now, just wait until you get to the Haunted House level. Oh, there's a thing there. Right. Oh, there's a thing there. Also, yeah, the music here, in my head, I keep hearing this as... Well, yeah, that's not death, thankfully. It's a bit of lenience. But in my head, I keep hearing this as Bullet Station, Bullet Station. And I do like how they managed to get this song into Shadow Gens, even though his level is Rail Canyon, not this one. Because they used it for Act 2. You can actually destroy these trains. And the homing attack can lock onto them, which is something that you need to worry about sometimes, because if you start to fly wildly with a homing attack, it's because you locked onto one of those little mini rhino trains. Yeah, they are rhinos, canonically, because I think Big calls them rhinos at one point. Also, those capsules are... Yeah, the Team Chaotix Mission 2 of this level. Get all the capsules, including the ones on the bobsled segments. Oh yeah, by the way, we're quickly approaching probably the... I have never had that happen before. There we go. We're quickly approaching one of the most well-known skips of this level, of this game. Just jump here, and you just get to the top of this segment. I have never done that segment the intended way. Ever. And this is like a bit of a puzzle where you have to actually align both of these the correct way. If you blindly press both those switches, this rail will lead to nowhere. You have to actually press only the second one and leave the blue one unpressed, and then that happens. I do like that. Ow. But, yeah. They forgot that, yeah, they throw spike balls at you. I feel like a level 3 flying character is the best way to handle those trains. Also, they just sometimes just die. But yeah, the Team Chaotix Mission 2 of this level is the point where you realize that there is a brake button for the bobsled. If you don't know about the brake button, you will have absolute hell of a time in that level. Like, the brake button really... And granted, the characters do tell you how to brake, but, like, you're never going to want to use the brakes until that one specific segment. Hello, Rhino Train. Oh, tails level up, tails level up, tails level up. Oh no. I'm facing backwards on a grind rail. This is bad. How do I not... Yeah, I knew that was going to kill me. Have you played the fan game Sonic World? I have never heard of that. Correctly current voice actor Kirk Thornton was in... Yeah, no, Kirk Thornton's been in a lot of things. He's also currently Igor, I think, which is funny because now I hear Shadow in Igor. Yeah, I do wish the triangle jump was in more games. It is very fun. So yeah, give that. Just dodge around those. Probably should have used Knuckles here, but still, yeah. I don't know what you're supposed to do if you get stuck backwards on that grind rail. Oh, this actually does kind of remind me of how, like, a while back... Oh, this was leaked by that weird person who was pretending to be a Japanese girl, which sucks. I think it was leaked by that person, but yeah, I think they like they were like, oh, Sega's making a Sonic Heroes remake, and to be honest, of all the Sonic games to do a remake of, it would be Heroes. I feel like Heroes definitely, because like, it doesn't really have, like, a story that people, like, super attached to, and it's the kind of game that, like, the gameplay has a lot of potential. There's just a little bit of jank. Like, the level design is pretty good, the gameplay is pretty good, it's just, like, there's a little bit of jank in the controls. So, I do feel like, of all the games that could really use a remake, this game is not that bad, although I am, as much as I don't like how Amy's portrayed this game, I do actually, I am actually a little worried about what they would do to Amy in a potential remake of this game. Like, I've seen so many memes about, like, gotcha, my platonic friend Sonic. This time, there's no way out of getting a fortune card reading. Because I do... Like, I wouldn't mind if they redid the team fights to, like, be more sane in terms of the reasons for them happening. And honestly, I really don't know if there's even any way you could justify the Team Sonic versus Team Rose fight. Except maybe, like... Maybe it's like... Like, unless it's like just a friendly sparring match or something like that. I really don't see how you could ever justify that fight happening. Whereas, like, the Team Dark one, like, they kind of make sense. And another thing also that I think would be kind of cool to see in a hypothetical remake is, according to the, sorry if I'm, it's kind of half-minute talk, to the chat while playing these levels. According to the, like, early beta kind of stuff for this game, there's a beta script for this game, and in said beta script, Robot Carnival and Robot Storm were not originally in the game. There was originally going to be, like, an actual boss for Casino Park and for, Mystic Mansion. It was going to be, like, an actual Eggman robot, and, like, Eggman mech, and not Robot Carnival and Robot Storm. So, presumably, the Robot Carnival and Robot Storm, like, fights were last-minute additions. Because, like, you can easily see, like, they would be very quick to make. It's just like, oh, hey, let's just put, like, a bunch of robots in an arena, because they obviously would have had the robot enemies already, like, programmed. So they, like, it would have been pretty easy to make those. So I can see them being last-minute replacements for real bosses that got cut. So a remake could potentially just, like, restore those cut boss fights. I think one of them was, like, an egg clam or something. Like, it was, I forget exactly what they were. I know, though, that the main reason why... Again, silly bias here, but the main reason why I like the beta script of this game is that, in the beta version of the cutscene before Casino Park, when Sonic is like, man, that Amy never gives up, in the beta script, Knuckles there said, you really don't seem to mind, though. So, yeah, Son Amy. But yeah, that Knuckles endorsing Son Amy line is not in the final script, unfortunately. For me. But anyway, yeah. Other than that, most of the beta script is, like, the exact same. There are a couple of unused lines for the Eggman boss fights, though, where Eggman, like, has a unique comment for every team that's fighting him. I like the nod back to SA2, where he's like, without me, Team Dark is nothing more than a bunch of buffoons. And then he's like the most mean and like Team Rose. He's like, this is no place for little girls and a big fat cat. It's like, how dare you talk about Big that way, you will pay. I forget what he says to Team Chaotix. But like, yeah, for, I do remember for Team Dark, he like makes an Adventure 2 reference. The speed decreases if I'm full. Wow! As I shall now demonstrate. That's like the Sonic equivalent of that's, oh ow, yeah. This is what I get for looking at chat, yeah. Wait, oh no, am I? Okay, that's a little jank, right? That's annoying. Of course, it must be a streaming curse. I'm getting way more jank with this game on stream than I ever got when I was playing off camera on my own time. I have never seen that happen before. Maybe it's because I lost too many of the people in the bobsled. I didn't have the speed. Speeding decreases if I fall off, proceeds to fall off. Yeah, it's just like that, the Disney Hercules line. Her face has been captured, my lord. Everyone's been captured. I've been captured! That was always one of my favorites. There's a lot of good lines from... Disney Hercules was always my favorite, like, 2D Disney film, and it has a lot of good lines, but that's one of my favorite lines. Every time somebody gets captured in Fire Emblem Thracia, I, like, hear that line in my head. Her face has been captured, my lord. Everyone's been captured. I've been captured! A tunnel? Yeah, I have limited time for, like, tangents here because, like, I need to kind of focus on the stages here. Yeah, the stream curse is real. We do Sonic Heroes jank counter at this point. I can't believe, like, I don't remember there being a big, spike ball there. I think it's only there in Team Sonic. It's probably there in Team Dark, because Team Dark's story is sadistic and hates you, but, like, I guess I'm used to just playing this level as Team Chaotix, because, you know, in that one you have to destroy all the capsules in the stage, and, yeah, you have to potentially do several loops of this level. I think I only had, like, I missed once. Some of the capsules are in really awkward spots, too, that, like, require hitting obscure switches. Oh, that's why they shoot. They have cannons on them. That explains where the spike balls come from. Woe, stream curse be upon ye. Tails' voice sounded weird there. I guess I can talk a little bit about my, hello, Rhino Train. I can talk a little bit about... Okay, no, here's something I can talk about. So, watch this. Oh, no, I messed it up. I was gonna say that, like, if you thought Tails' dummy ring bomb attack debuted in 06, it didn't. It actually debuted here. If you have Tails on his own, like, every, like, character has solo moves that they can only use when they're, like, solo, but the only real way to get on your own is to, well, sometimes pinball, because pinball is jank, but other times, the only way to get on your own is via, those switches. So... That's Knuckles' equivalent of be careful not to fall. Which I like Vector's version of that the most. But yeah, here, so, Tails on his own. He throws these ring bombs. And yeah, that move debuted in this game, not in 06. I do like how it's definitely very in character for Sonic to be like, hey look, there's a cannon here, let's fire it. Yeah. I didn't get a chance to actually mention this last time I went through this level, but I can say this now because I failed miserably. So, if you are doing, like, a second loop of the level as Team Chaotix, these sections feel so barren and empty without the balloons in them. So, like, so on a second, like, you probably won't see them like that ever as anybody other than Team Chaotix, but if you're doing the Team Chaotix version of this level, it is definitely, like, possible that you might have to do another loop, and if you do, you will go through those cannon segments with no balloons, and it's like eerie silence. it's just so weird and surreal seeing there be no balloons on those segments. It's just so empty. It's just funny how, like, because, like, getting those balloons is the only thing that makes those segments fun. Otherwise, they're just waiting for them to end. And it's just, it's really surreal going through those segments with no balloons on them. I don't know who else has had that experience, but, like, I found that out when I was, like, getting some of the other A ranks, and I'm like, whoa, this is freaky. So if you haven't done it before, I recommend actually trying it, because it's a very odd experience. But yeah, so okay, I'm so glad I didn't click through the wall there. So I think some people asked earlier in the chat, about, like, what other teams would I like to see in this game? And, like, there's the thing, because, like, the beta, I can talk about, like, the beta teams for Sonic Heroes, so, although I don't want to run out of tangents while I'm only on Team Sonic, granted, I think they are the team that I'm missing the most A's for, but still, yeah, so, the beta teams for this game, Team Sonic was the same. Team Dark was not in the game at all. Okay. Finally, let's actually not get Sonic thrown off the boss sled this time. Yeah. So, Team Dark wasn't even in the game. Team Rose was, Amy Cream Rouge. Rouge was going to be Team Rose's power character instead of Team Dark's flight character. Which is an interesting, like, idea, because it kind of shows how versatile Rouge is in terms of, like, her style. Okay, yep, that actually launched me correctly that time. Because she can be, you know, she can be a power character, she can be a flight character. It's pretty cool. However, I'm actually very glad they didn't end up doing this, because that would just make Team Rose the female versions of everybody in Team Sonic, / the people that Team Sonic is shipped with, and I just don't, like, it's more interesting if their third member is Big, I feel, and also, you know, Big having more friendships is always wholesome. But yeah, what was Knuckles doing there? He was just doing a little hop around the ground, boing, boing, boing. He was doing his bunny impression. But yeah, I'm very glad they didn't actually do that for Team Rose, because, yeah, I don't think it's a great look if that team is just like, you know, team girl / love interests. So, I'm very glad they went with Big for Team Rose. Team Chaotix was the same. Please be an A rank. There we go. And there was going to be a team consisting of Chaos, Gamma, and Big. So Big was going to be on a Sonic Adventure themed team. But then the staff had a big debate on, like, they had, like, a roundtable meeting where it's like, okay, who's dead? Is Shadow dead? Is Gamma dead? Let's just, give a run. Oh, no. I know why I got an E rank on this level. I was dreading this one. Okay, I'm gonna have to go into focus mode at the end of this level because, yeah, the only reason I got an E rank on this level was because of the crocodile segment, which, if you don't press the jump button to jump off the vines at exactly the right time, you plummet into the water. But anyway,
You sure it's safe around here? Got it.
do kind of like the music of this level. Also the bomb is still there, I believe, yeah. And this is our first encounter with the Egg Hammer robots, which we kind of have to wait until they start hammer swinging. And then we can do... Yeah, there are way more of these in Team Dark Story. The annoying thing about them is that you... Oh, wait, no, these are the Team Dark version. They can be... Not the Team Dark version. Team Dark has more of that version, but they're the, not the hard version where you can only hurt them in the head. You can tell I'm used to fighting the Final Fortress variants of those things, the helmet hammer ones, where even if you take off the helmet, you can still only hurt them in the head. Yep. Also, this is the level where Tails becomes racist sometimes, because he starts talking about the black frogs. I feel like there's another character who's even more weird about that. But anyway, why is there a vine there? Yeah, also we have the spiky flying robots. Yeah, I do like Rouge being, like, Shadow's only, like, real friend as well. I do like the Shadow Rouge dynamic, as much as I don't, like, really exactly ship them. I still think that, like, you know, they have a pretty good, like, I do think it's, like, they're kind of each other's sort of closest relationship. Like, they're the only people that they don't really butt heads with. There's just something about the two of them that just kind of works well together, but I do mean more platonically, because I wish they did more with Knuckles and Rouge. They've kind of dropped that lately, and they've also had Rouge flirt with Espio a lot lately, which is kind of weird. Also leading to the headcanon that Espio isn't into women because, I mean, I kind of hate that whole thing about just because you're not into one woman proves that you're not into women at all, because that just, you know, maybe he's just not into Rouge because not everyone is, but, like, I mean that, like, I'm honestly down for the headcanon that, like, Espio is gay or asexual. I think a lot of people do ship him with Silver, but I'm kind of more of a Sylvaise guy now. I mean, Omega is their friend, but Omega doesn't really have much of a concept of friendship. He just... I feel like Omega's kind of like, Omega's concept of friend is Eggman robot killing buddy. Person who helps me destroy things, and therefore, they are cool in my book. Like, yeah, Omega has a strange concept of friendship, basically. But yes, he would count as their friend. But yeah, I do wonder if, like, yeah, because I was talking earlier about the whole, you know, team adventure thing, of Gamma, Big, and Chaos. Like, Chaos might have been totally silent, which would have been kind of weird given how chatty all the characters are in this game. Like, seriously, just imagine Chaos being all, like... How would he even sound, too? They'd probably make him sound like Metal Sonic sounds in this game. Oh yeah, this part. Yeah, I like to save a Team Blast for this normally, but Knuckles could take them out relatively fine. If they were both the Hammer robots, then yeah. Because yeah, I do wonder how Chaos would have worked in that team. And then there was also going to be a team of, like, Fang, Bean, and Bark. And from, like, the classic era, I think. And that would have been interesting because this was kind of before there was a definitive split between classic and modern. And, because, like, this game is kind of the closest thing to a classic era game in the modern era. Like, there are no humans, the levels are all very whimsical and fantastical places. Well, no humans besides Eggman. So, this game was still very much like, let's do a classic era game, but in a 3D style, which was an interesting idea. But, like, yeah, this was back before they did, like, a split of also, how's it going? Oh, we're a little further in Team Sonic. I didn't expect Team Sonic to be taking me so long, but yeah, these levels are very long. Which is why I'm not sure we'll get to Super Hard. Also, I love it when this happens, when you're just bouncing on their head over and over again. Also, that laser fence bothered me for so long. I believe only Team Dark and Team Chaotix actually go through that. You might be able to iframe through it as Team Sonic, but it's not meant to be part of their route of this level. But anyway, so it is very interesting to, like, think about how back then, because back then, like, there wasn't okay, could you please start grinding in the right direction? Heroes Jake count +1, there we go, yeah. Back then, there wasn't really a split between classic and modern, and because of that, they would have been allowed to use, like, Fang, Bean, and Bark, and if that had happened, because here's the thing, Team Chaotix appearing in this game, even though Team Chaotix appeared in the classic era in Knuckles Chaotix, like that game, which is a game that kind of messed up the Archie comics, but I could talk about that tangent later, I suppose, if you remind me to. Okay, I believe there is, like, a shortcut here, but you have to be very quick on the flight trigger because that frog is going to destroy that series of platforms. But yeah, like, Team Chaotix were in Knuckles Chaotix, they were in a classic era game. But, I think I'm gonna have to stop my tangent soon because I'm quickly getting to the crocodile segment. Them being in this game turned them into modern era characters. So they are banned from ever appearing in the classic era again because of the way that Sega handles the branding now. Classic Sonic and modern Sonic are completely separate, and here I have to stop talking because I need to... Like, you need to wait for, like, a little bit, like, you need to wait, like, don't be too hasty with the jump button here. There's a rhythm to it. Okay, good, good. Now, hopefully that's the last time I have to do that on this stream, because that is nerve-wracking. Mushroom, grow please? Grow please, mushroom? You know what, who cares? Let's just not even use the mushroom. The non-sapient croc, yeah. Well, hopefully that's the last time I have to do that, because, okay, good. Yeah, like, you basically have to wait, like, you don't want to press the jump button immediately. You basically have to, like, wait, like, about half a second while it's at the apex of its swing. Because otherwise, you will plummet downwards into the ground. Like, they have to be right at the furthest possible point, of their swing. There's, like, a rhythm to it. First time I did that, I plummeted into the ground constantly. Okay, I have to do Hang Castle now. Like, that segment does look super clean, when, it's done well, but when it's not done well, it's a pain. Also, do you think that Croc's related to Vector somehow? I can imagine, like, Charmy going, "Hey, Vector, it's your grandpa," or something like that, as a joke, but... I don't know how it's non-sapient. Maybe there's some, like, dark backstory for that crocodile. Maybe it was like it was like somehow like an Eggman experiment that like went wrong and it went feral or something. And it used to be like sapient like Vector, and it got turned into that. Oh yeah, the Team Calix version you have to not get detected, so those things are... Well, that happens surprisingly often. In the Team Calix segment, you have to not get detected, so those spotlight robots are annoying.
Got it.
Yeah, and just like what was it? Bullet Station. I often hear the music here is like do Hang Castle. Like in my head, I often hear the name of like the level that like the song is for as lyrics to the level theme. Or in the case of, like, Ace Attorney, sometimes I hear, like, the name of the character, if it's a character theme. It's just a weird thing that my head does. There's also a skip. Oh, is this the one where you can do the skip? There is a skip in one of these that I often like to do. Also, I do like this part where you have to go down here and then loop back around to the door after you've opened it. Also, there's a surprisingly, like, yeah, here we go. Here's the part where you can do a skip. If you jump off here, you can just skip half of that rail. And then, if you... I hate how if you're going too fast, that you just fly up into the air. Oh yeah, these robots are healers, which is weird, but yeah, that's a thing that they can do. I like how even the team signs are upside down. This is honestly a cool level. And when I first got here, I was like, wait, why is there a pit? Like, how can I progress? And it's like, oh, right, the fire path. Oh, no. I do not like forced light dash segments in this game sometimes. Oh, yeah, this bit. Might have to wait on this platform. Because your flight meter runs out faster than you would think. I've tried to fly over this segment, and it hasn't ended well. There's like 3 skips I like doing this stage, yeah. There's probably a way to clip through this door. Also, yeah, I usually have a full Team Blast by now, so I can just pop it here and get rid of this room. But yeah, I kind of had this idea. Well, I need to like write a fanfic now about that crocodile. That like maybe it used to be like an actual sapient crocodile, then like Eggman, it was like an Eggman experiment, and it went feral and just became that like giant mutant crocodile that isn't sapient anymore. I'd kind of resist the urge to make it related to Vector, though, because otherwise I'd be doing like an, oh, hey, all crocodiles must know each other, right? kind of thing. Sonic anthro-racism. Carrying both Sonic and Knuckles is hard, okay? Yeah, it is, true. And I do like this bit where you just fall down and land on the Switch. Or Tails just lands on death. The castle is feet outside. I'm sorry. I shouldn't really be mocking Tails' VA that much. Oh, yeah, Phantasm Iris, I blame Sonic. I used to not write fanfiction, but I do now. The only fanfiction that I wrote before this were like jokes. But then I started writing fanfiction. Warning, if you don't like Sonami, don't read my fanfiction. Basically, all of my fanfics are Sonami, because, yeah. Because it's like, they're never going to actually make it canon in the game, so I'm kind of trying to fill that void of how I think it would go if it was canon. That's like what I do, because I'm kind of weird with fanfiction, because, like, a lot of people like to do it of, like, it's like a whole quote-unquote playing with dolls thing, where they just do whatever they want with the characters, but I like to make my story, like to me, like, canon means a lot to me. So, like, if I'm writing a Sonic fanfic, it needs to be very recognizable a Sonic fanfic. It can't just be these characters, but, like, you could change the names and and it could be an original story. Like, I don't want a 50 Shades of Grey this. Like, you know how that used to be a Twilight fanfiction, but, like, it was so unrelated to the original cast of Twilight that they could change the names and publish it as an original story. And also, it was really bad. But, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can kind of do some skips here if you're brave enough, but I'm not brave enough. Oh, right, yeah, that's a red herring. There's actually a switch above the door. Is there a more reliable way to actually have Tails latch onto these switches? Because it always gives me trouble. Like, I see the B prompt there, but I never... It's always really tricky for me to actually do this. Yeah, no, I do agree with that, Matt S. on Pokemon, because, like, there are a lot of Pokemon fics that basically just act like Pokemon don't even exist. But, like, because, yeah, like, that whole thing is a part of why, to go into, like, another tangent, I'm not really, like, because it's, like, to a lot of people, like, I think it's actually one of, like, the most, like, popular Sonami fanfics on AO3, but I'm not a fan of What Was Stolen, because to me, What Was Stolen is just a generic romance, just a generic medieval cheesy romance novel, just with the characters named after Sonic characters. Like, about literally the only... Oh, dang, I probably shouldn't mention this because it's the ending. Okay, no, there are two things I like about What Was Stolen, and they're both basically for the ending. I doubt anybody in the chat here actually cares about... Well, that feels really mean, because it's funny, I like the writer of What Was Stolen a lot, Be Extraordinary. She's great. She and another fanfic writer, have a podcast called The Bee and the Berry, which I recommend. It's a really good podcast. They don't just talk about shipping, they talk about a lot of things. So I like their podcast a lot, but, like, I'm not a huge fan of the actual fic What Was Stolen. I like Strawberry, her fic a lot better, which is called Reaching New Heights, A Tails Adventure. Highly recommend reading that, by the way, because it's actually very, very good. It's basically a post-Frontiers story. She hasn't updated it in a long time, I guess because she has, like, work commitments now. But... up to where it is, it honestly feels like it could be a canonical sequel to Frontiers, like that Sega made. It is really good. Like, genuinely very, very good. Like, it kind of promises being a Tails story, but it's actually about, like, Knuckles and Sonic and it has Amy, Sticks, and Cream on their road trip as well, and they do cool stuff, like, they go to Spagonia, and there's, like, an earthquake there, and they save people from the earthquake, and it's cool. So, like, yeah, I prefer fanfictions like that, where it's basically, yeah, only the last enemy there actually controls the door, you can ignore all the others. But yeah. I remember one time where I got to the end of this level in the time version and I had like no time left and I was like, oh wait, no, I have to do this whole wall running segment with only 10 seconds left. Yeah, that was the moment where I realized I may have taken a little bit too long in the rest of the level. Yeah, that light dash spot is fun. I do agree with that. But anyway, yeah, so if anybody has not read it, like, I highly recommend Reaching New Heights. It's like, it apparently promises, like, slow burn Sonamy, but it's really not a shipping fic at all. It's just, like, it's very game canon accurate. It's nothing beyond mild teasing. So, at least at this point. How did Sonic get 20,000 points? I guess it's all the light dashes. Since what I write personally is usually if the character don't have a lot of screen time, Rune, Fire Emblem Heroes, or in scenarios that canonically don't happen, I go for an air close enough method. Yeah, the way that I try and write characters in the way that I determine whether a character I'm writing is in character in a fanfic is, can I look at their dialogue and then I think in my head, can I picture this line being spoken by their official voice actor? Or actor from the movie. Like, that's how I handled, Tom Wachowski in one of my fics, because I'm like, can I picture James Marsden saying this? And I redid the and I rewrote his lines until I'm like, okay, I can hear James Marsden saying it this way. And, like, similarly, because, like, movie Sonic is quite different to game Sonic, so for a lot of the lines in that fic, which is a movie Sonic fanfic, I was like, okay, can I picture Ben Schwartz Sonic saying this? Because, like, Ben Schwartz has a very particular way of talking that's very different to any of Sonic's game VAs. The way that he puts his emphasis on certain phrases and words, it's, you know, like, if you've watched the movies as much as I am, because I'm kind of obsessed, because I kind of want to do a video essay one day on, like, why Sonic Movie 1 has, like, the perfect structure. Oh, boy. Team Chaotix in this level has, one of the flames they have to extinguish is underneath those presses, and it's very easy to miss. I'm used to having a Team Blast by now. Oh, wait, no. I use the Team Blast after this, because there's a hammer guy there. I'm gonna take notes, even if for Inazuma 11 fics the dub voices are hilariously bad. I kind of like the dub of the, I only played one Inazuma 11, like the game, one of the 3DS games. People seem to like the anime of that more than the games, which is weird, but, it was a very British dub, which was really funny, because I'm not used to, like, Japanese games being, yeah, there you go, we can homing attack that. Thank you for the wind tip from earlier, people. So, yeah. I am not used to, like, very British dubs of, like, very Japanese settings. Like, clearly Inazuma 11 is still meant to be set in Japan. This is why I shouldn't be talking to chat while I'm playing. We should get everyone back here. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why they tell you about the brakes here. You don't need to brake here at all. But anyway... It is, like, it's kind of funny, because, like, it's clearly still set in... I shouldn't... Knuckles is always liable to do that. Unfortunately, I can only hear Huey from DuckTales whenever Ben Schwartz talks to Sonic. Yeah, I'm the opposite. Whenever I see... Because I haven't actually seen any of the 2017 DuckTales. I should, because I've heard that it's really good. But, like, But I can only hear Sonic when Huey talks. I do get a little turned off by the fact that the triplets in that show are voiced by very clearly adults and have very adult voices, especially Louie. It's very weird to me. I kind of prefer their Kingdom Hearts voices, even though I don't really do much in Kingdom Hearts. A DuckTales World in Kingdom Hearts would be cool, though I do still want a Goofy movie world, just because I want to hear how Sora would react to Goofy saying, "Oh, by the way, I've had a son this whole time, I just never mentioned him." Like, Sora's like, "Wait, you had a son?" Goofy's like, "Oh yeah, I thought you already knew about him." That would be pretty cool, honestly. I like how in, like, the 2017 DuckTales, Donald, like, references Mickey a few times, but they're legally obligated not to actually mention him by name. So he, like, vaguely alludes to having this friend who's a mouse, but, like, it's very obviously Mickey, but they can't actually say it. Which is funny to me. I know at one point he goes crazy on an island and has an imaginary friend, Watermelon, who sounds like Mickey Mouse, but is clearly legally distinct from Mickey. And I think he actually is voiced by Mickey's voice actor, but yeah. I tried to jump in advance, but I jumped too early there. And now I have no speed. But yeah, I thought the Double Inazuma 11 was pretty good, but for what it was. But that, I only played one of the games. Yeah, I never found I played Inazuma 11 Go Light and Shadow, but I never played Inazuma 11 2. You need to actually put it in this configuration to advance. By the way, in Team Chaotix's story, every configuration of the skeleton has flames on it, and they do count as separate flames. That's an important thing to remember when playing as Team Chaotix. That is easy to forget. Also, these spiderwebs are really annoying. I prefer to just be fly formation and skip them because they suck. But yeah, as Team Chaotix, you have to remember that they count as separate flames for the purposes of their missions. Oh yeah, here you have to smash 2 walls. I do kind of like the music of Mystic Mansion. Oh right, there's a thing down here that I have to hit. I do like how the doors have a very, very distinctive opening sounds. Yeah, Blee, that's probably what you were missing. There's also another flame that's just the worst. I will talk about that. I think it's in, like, the next room. How do you grab those things? There we go. I don't think I actually pulled it out all the way. There we go. No, I don't think it's in this room. There's a room that has a ridiculously annoying, flame. And by annoying, I mean, like, you will never know that it's a flame unless you have a guide or are trying everything. Yeah, I think it's in this room. So, see that one ring over there? There's one ring that is in that little fountain at the end of this room. Oh, I have still heard good things about the 1997 DuckTales as well. If you approach this ring, see how it's a pumpkin here? In Team Chaotix's version of this level, that's a flame. And you can only tell if you approach it. It's an extreme pain. But it is true. Oh yeah, the blue flame at the end of the triangle jumps is like, that one is easier to get once you realize that that Espio's tornado will extinguish stuff below it, so you just jump and tornado as Espio and it will get the flame, but that one's nerve-wracking as well. But yeah, I could never find a copy of Inazuma 11 Chrono Stone, and nowadays on eBay, it goes for insane amounts of money. Like, it's like hundreds of dollars now. I don't know why, but I guess it was just like a really rare game. Yeah, there are so many of the blue flames in Team Chaotix's mission that are... I jumped too early, because I knew that was coming. I just, yeah. Missed it.
We should take care of them first.
It's funny, I was just thinking about how I could describe the, this level as part of the sounds of this music as ding-dong bells, and I'm just like, oh, just wait till we get to that part in the Blazing Blade playthrough. Once again, I like to just swap to Tails here and just jump over these, because just holding down, like, the accelerate button on those rails that will sort of send you all over the place. I think they're based on that Japanese, like, kind of, lottery called the Amida, but, I forget if Team Sonic actually goes to the giant spiderweb section. I know Team Chaotix does, and it's really annoying because there are flames in there. Team Dark definitely does as well. Yeah, here we go. This bit is cool. Okay, yeah, this is the end of the level. I do actually like this part of the level quite a lot, because, gotta be a little careful here, because the camera is the wrong way around, but yeah. It's like a test of, like... I had a feeling that would happen at least at some point. Yeah. That's the end of the level, too. That's why it's so frustrating. And these levels are so long that it is actually very punishing to have to replay them. Yeah, that was annoying. That was... Oh yeah, they actually are similar to Bugsy's gym in, in Azalea Town in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Vector, the client better be paying us well for this. Oh, right, I was earlier talking about something in What Was Stolen, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to talk about it, because it is literally a spoiler for the end of that fanfic, so I probably shouldn't do that. But there's actually one thing in that fic that I do think was very funny, but I want to kind of say it, but I'm like, it's literally the ending of that fic, so I shouldn't. Okay, yeah, then we Team Blast the other section. PSA, hold the jump button after your homing attack for more height. I wasn't spamming the homing attack, but okay, yeah, no, that would make sense. I think, yeah, maybe I just wasn't high enough. Also, I would go back and play earlier in Asuma 11 by Musa Victory Roads controls. Oh yeah, because everything is like stylus on the DS. But yeah, mashing the homing attack too fast. I think I was like too low when it didn't register and lock you onto the other pumpkin. The Team Dark version of that section is, as you would expect, more combat focused than the Team Sonic version. But it is cool that you got like a test of like, finally didn't lose Sonic there. You got like a test of like how you use each of the teams. Again, I don't know why they tell you about braking here, because you don't really need to brake in this segment at all. I don't think that pumpkin head even hurts you. Oh, I switched it exactly the wrong time. I was like, oh, let's give somebody else a level up. Nope. But yeah, the only one you need here is the far right switch there. That will open up that. Yeah, it's just, I don't want to spoil the literal ending of somebody's fanfic on the stream. But, like, there was something, oh yeah, that was it. I was, like, I guess, yeah, it's just part of why I'm not really into, like, AUs or things like that. Like, I was seeing somebody as well, like, reblogging a couple of, like, fanfics, and I'm just like, one of them, I'm just like, this is just a normal, trashy romance novel. This really doesn't feel like Sonic at all. So... yeah, it's just like, I'm a rare fanfic writer who just loves canon and just wants to keep things as in canon as possible. My mark of, like, writing fanfiction is, like, could I see this happening in canon? It's funny that I think, weirdly, the most non-canon compliant fic I've ever read is the one about Shadow starring in a movie where he swears. Because I just thought that was funny. I deleted that fanfic, actually, because I didn't like the way that I ended it, so... I might revisit it one day, but, like, yeah, it wasn't really even that popular. I feel like people probably mistook that for an anti-Shadow fic, so... I don't know. Like, because I fully admit that, like, I am not the biggest fan of Shadow as a character. I think he's fine, but, like, and I like him in Movie 3, but I do feel like he's a... why are there all these bat symbols on the floor? I only just noticed that. I just feel like, at least to me, he's not my favorite. Weirdly, that was less controversial, though, of a thing when I did that one video than, me putting Metal Sonic in, like, mid-tier. Like, people were really mad about me putting Metal Sonic in mid-tier. I'm like, he doesn't talk! I can't rank a character who doesn't speak that high. I like a few things with him. Metal Overlord is cool, but other than that, like, Metal Sonic is not really a character. He's more like an obstacle than a character. And, like, yeah, his boss fight in CD is great. I'll give him that. That's definitely one of my favorite boss fights in the series, but just, like, I'm sorry, I'm just, like, I'm not a huge Metal Sonic fan. I know that a lot of people are. I'm just, like... when in doubt, just spam the jump button and get hit by the second laser anyway, because dumb. Potential bot, yeah. I only recently learned about the Potential Man meme. Like, I am kind of excited to see how the fourth movie is going to handle him. Because I really hope that we do get Metal Overlord. Though I will talk about that, like, because we're going to be hopefully fighting Metal Overlord on this stream. I hope we get Metal Overlord for the climax. I really do. Because that's cool. But just, like... And, like, there are ways to... Like, honestly... My favorite, like, thing I've ever seen with Metal Sonic in, like, anything is... There's one of the stories in the 2020 IDW Annual. That one is basically... It's funny because, like, the cover of that story, is like, yay, happy birthday, anniversary, we're all having cake and laughing and having fun, and it's all so amazing. And every story in that annual is actually Metal Virus, and it's all about how... Yeah, slow here. There we go. It's all about how everybody else is, like, being traumatized by the Metal Virus, and, it's all, like, really... There's a Big the Cat story in it that is horrifying and tragic. It's about how, like, Big was, like, cameoing in, like, all the other issues, and then all through the Metal Virus story, he was chasing Froggy, and he somehow managed to avoid getting infected for, like, half of that arc, and then he finally finds Froggy, and Froggy was infected, and that's what gets Big. I'm just like, oh, that's just really sad. Cause, like, and he just, like, stays there watching, like, the river with Froggy as he, like, slowly it's really sad, honestly. Like, I actually feel really sad just talking about it. Like, it's just, Metal Virus is just the peak everything. I made a video on it for a reason. It's so good. But no, the actual, this segment's also potentially really annoying. I also want to say that on the PS2 version, the background texture is way worse, in this section. Like, the background texture's, like, flat rather than, like, a whole, you know, sea of energy. But anyway, so in that issue, there is a story in that issue that is about Metal Sonic. That's, like, basically Metal Sonic in Eggman's, like, lab. And there's almost no dialogue at all in this issue. And it's just Metal Sonic looking at infected Sonic on the screen. Like, on the, like monitors in Eggman's base. And he looks at a vat of, like, the Metal Virus, like, liquid. And he dips his finger in the liquid. And, like, looks at it. And because there's no dialogue, it's, like, left up to you. It's left up to you, the reader, to try and figure out what he was thinking there. But I like to think that his logic was, looking at Sonic with the Metal Virus, he was thinking, if this is turning Sonic into a robot, maybe it will turn me organic. Like, that's what I feel. Also, that's very clearly just a static PNG. I've only noticed that recently, but it's kind of funny. It looks cool, though. I love the Final Fortress theme. This is such a good song. Like, as far as, like, final level music goes, this is one of my favorite final level songs of all time. It's just... Hello. Well, you don't die from that, but at least you don't get the points for killing the big guy. But this and the atmosphere, Final Fortress is a, like... It's a little bit annoying of a stage, like, it's not, like, mechanically it's not my favorite, but, like, atmosphere-wise, this might be my favorite final level in the series. I mean, there is also Eggman Land, but, it's kind of between this and Eggman Land. I mean, Cannon's Core is kind of cool too, but, atmospherically, I think this is my favorite final level in the series. Like, with the music and, like, the fact that it's in the middle of a storm, this, like, giant battleship, it's just, yeah. And yeah, I do feel like that whole issue that I was talking about, yeah, is, like, Metal having a full-on existential crisis. It's very interesting to think about what's going through his head there. Yeah, the background of Mystic Mansion does look bad in the PS2 version. And there we go. Someone in the chat said, yeah, these are the ones that you can only hurt in the head, which is very annoying. Yeah. If you're lucky, you can get some fire dunk shots in like that. But you have to wait for the teammates to reload. Yeah. It looks like he's stuck, though, which is funny. But to mention of the fact that in one point in the IDW comics, Amy and Silver team up to telekinesis one of those guys' hammers out of its hand, while Amy, telekinetically assisted, uses the hammer to, yeah, smashes that thing with its own hammer. It's amazing. Yeah, this is where Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing got the tracks from. Yeah, there is a, well, that's a thing. At least it happened early in the level. But yeah, this is a very cool level. I also like how there's, like, a nice bit of, like, kind of callback where with, in Team Rose's version of this level, Amy's like, this reminds me when we were on the egg carrier. And then Cream's like, you've been in battle before, Miss Amy? What, you too, Mr. Big? Like, it's like, I like that acknowledgement of Adventure 1 there. Although it is funny how, that line is weird when it comes to, like, continuity, because the fact that Cream is surprised by, like, the fact that Cream would say that implies that Sonic Advance 2 hasn't happened yet. Because Cream would not be surprised by being in battle before, if the events of Advance 2 had happened by that point. But Advance 2 is also implied to be the first time Sonic meets Cream, because he comments on how polite she is when he first sees her, and, yeah, Sonic, the series didn't really care about continuity at that point, and I think they have actually established a timeline now, because I know that, like, Advance 2 was meant to be Cream's, like, main debut. Also, yeah, having a Team Blast for this is really good. It was meant to be, like, yeah, Cream's, like, debut, and then this game is... It's also funny because, and this is going to be relevant to another video essay that I want to make one day, the reason why Cream exists is actually because the developer of Sonic Advance 1 was like, in Advance 1, we had Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy playable. Amy was the one that girls would want to play as first, but she was the most complicated character to use in that game. So we needed a girl character who... I did it again, okay. So we needed a girl character who was not, like, really hard to play. What? Okay. Yeah, don't press any directions here, I guess. That's the takeaway. Don't press any directions here. There we go. I think that actually has happened to me before. But yeah, so they specifically wanted an easy mode character for girls, and that's why they made Cream. So that's why Cream exists, which is a thing. But she was originally made for Heroes, and then they added her to Advance 2 to give a better introduction. But like, I think her gameplay in Advance 2 was like the whole thing of like, yeah, let's have a girl character who's easier to use. And that's probably why they made Amy's gameplay easier to use as well. They did that by making her completely hilariously broken. Because that's also like the kind of the video essay that I want to like... Yeah, this really is the don't touch the stick level at times. Because yeah, the why did that gave me a shield one time, but it gave me a Team Blast here. Boost pad, there we go. Crossworlds has a commentator, kind of, but they just announce the name of the track that you're going to in Crossworlds, and they say Frenzy when there's a Frenzy. It's also funny because in Japanese, Frenzy is called Fever, and I've only recently heard Crossworlds in Japanese, in the Japanese dub, and the announcer, when he announces that, is so intimidating sounding. It's like, instead of like, Frenzy, which makes it sound like more like excited and more like fun, in Japanese, he's like, Fever time, in like a really intimidating voice. You know what? I'm just gonna use Tails for this, because, yeah. It gives you a Team Blast if you don't have it, and a shield if you do. Okay, yeah, that's good to know. Oh yeah, there's a thing here. Sometimes you can slightly undershoot that, but if you're doing like the Team Dark version of this level for the second mission. You kind of have to get that because 12 minutes to kill 100 enemies, which I believe there's just barely not enough enemies the first time you go through. You actually have to do a second lap, but just barely. On the second lap, you will make it. Also, I believe there's going to be an E2000 here, or a Gundam, as I like to call them. But yeah, sometimes I like to just have Tails stun and then just spam homing attacks. And yeah, here, you might think there's a way to get rid of those lasers, but you just fly over it. And I believe you are automatically put in speed formation when you go into this, yeah. Oh, here's a legendary line here. Apparently, Tails saying, "Wonder why it's self-destructed," there is a mistranslation. He was meant to say something like, why would, I wonder why Eggman was dumb enough to put a self-destruct switch there. Like, that was actually what he was meant to say. Yeah, okay, I overshot that one. Okay, yeah, stun, and then spam. I'm gonna be a little careful here because... Oh, no. Okay, good. Could you please drop your shield so I can start? Okay, there we go. Yeah, sometimes you can just kill them with flight, yeah. If you have level 3 flight, I think that can just, like, damage them. Or I think power can do it too, I want to say. Oh, yeah, I feel bad for missing that speed path now. Again, pretty sure that, like, they're... Okay. Oh, yeah, this is going to actually drop you in the abyss if you aren't quick enough. And that's not the... No, it's a regular egg pawn. I think on, like, Team Dark, that is an E2000 as well. Or, again, I sometimes like to call them Gundams, because they are Gundams. Behold my masterpiece, the Egg Gundam! And here I think there's a... No, not yet. There is a... Yeah, there's a big guy coming up. Where is it? No, it's an E2000. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just Team Blast here. There's a bit later on where the game actually tells you to use Team Blast because it's like 3 hammer guys. But it's funny if you don't have a Team Blast at that point. And by funny, I mean a massive pain. Speaking of massive pain, the Team Dark version of this segment is like, you need to go like, up and hit this, and press 3 switches that are all on, like, floating platforms that are also guarded by enemies, and... I probably should have Team Blasted here, but these guys aren't really that bad. I say that, and then,
I'll destroy everything that comes my way.
could I take that level 3? There we go. Alright, you're... Apparently you didn't fall over there. Oh no. Okay, good. It's funny that I say, oh no, when playing as Knuckles. Fun fact, Espio can cling to a wall infinitely with Yeah, I remember that he could do that. Yeah, it makes sense because Espio's a lizard and also a ninja, so it makes sense he'd be able to cling to a wall infinitely. The E2000 being more advanced than the E10000s. What are the E10000s? Oh, I think... Are they the Sonic Unleashed robots? They might be the Sonic Unleashed robots. I'm not a big fan of those designs. I do prefer the egg pawn designs of this game. Oh yeah, here we go. This is where I like to T-Blast as well. I should probably save this, though. There we go, yeah. Level 3 speed character is kind of, Alright, there's a... I think there's a Thundershoot target that you need to hit. Oh, no, there's a... It's one of these, really? I forgot that was how that worked in this... I guess it's different to the other versions of the level, because I've played the other versions more at this point. I'm very familiar with the Team Dark version of this level, obviously. I think there's, like, a thing that gives you Team Blast, but I don't know about that. Oh, riders! Oh, the E10000s are riders. Okay, right. Sometimes I like to just make a volcano on these guys' heads. Both of your cats came up to you and you just stared intensely, Phantasm Iris in the chat. I've had my cats do that too, and I threw in completely the wrong direction. Well, I mean, I threw, just not with that meaning of the term. Yeah, I was gonna talk about voice actors, but maybe I'll do that in a different... again, you're kind of... This is like the bit where they try and tempt you into using Team Blast, but actually, no. Okay, I have level 3 flight, though, which is good in case any more although that might have actually been the last Gundam. Have you ever done the Thundershoot teammate glitch? I don't know what that is, so I assume that I haven't. Yeah, so this is the point where the game... Yeah, this hint will outright just tell you use Team Blast here, which makes you feel really bad if you don't have Team Blast active. It's just like... Use Team Blast! What Team Blast? Oh. That was one heck of a battle that, you know, I just used Team Blast for. Okay, this part is cool, though. I believe this is the finale, so, like, we'll have, like, the multicolored lasers. Which, so...
It's the yellow laser.
There's like a... There's a bit of unused dialogue that implies there was going to be more game mechanics to these lasers. Like, again, I need to look, because, like, Sonic Heroes does have a surprisingly large amount of, like, unused dialogue. Also, this is where playing on PS2 sucks a lot, because the rail switching here being jank is not what you want. And, of course, the giant laser cannon in the shape of Eggman's face. Yeah, Eggman does have the ego to make creators in his image, and there we go. So yeah, hopefully that, because pretty much if you don't die, you usually get an A rank on this level, because they expect you to take a very long time. Oh wow, yeah, 20k points on both flight and speed. Barely any time bonus, though. 69k, yeah, that's... Yeah, there we go. So, that took me a while. That took me longer than I thought to get all of Sonic's A ranks, so, right, that's gonna be... However, again, I did play those first, so I was missing the most A ranks with Team Sonic. So now I have everything A as Team Sonic, and now it's Team Dark time. Oh, Ocean Palace, okay. Guess we actually get to see this one. In flight formation, Thundershoot and swap to power formation at the same time. Okay. Okay. 69-420 would be funny. Okay. Flee from the ancient ruins. But I thought that Shadow didn't run. Cowards run. I win. Yeah, everyone hated that. That's the one part of Metal Virus that nobody likes. It will fire Thundershoot every frame and massively increase your Team Blast gauge. Okay, that sounds interesting. Stand clear and I'll open it with guns. My answer to everything is gun. Because I call dibs. Yeah, Omega in that animation was great. Oh, I hope he says worthless consumer models at some point. That is just such a good line. It's kind of hard to, like, screw up Omega's voice because he's a robot, but, like, I like Omega's Hero's voice quite a bit. It is charming to me. In Sonic 06, he was kind of, like, just flat, even though he was voiced by Matty Blaustein, who's a very great VA. So, here's something that's important to know. In Final Fortress, freezing time means that fans stop working and doors don't open. So Team Dark's Team Blast actually works against you in that stage a lot. You kind of don't want to use it in a lot of areas because you just have to stand there waiting for the... I mean, at the very least, you don't waste any time because your timer also gets frozen. But, like, if you thought that you could save time by freezing the timer, you need to be very selective about when you do it in Final Fortress because you can't have poles extend, fans stop working. I do like the shadows naturally. Also, shadow dabbing! I've been waiting for that. This was a long time before dabbing was an actual thing that, like, people did, but I still... And I was never really, like, it was before my generation. I think my half-siblings did talk about dabbing a lot, actually. There was one time when, like, they were talking, they were like, oh, I was on a bus, when the bus was passing by some people, I dabbed at them. So that was very much their thing, but, like, yeah. I don't know what it is, like, why shadow dabbing is in this game when this was before dabbing was a thing. But yeah, I love Worthless Consumer Model, such a good line. There it is! Worthless Consumer Models! Okay, so it's Omega's 800-point line. Yeah, I also keep forgetting that line from Omega is Annihilation, because I just keep hearing it's Annihilate Charge, Annihilate Charge, Annihilate Charge, Fire! You don't like Shadow's concept design, and I'm glad they didn't go with it. I guess. I mean, yeah, that was Terios, right, yeah. It did look a lot more like it could actually be mistaken for Sonic, though. Wait, maybe? No, maybe it didn't, because I think I remember the Terios design looking nothing like Sonic as well. I think it looked even less like Sonic than his current design, so yeah. Anyway, I probably want to stream, Adventure 2 one day, but I also want to stream, like, again, if I do stream Shadow the Hedgehog, I'll stream it, so now that I can actually talk about this tangent, because I'm playing Team Dark, if I do stream, also Omega likes Eradicate, confirmed. Eradicate! Yeah. If I do stream the Shadow game, I am going to be playing it on Expert Mode, because Expert Mode, I feel, is, like, the way to play that game, because you get all of the normal gameplay, you just don't get any of the annoying missions, like Lost Impact. You just play the levels as levels, and just get to the end, and that's all. And you don't get the stupid robot ending for it. I've heard a lot of people say, like, the robot endings in that game are so bad, like, intentionally made terrible so that you actually play the missions, and it's just like, hey, Shadow, kill 50 aliens in this level. You have to get all of that. Like, there's a reason why, aha! See, we're seeing it now. Team Blast was active. The fan was frozen. So, yeah, Team Blast can kind of screw you over sometimes. You have to wait for the stage gimmicks to start working again. I like how both Rouge and Shadow say, I'll take it from here. I guess that does show that, you know, they are kind of friends who are in sync, even though Shadow has amnesia at this point. I hope we get to see Egg Fleet later as Team Dark, because there's a great line from Shadow in Egg Fleet that I just think is just so funny. Just watch this. Oh, okay, yeah. So Team Rose doesn't, oh my god, it's another moment of cream sass. So Team Rose never actually gets to the rolling segment of this level, like this segment. But they do have unused dialogue for referring to, like, the rolling rocks, and then and it has Cream go, like, big as, like, 1, 2, and then Cream is like, it says something like, 3 is what comes after 2, Mr. Big. Why is Cream so sassy in this game? Then, to be fair, Cream is, like, actually confirmed to go to school, according to the Chaotix case files. Also, Omega got so many points, as it should be. Oh! That was only a B! Okay, then. Wow, you need a lot of money. I assume that it's, like, 90,000. Yeah, because, like, the Team Dark score requirements are set pretty high, because, like, you're meant to destroy a lot of robots. Okay, so let's try that again. It's also interesting how, like, Rouge is technically the leader of Team Dark for this. Because, like, that way, yeah, so 2 of the teams are led by the speed character. Like, Amy is the leader of Team Rose, Sonic's the leader of Team Sonic, and then Team Chaotix has the power character as the leader, and then Team Dark has the fly character as the leader. Oh, you can press the Team Blast button while the gauge is emptying to instantly end it. That would have... I wish I knew that when I was doing Final Fortress as Team Dark. Wow, that would have been nice to know. Yeah, 90k would make sense. Tales of the House, he does not need to go to school. But yeah, like, it's kind of awkward of, like, how characters go to school in this universe, but, like, I assume that Tails is, like, self-schooled, and Cream is maybe homeschooled. Cream is the only one that I can actually see attending formal school. Maybe that and Charmy, but, like, dread to... Charmy's probably still in preschool, even though he's canonically, like, the same age as Cream. Kind of. Because, I mean, ages aren't canon anymore. It is funny because, like, a lot of people used to think that Cream was, like, significantly younger than Tails. It was very common to headcanon Cream as being, like 6 and Tails as being, like, 12. And that's kind of partly why a lot of people don't ship them. I mean, the reason I don't ship Tails and Cream is because they just don't interact at all. They just don't really have any dialogue. That, and it feels like a case of, like, you just have to ship everyone who are of the same age and opposite genders. I'm not really a big fan of it. The only person I ship Tails with is Cosmo, because Cosmo is amazing, and yeah. They probably could never actually put Cosmo in a game again, because apparently Ian Flynn pitched adapting the Metarex arc into the IDW comics, and apparently Sega said it's not possible, and that would have to change at a level of management that they can't even conceive of. So yeah, I do feel like Sega, like, the reason why they, like, I have a theory as to why they can't put Cosmo in anything, and it's because, like, they have the whole no romance mandate, and unlike Amy, who you can definitely tell stories with Amy without, you know, mentioning the whole Sonic crush. But Cosmo's entire arc in Sonic X is pretty much entirely based around falling in love with Tails. Like there is no way that you could even like Cosmo would not be the same character if she did not have her romance with Tails. So you really could just actually, you know, do that. Also, hi Chrissy Blues, I haven't seen you here, I don't think, that you've probably been here. Yeah, I used to think Tails was when I was a kid because I thought that was the age you get a pilot's license. That's cool. I have, like, a cousin who actually is getting a pilot license, which is cool. I've been on, like, small planes before, and they're actually really fun. My mum thought they'd be scary, but she had a lot more fun than she thought. It was only for, like, 8 minutes across, like, a river, but I'm like, this must be how it feels like riding in Tails' plane, because, yeah, they're pretty fun, honestly, small planes. You know, make sure you go on a safe one, though. There have sadly been a lot of fatalities on small planes. You've been around, yeah. I haven't really, this game it's surprisingly been hard for me to actually read the chat, because, you know, I gotta kind of concentrate.
Hey, Shadow, can you blow off the shield of that robot?
That's a funny way to say it. Can you blow off the shield of that robot? Oh no, oh no. Well, that's very trippy looking water. If I was Rouge there, I would have been able to save myself, but Omega, not great. How do you know it's an ancient civilization, Shadow? You have amnesia, but you can remember that. You know, I thought of a wholesome explanation. Maybe he read about it in a book with Maria when he was younger, and he still remembers that vaguely. Mind you, I had a 12-year-old who knew how to fly a plane growing up, and I mistook that as him actually being able to fly. But yeah, I mean, you know, Cream and Charmy could drive cars in the Sonic universe. Amy could drive a car in the classic series, so where everyone's supposed to be like kids. So like, yeah, it doesn't. Legal driving ages are weird when it comes to this series. Don't question it too much. Yeah, this game does have a lot of instant death pits. I think in, like, Sonic Advance 2, there's, like, only, like, a couple of levels that even have death pits. It's looking at looking at full maps of Sonic Advance levels without, like the full maps, like, as in just seeing the entire map for the level just all as one giant image. It's kind of a trip, just seeing what these levels look like as one solid object. Because you don't really, like, see them that way while you're playing. Oh yeah, you can press the button to immediately end it. That's interesting. Another fun fact about this game's mechanics, the power core dropped by enemies will never be for the character you're currently playing as. If you've got a level 3 character, defeat enemies as them. I like how in the IDW comics, they actually use the power cores as, like, an actual thing that, like, Dr. Starline uses. to let him, like, compete on the level of the other characters. Because he's, like, more of a scientist than a fighter, but, like, he uses the power cores to give him the abilities of speed, power, and flight. Which is a cool idea. He has a glove. He has, like, a Thanos glove that has power cores in it. Yeah, see, that time, Omega actually went through... Apparently that ring is a worthless consumer model ring as well. The worthless consumer model ring. Great! Unfortunately, not nearly as glorious as Shadow Dabbing. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, if I ever did a tier list of all of the Crossworld boss, rival lines, when I say boss lines, like rival lines, Omega, like, the S tier would probably be entirely Omega. Because Omega's rival lines are just absolute glorious perfection. All of them. But the Vector one especially. Unable to get a clue or a date. It's just like, wow. Seriously. It's funny though, because I do still think that if Sega was ever going to make a ship canon, it would probably be Vector and Vanilla. Because, like, they're both adults. They're not major characters. So, like, it wouldn't, like, derail the plot with romance if they were, like, dating. And it would mean that Vector becomes Cream's stepdad, and that would be an interesting dynamic. So, like, yeah, I do feel like if they ever were going to make anything canon, it would probably be Vector and Vanilla. My favorite Omega line during team battles is if Shadow and Rouge get KO'd, he says, "Guess that's a load off my back." That's kind of, unfortunate, but still cool. Also, I am exploding as many enemies as possible because I failed the point requirement. Yeah, for Team Dark, they really want you to just kill things. Especially because their second missions are like kill well, not everything, but like kill 200 or 100 enemies. Primary objective, win race. Secondary objective, go fishing with a vengeance. Yeah, Big also would have mostly S tier lines as well for that. Vectilla, the rare het gem, I'm down for being canon. Yeah, agreed. I feel like, I mean, well, okay, I would say most people like Vector and Vanilla. There are a lot of people who ship Vector with themselves. I've noticed that Vector is very popular with gay men, and I honestly, I can see it. Even though I don't swing that way myself, I am not surprised that people do go for that. It helps that he's one of the only, like, actually adult Sonic characters, so, like, you know, it doesn't feel weird to do that with him. But, anyway, yeah, I do feel like, because, like, there's really nobody else to ship Vector and Vanilla with. There are some people who ship Vector and Espio, but I see Vector more as his, like, surrogate dad, so that would be weird. And, like, there's nobody ships nobody ships Vanilla with anybody other than Vector, so, yeah. So, yeah, because that's the other reason I feel like it's likely to potentially be canon, because, to end up being canon, because, like, it's not going to piss off many people, because there really aren't a lot of competing ships in the fandom for them. As a gay, I can confirm Vector's got that hot loser energy, yeah. Oh, right, I did say the unused Team Rose line for these things. It's kind of cool. I know there are some levels where you can actually glitch Team Rose into the other character segments. And are there any enemies here? Huh. I'm gonna have to rely on the time bonus, I guess. Yeah, there are some people who think that Night and Dawn are actually Vector and Vector's dads. Okay, that's probably an A. There we go.
I am Omega, the ultimate E-Series robot.
Yeah, that's a good line. Espio and Vector also have good reg lines. Cause yeah, so Night and Dawn, there's an anniversary, like Sonic anniversary, I'm on the wrong team here. there's an anniversary picture. Oh, actually, I get to fight a boss finally. I don't think Vanilla actually really had a confirmed age previously, but I like to think that she's, like, late 20s, early. I do like to think that she was a young mother, but, like, I don't want to speculate on why that happened. We don't really know. Like, I think actually, oh, this was how I found that information about why Cream was sort of, why her gameplay was the way that it was. I think her designer actually does say that Cream canonically is, her father is dead, apparently. It's not really been acknowledged, but yeah, also this fight is silly. You just spam attack with, like, power. So yeah, Annihilate charge time. Annihilate charge, Annihilate charge. What's up? Just, play a Sonic game with Sonic Unleashed. Also, thank you for that $4 super chat, Under Cruiser. But yeah, I've played Sonic Unleashed on the channel. Also, yeah, that's certainly a boss fight.
Mission completed.
Sometimes you can do it with the speed character, but, like, yeah.
Cruiser battleship destroyed.
Yeah, Omega just says, insert name here destroyed for all of his boss quotes. For I love Big's line for that one. That was a big birdie. Yeah. Yeah, Omega, yeah, that's the classic Omega thing. Annihilate charge, Annihilate charge, Annihilate charge, Annihilate charge, Annihilate charge.
You guys?
Affirmative.
I know, but Eggman's line there, this isn't the end, always used to stick with me. But then again, Eggman is great. I fully agree with... So I was actually going to talk about this on a stream one day, and then Chugga said it in his Mario and Luigi Let's Play, that, like, Eggman is the one character who has never had a bad voice actor. Like, every single... And I don't just mean the games. Like, not only are both Dean Bristow and Mike Pollock great, but also... Like, Long John Baldry in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog is like a fountain of memes for a reason. He got Jim Cummings in Sat AM. Apparently he's even good in Underground, which, like, Sonic Underground is not a very... You know what, I'm restarting. I want to hit that thing.
Is this the energy plant?
Loser battleship destroyed. I mean, he may as well have been saying that, but he said cruiser battleship. But, like, yeah, like, I haven't heard great things about Sonic Underground, but apparently Robotnik in Underground is still actually pretty good. I don't know who voices him there, but apparently he's quite good. And then in the movies, you've got, you know, Jim Carrey, which, you know, I know that Jim Carrey's Eggman is a bit controversial, and I do agree that sometimes, you know, some people might just say that, oh, no, he's just literally just... I want to get those. He's literally just Jim Carrey being silly and rather than Game Eggman. I do like him, though. I do think he goes a bit too far sometimes, but I do like how he basically goes through an arc in movie 1 of, like, basically, like, he starts as just Dr. Robotnik and he becomes Eggman gradually. Like, it's telling that Sonic doesn't actually call him Eggman until the end of that movie. But, like, that's when he gets the red flight suit, and then...
No problem.
Yes, the things I do for shadow dabbing. Gary Chalk voiced him in Sonic Underground. Okay, right. But it's like, yeah, like he's just that character who's just always, like, voice acting gold. I don't think he has ever had a bad voice actor. Which is kind of saying something, given how iffy the series' history is with voice acting. Okay, I really should be light dashing as well, because, you know, points. I will admit, it bugs me that Amy can't light dash in this game. Like, that kind of throws me off. Because I think in other games she can, but in this one she definitely can't. Light dashing is only a Sonic and Shadow thing. It was only, like, in later games that, like, every speed character could light dash. And, like, only Sonic and Shadow could spin dash as well in this era. There was, like, they kind of wanted to make it so that, like, only Sonic and Shadow could do certain things, but then eventually they just gave everybody the spin dash. Or rather, for a while they wanted Amy to not be able to spin dash, because it was really just her who didn't have it, but, like, nah, she deserves to be able to spin dash. Yeah, oh yeah, that was something that I was kind of talking about in kind of an earlier tangent thing. That, like, Could you actually die, please? Because I don't want to have to step over that pit to kill you. There we go. Now, I believe there are more enemies behind these doors. No, I'm just speaking of voice acting. Not even Travis Willingham could make Rise of Lyric Knuckles sound good. The only good thing about more enemies is that I get to destroy more enemies. That's not a... I'm sorry, that wasn't funny. Which is weird, because Sonic Boom the cartoon is really good. Like, as is genuinely very funny. But Rise of Lyric the game, no. Rise of Lyric the game has, like, one good joke, and that's about it. The bit where, like Knuckles is, like, he stops, like, Sonic from, like, giving this whole rundown of a plan, and is like, no, I can do this better, and then he suggests the exact same plan. That's, like, the only good joke in Rise of Lyric. But, yeah, Rise of Lyric, yeah, that scene is a whole thing. But anyway... Oh yeah, Shadow is at the point where he has wind on his, homing attack. Yeah, so Chrissy Blues, that's the thing that I don't like, and that's part of why so one of the video essays, and I had this kind of dilemma because, like, I have at least 2 other Amy video essays, and then I have a fourth one that I'm going to need to do a lot more research for. Yeah, here we go. We can cancel the Team Blast early and open that door. That I need to do research for because it involves me looking up more Japanese. Like, that video is going to... Rouge, did you pick up that ring and ruin Shadow's Light Dash? No, you didn't. Okay, good. I was able to salvage that. But yeah, one of them is like, is Amy really better in Japanese? Because that's a common thing that people say, and I feel like a lot of people who do make that argument don't actually understand Japanese or have seen any of, like, how Amy is in Japanese. And I've gone through a few of the games in Japanese. My conclusion so far is Heroes, yes, she is way better in Japanese in Heroes. Battle, she is just as bad in Japanese. And Free Riders, she's just as bad in Japanese. And then in Frontiers, it's awkward because Frontiers was written in English first, and the Japanese is the localization there. So that's something that you need to keep in mind for that. That it's like, if you prefer Japanese Amy and Frontiers, that's technically not the original script. So that is kind of the thing, because, I do feel like a lot of people who... Again, Rouge, you are stealing Shadow's Light Dash rings. Yeah, I love that Cream can carry Big the Cat. I mean, granted, Cream is the most powerful force in the universe, besides Big the Cat himself. I like to joke that Team Rose is full of, like, all of the characters who are the highest on the power levels, because, in my opinion, Amy is one of the strongest characters in the series, because of just wait a minute, and because of all the other ways she's broken. And then Cream is Destroyer of Worlds, and then Big is also Destroyer of Worlds. So Team Rose is the most powerful team to exist. But yeah, Cream carries Big because she is the one person who is worthy of his power. Klepto Rouge strikes again. Yeah, I guess it is in character for her to be like, ooh, rings. And then Shadow's like, wait, no, I need those rings to use the Light Dash. Damn it. I do love natural. I do like that. I almost said Ian Hanlon is Sonic Prime Shadow. It's something Humphreys, someone Humphreys who voices Shadow here. I barely missed that, and that's annoying because I might actually need that. The Team Dark levels aren't easy to A rank. I believe what I'm currently playing also is a Team Dark exclusive segment of this level because I don't remember anybody else going here. Oh, yeah, no, Sonic X is the other thing. That's the other reason why my whole is Amy really better in Japanese video is gonna take, yeah, it's David Humphrey, okay, is gonna take a really long time, is because I'm probably gonna have to watch all of Sonic X in Japanese to do a absolute play-by-play of, like, because I am willing to say that for the most part, Japanese X Amy is better. But there are some moments where she's pretty good in the dub, too, I think. But it's just like Planet of Misfortune is I hate that episode so much. It's just like they were doing so well. They had episode 52 was amazing for Amy, and then Planet of Misfortune comes, and it's like, oh hey, Amy wants to literally brainwash Sonic with a love spell, and is really angry when Tails and Cosmo have a moment because it should. Yeah, that was why.
Perfect as always.
But anyway, so yeah, that's gonna be like a while. But like one of the videos that I do, one of the video essays that I want to do is like about how I just really, okay, so it's a video that's basically a clapback at the argument of like, Amy is a civilian who shouldn't be as strong as the boys, and it's out of character to make her strong. Like, I actually watched one of those videos recently. It was from a fairly high-profile channel, and I was like, I want to try and understand the argument, so I was trying to sit through the video. Oh, there's a light dash thing there, yeah. There are a lot of, like, really cool skips in the Team Dark levels. Oh. Yeah, that... it's hard to hit those loops there. But like, yeah, so... the first, like, 6 minutes of that video, I felt, like, physically ill listening to it. Like, I actually felt physically sick. Because it's just like, here's the thing that I just sort of feel, like, what is the appeal? Like, seriously, what is the appeal? Because this video was basically saying, like, oh yeah, in Adventure 1, yeah, sure, Amy proves herself and fights Zero and is, you know, all cool and is about getting confident and standing up for herself. But when you really think about it, Amy's whole story in Adventure 1 is about how she spent literal days killing one robot, while Sonic spent the rest of the time beating Eggman's entire army. Like, seriously, screw you. I'm sorry, but like, I just, what genuinely is the appeal of wanting Amy to be vastly inferior to the boys besides just sexism? Because like, okay, on one hand, yeah, her being as strong as Knuckles, I don't think that is true. And I am glad that the Generations remaster changed it so she doesn't punch him into a tree. But I do think that she, like, I like to think of her as physically stronger than Sonic, but not as fast. Like, I like to think of her as the second strongest and the second fastest on Team Sonic. So, like, so it's like, yeah, like second strongest and second fastest. Like, that's how I see her. Like, the one who has the mix of both. And part of the reason why I feel this, honestly, is that I was introduced to Amy through Adventure 2, and she is hilariously broken in the multiplayer mode. So that always just gave me the impression that she's just, like, genuinely very powerful, but she just holds back because she's nice. That's how I always saw her, especially in Heroes, when she's on, like, the strongest team as well. Because, like, a lot of people are like, oh, Team Rose is the weakest team in Heroes. Have you even played Heroes? Team Rose is disgustingly overpowered. They are easy mode for a reason. They get shorter stages, sure, but, like, they are the most overpowered team in that game. It's like, anyway. But it's just like, I do just kind of feel like, because nobody makes that argument for any of the boys. Nobody says Tails is a civilian who shouldn't be fighting. Nobody says that. And when you think about it as well, like, stupid homing attack fail thing. When you think about it as well, so if you're arguing about which Sonic characters are civilians, quote unquote, the only character who is not a civilian, technically speaking, is Rouge, because she works for the government sometimes. Like, when you think about it, everybody's a civilian. It's, I don't know. But it's just like, I honestly am like, what is the appeal of that, really? And the other issue that I have is there's a few people who do that, who make that argument. Oh, right, I should probably concentrate here, because this is the bit where you can actually skip parts of this if you're playing Team Dark. Yeah, if you chain these boost rings, you actually can skip the waiting for the elevator, which is really cool. I do like that. I kind of wish the other teams had that, though. But it is, like, I guess it is showing that it's like, oh yeah, Team Dark is like expert mode. So not only do they have harder levels, but you have more opportunity for like expert tricks. I saw somebody saying Tails should be a civilian, but they were incredibly ableist over his anxiety. Yeah. Because, like, that's the other thing as well. I don't like to make the argument that, like, if you don't like a female character, then you're a misogynist. Because, that argument shows up a lot for Lanolin in the IDW comics, and I'm like, Lanolin is intentionally not meant to be a likable character most of the time. She is meant to be a very deeply flawed character who develops. So, saying that if you don't like Lanolin... This looks dangerous, falls off there immediately. So saying that if you don't like Lanolin, you must, like, not like women is, like, kind of... It's sort of iffy, because I do feel like if you don't like Lanolin, then the writing is doing its job. Because, again, I do feel like Lanolin is, yeah, that's how you're supposed to do the beginning of this level, by the way. Speaking of Team Dark having, which is it? But, like, Lanolin is supposed to be a very flawed character. Again, like, if you don't like Lanolin, the writing is doing its job. It's just, the problem that Lanolin had was that, the comic had such a slow release schedule. Like, she works way better if you read the Misadventures arc and then immediately read the Phantom Riders arc right afterwards. Because that way, the gap between her being a jerk and her learning her lesson is not that long. But it was, like, actual years in real life between those arcs. So, we got to see her kicking Silver off the team, even though he was actually correct about who to suspect. He was right about who the traitor was. And the thing is, like, from, like, an in-universe standpoint, it makes sense, because, like, Lanolin doesn't know Silver. She only just started working with him. Lanolin doesn't know, like, how trustworthy Silver will be, and also... The first time Silver suspected somebody of being a traitor, he was horribly wrong. And almost doomed the world over it, as well. So people kind of forget that aspect. But, like, Lanolin did not know Mimic or his methods. So, like, there's a lot of factors at play there. But, basically, yeah, she kicks Silver off the team. That is meant to be a painful moment, as well. Like, yeah... But because it was, again, literal years between that happening and between Lanolin actually realizing, oh, I was horribly wrong, I almost doomed everybody, that was, okay, please don't let me die here. I think you can just exit out of this by pressing that. There we go. Okay, good. T+. Yeah, it is true that there are some misogynistic tendencies highlighted in Lanolin discourse, but it's just like it's like sort of like it's like, again, like there are people who are clearly misogynist over it, but like at the same time, she's also intentionally meant to be a very flawed character. But anyway, so what I was sort of saying was like I don't want to like say everybody who doesn't like Lanolin, what I mean is, I don't like the, if you don't like a character, then you must be, like, if you don't like a female character, you must be misogynist argument. But I will say that, a lot of those arguments about, like, Amy should be a civilian who is way weaker than Sonic, especially if you do that and also ship her with Sonic at the same time. I once asked a question on the Bee and the Berry podcast about, like, because I was generally curious about this. I asked them, because they're all, like, very big, very major Son Amy shippers, and I asked them, is there any way that you don't like seeing Son Amy well, that's annoying. Actually, you know what, this could work out in my favor, because now I can kill these and get points. I was saying, is there any way you don't like Son Amy portrayed? And, like, the way that they said it, and it was actually very interesting, because it sort of taught me a lot about the kind of the female perspective on the Son Amy dynamic, because, like, I never really realized that, like, a lot of people, and this is going off on a different tangent, a lot of people in the 2000s, when they were talking about how, like, quote-unquote problematic the Sonic-Amy dynamic was in the 2000s, most of it was like, oh, Amy's the bad one, she's, like, a stalker, and blah, 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 blah. But, like, one thing that I never really got, like, realized as well, until I heard them say this, like, you know, two women talking about this, is that it's like, it actually doesn't make Sonic look good either in a lot of the interactions, because like, a lot of they were saying something like, look, if a guy you like is annoyed to be in your presence, you really shouldn't be giving him the time of day. And I like that, but, like, that was an interesting perspective. So, like, that's why they were, like, they had issues with the portrayal in the 2000s, and why, like, why they only really ship it, like, in the 2020s, basically. But, like, yeah, so that was very interesting. I can maybe even potentially link in the comments after this stream finishes, like, that particular podcast, because, I did like their answer to it a lot. But I have, like, my own personal... I have my own personal pet peeve on Son Amy, and that is... I have a few of them, actually, but one of the main ones is the people who, again, have that whole argument of Amy is inferior to Sonic in both maturity and strength, and physical strength, and still ship them. Because if you're doing that, to me, that is indicative that you have some very iffy opinions on how men and women should be in relationships. And I have seen quite a few videos that are like that do try and make that argument. Yeah, the way they let her get kidnapped on the Ark was dumb, I will admit. It does lead to, like, my favorite scene in the game, though. The fake Emerald scene is, like, absolute peak, but... yeah, I do feel like that scene was a little bit stupid. But, like, anyway. Good. I actually didn't mean to activate that tornado. Alright, okay, this is the one where you can skip it with light dashes, so hopefully... yeah, there you go. So you go light dash, light dash, light dash... light dash, and there we go. Yeah, that's really satisfying to pull off. But you do skip a lot of enemies, which is potentially skipping a lot of points. I love level 3 flight, though. Like, you just tear through things with Thunder Shoot at level 3. Not just flying enemies, either. It's really fun in, like, Robot Storm. But anyway, yeah. Like, that is my biggest, like, Son Amy pet peeve, is that it's, like, just... it bothers me a lot when people do that. And it's just like, I just feel like... and, like, it's not even a secret that the people who are doing that are actual misogynists. Like, I've seen some of those channels. I've seen the kind of videos they put out. So I know exactly what kind of people those people are. So, yeah. Okay, I hate it when that happens. You can kind of salvage this with flight. Sort of. There are a few ways that you can do this segment at least, which is like that is one cool thing about the team formations of this game. Like, there are multiple solutions to each, like, area. But yeah, I do like it. Like, I do like to ship characters who are equals. And that's kind of why, like, back in the day I did consider them equals because of how powerful she was in SA2 multiplayer, but now it's a little more obvious. Yeah, one thing, like what some Asian I pop in and we're talking about grifters. Yeah, pretty much. Something a lot of people don't give any credit for is definitely not a damsel in the 2000s usually. Yeah, because that's also the thing, because I think something that a lot of people forget is that, like, despite the fact that her writing could be iffy at times...
Perfect as always.
Haven't got Rouge's A-rank comment yet. It's kind of a variant of her other one, but like, people kind of forget that Amy was one of the first female characters in a platformer to actually be playable. And to not be, like, a damsel all the time. Because, like, this was at the time when, like, Peach was, like, maybe she was playable in Super Mario RPG, but that's basically it in, like, Mario. She was one of, like, the first major, like, female characters and, like, love interests of, like, the main male character to not actually be always damsels and to also be playable. I like how it's, like, try the high-speed slides as the objective here. Yeah, they put enemies on the pinball table in Team Dark's version of this stage. It doesn't really make it any harder, though. I'm not really sure why they do it. I guess it's for the kill a bunch of enemies mission. But anyway, yeah, I was, yeah, I got off on a big, thing about, you know, the whole aim assault. So, but here's the thing, though. So, I totally got seen on purpose so that I could get more points. Or try to get more points. There we go. I'm doing a very roundabout way of saying that, one of the videos that I want to make about how it's kind of like a clapback against the whole, like, Amy is a civilian and that she's weak and blah, blah thing. But what I'm doing is, with that idea, is that, and that's something I've kind of wanted to do with this channel as well. Like, I want to make Fast Clinky, especially the video essays on this channel, I want to have, like, wholesome vibes, basically. Like, yeah, just, like, wholesome vibes only. And for that, because I want to sort of be the change that I want to see on YouTube. And I know that the algorithm tends to prioritize more negative thumbnails and that kind of content, like clickbait, because the human mind is, oh yeah, Bubble said that's quite good. Always ask why when someone says they dislike a character, then you can judge their response. That's a good way to put it. It's like, yeah. Just, a lot of people do quickly jump to, oh, you dislike this character, why do you do that? Because, like, for example, I'm not against people not liking Amy. I'm not like, because, of course, there are a lot of... And I get why a lot of Amy fans are very, very defensive, because, like, Amy gets a lot of hate, and, yeah. But, like, I don't mind it when people do. But anyway, what I was saying was, like, so, my whole thing is, like, yes, I know that, like, the human mind is psychologically more attracted to negative things than positive things, and that's why the news works the way that it does too, because negative articles tends to get clicked on more than positive articles. Oh, I almost never fall down here. Okay, thankfully I escaped quickly. But yeah, I am talking the whole time. Yeah, playing this game while talking. So, my idea is that I do want most of my videos to be yeah, they're a flip. Why is it that Team Sonic is the only one who doesn't have flippers in this section? I do love Omega saying good. But, yeah. So sorry if I'm getting interrupted all the time. But, like, basically my idea is that I have quite a few video ideas, that are essentially counter-arguments to opinions I see in the Sonic fandom. For example, as a preview, a Fast Clinky video that I really am looking forward to doing, that I have recorded the main audio for, after spending a while in the script for, is called Modern Son Amy is Fine, actually. It's basically a clapback against the argument that, like, Ian Flynn is killing Son Amy, and he just wants it to die, and, like, honestly, I think actually it's the ship is in the best place it's ever been. And I honestly feel like a lot of people just don't really see that. And I also think that, like, the fact that Amy has hobbies and goals beyond Sonic actually makes them a better ship because, you know, you don't want someone's entire personality to just be around getting together with somebody. That's exactly the wrong mentality for getting into a relationship. Like, that's actually a sign that you're not ready for a relationship. Like I've kind of always kind of put it, and I kind of hate to put my own personal experience in this, but that, like, I got my first girlfriend when I stopped actively looking for a relationship. When I, like, actually didn't really, like, that I stopped really caring, and I stopped considering it as a mark of being mature. I'm just like, I'm just gonna live life and just be myself, and it just happened naturally. So that's kind of how I sort of see it. But, like, anyway, you know, as much as I don't want to talk about my personal life though in these streams. I do want to keep that separate. Because I'll just say that Runaway Guys is the perfect example of why you do not want to have, like, anyway, get that involved in actual channel stuff. I like to keep my personal life and my online life separate, like, to an extent. That's why I don't do face cam, by the way. Because I do feel like the moment that I do face cam is the moment that my personal life and my online life become the same. And that's a moment that I don't want. Because I am trying to touch grass more, and I want that to be, like, healthier. And I want to, like, I think that's the way that I'll get healthier. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, like, but anyway, as I was saying, like, yeah, so what I mean is, like, yeah, I do think the ship is, like, in a very good place, but, like, even then, so, that video, along with the video about how Amy is not weak, the idea behind those videos is to basically be like, I am gonna fight negativity with positivity. Essentially. So, instead of being like, your argument sucks, and I hate it, I'm gonna be making a video that is basically giving the case for the counter-argument. Being like, instead of being like, the Amy is a civilian argument is dumb, which, don't get me wrong, I do think it's dumb, the thesis of the video is gonna be, Amy being strong is cool. Amy is a good character when she is strong, and I want to give proof of that. And the other thing I'm going to do in that video is say that, because this is another thing that a lot of people who are making that argument say. A lot of them are like, oh, I love this, like, aerial bingo, yeah, Tails of the line for this and the other story. But, like, yeah, the other thing that I want to...
This must be the last round of bingo. Ready?
Ready? We've already missed one of them. But, like, okay, sorry, I've lost my train of thought a little bit I was distracted by aerial bingo. That didn't get any bingos! That's annoying. So, oh yeah. So it's like, also, so a lot of people who are making that Amy is a civilian argument also argue, I probably didn't get an A rank on that. Oh no, I still did. Yeah, some of them are pretty lenient. But, like, the argument that I want to make is that, making Amy a good fighter isn't mutually exclusive with her greatest strength being kindness. Because I think that's a thing that a lot of people say, they're like, oh, if she's strong, then that takes away from the fact that her greatest, you know, the greatest things that she does in, like, all of the stories is, like, you know, showing kindness and stuff like that. And my argument towards that is, have you played SA2, SA1, and Superstars? Let me just give you a brief rundown, okay? So this is a bit of a preview of this video essay. Sonic Adventure 2. Amy's most important act in the story, undeniably, redeeming Shadow. She is still an absolute terror in multiplayer mode. Sonic Adventure 1. Amy's most notable act in the story, is convincing Sonic not to kill Gamma, and convincing Gamma to defect from Eggman by being nice to him, and showing him that there is more, that Eggman is not a good person to be following. She is still capable of fighting enemies in the platformer stages. Sonic Superstars, Amy's most important act in the story, is redeeming Trip by being the one person to show her kindness, and to show her that Fang is an abusive asshole and that she shouldn't be following Fang. She is still playable in the platformer segments, and fun to use, and very strong. So it's just like, it's not mutually exclusive. It's really not mutually exclusive. It's dumb. Yeah, I didn't mention that earlier, Summation. Like, technically the only Sonic character who's not a civilian is Rouge, because she sometimes works for the government. And even then, not all the time.
Right and left while airborne?
Okay, that is a good line. I actually, this might be one of, I mean, I think it was also the last game that David Humphries did as Shadow, but this might be my favorite David Humphries Shadow performance. It's also funny / sad that, like, Shadow is voiced by Brian Drummond for a couple of lines in the BioLizard battle in Adventure 2, and the only reason for that is because David Humphries went, like, home for the day, and they still had to record a few lines of Shadow, and they were too cheap to pay to... Because if they brought him back for another session, they'd have to pay him for an entire other day of work. So they're like, Brian Drummond, you're in today for Sonic, right? Can you just record a couple of Shadow lines? Because we're too cheap to pay David Humphries for another session. Which is really, I mean, if he was in a union, his union should have complained about that, but still. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. But it is still funny that there's, like, a couple of lines in the BioLizard battle, where Shadow is voiced by Sonic's VA. It's just the lines about, hey, you're running out of rings, switch with me. Like, I think it's lines like that. It's like one or two of those lines. But it is kind of funny. It's a very well-known piece of trivia for that game. Which one of these is the... Okay, it's that one, yeah. Yeah. That reminds me of another Sonic tangent that I had about how it also relates to Shadow, so it's kind of fitting that I talk about that now. But I suppose I should kind of finish my other thing is about, like, yeah, basically my idea is that, like, I don't want to try and do, like, clickbait, and I want to try and fight negativity with positivity. So, like, again, like, in terms of the modern Son Amy is fine, actually, I want to do that video being like, I don't want to be like, all those people saying Ian Flynn is killing Son Amy, you suck and you're dumb. I want to be like, but if you really look at it, there's a lot of very good Son Amy fuel that we're getting these days. It's not, like, the ship is not in a bad place right now. Like, it's actually in a very good place. Like, because, like, the reason why, the reason why I ship Son Amy as much as I do is because of IDW and Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog and Frontiers. And Frontiers is the game that a lot of people say made Amy give up on Sonic, but it's the game that made me ship them. Like, again. Because I stopped shipping them in the 2010s. I was just like, nah, I don't really ship this anymore. And then Frontiers and IDW happened, and I'm like, oh, I ship this again. So yeah, if the modern writing can redeem the ship for me, then it must be doing something right. Oh yeah, Sonic, like, Brian Drummond does voice Knuckles in Shuffle, yeah. And I think Shuffle does have Tails' original voice, like, not his Heroes VA, his Adventure 1 and 2 VA. Unfortunately, he's going through puberty, and it kind of shows. And that's why it's generally best to get women to voice, young boys in media, because you don't have to worry about the puberty thing. But yeah, Tails' VA was kind of going through puberty during Shuffle, and it kind of shows. He does sound a little weird. Yeah, I do wonder why Knuckles' VA didn't come back for Shuffle, though. If I can on my own 2 cents, like, unrelated to Sonic on the fight negativity with positivity thing. Yeah, you can say that. So I was gonna move on to a different topic about, speaking of certain things involving Shadow and, kind of scummy business practices. Has anybody else here discovered that So, shocker of shockers, Ken Penders did a bad again.
Yeah, but a bit
Newsflash, Ken Penders did a bad again. We're shocked. But, like, I was willing to give Ken Penders the benefit of the doubt more than most people. And this is like, I can't even defend him for this. So, Ken Penders released a, So Ken Penders has been releasing reprints of some of the Archie comics, and he is legally allowed to do that. It's very weird. The stipulations of what happened with his lawsuit with Archie are that Ken Penders owns the rights. What is it this time? Gonna have a heart attack and die of not surprise. No, not Ken Penders. He's a perfect saint. So like, yeah. He has the rights to all the Archie stories that he wrote. Emphasis on the stories that he wrote. So he's been releasing some reprints of the Archie stories that he did, and like honestly, that's cool. Like that's okay, and like in a way that's kind of preservation, honestly. As weird and awkward as some of those stories are. But here's the problem. He recently released The Shadow Files comic book that is collecting a bunch of Archie stories about Shadow, some of which were written by him, but one of them was not. In fact, there are actually a few stories in there that are by other writers, like Ian Flynn and Tracy Yardley. They were not even touched by Ken Penders, and he included them in the comic anyway. Despite the fact that he explicitly contacted them, and they said no. They said, and he could honestly, like, this could seriously jeopardize Ian Flynn's standing with Sega. Like, his role as a contract writer for the Sega games. Like, this could be really dangerous to Ian Flynn's career. And he went ahead and published anyway, even though they explicitly said no. Like, I'm just like, I am astounded. Like, I am very astounded. Oh, right. Also, there is the fact that, yes, the cover art is literally traced over the cover of Shadow the Hedgehog, the game. Yeah, that's a thing that happened. It's very much a thing. Like, I get that it's like, the story would have been incomplete without those, but it's just like, again, he didn't have permission to do that, and legally, he has no right to do that. It's just, yeah, Ian Flynn has posted on Blue Sky and, like, Twitter, him straight up saying, yeah, no, I said no. Like, I said, I do not want to be associated with this in any way. So yeah, that happened. Somehow, like, I know that the whole Ken Penders thing is beating a dead horse at this point. I just didn't expect that horse to get even deader than it was. Somehow Ken Penders being terrible returned. Like, yeah, Sega will be fine because, like, again, no consent whatsoever. Like, you know, it was definitely not Ian Flynn's fault when that happened, but it's just like, yeah. Okay, I hope that was an A rank. 60,000 looks pretty good. Okay, there we go.
Perfect as always.
You still haven't got Rouge's A rank quote there. So yeah, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing that happened. There was a whole video on that. That was by the same channel that, like, that's a Sonic channel that I really do like a lot. That was by the same channel that had a video talking about, like, if, hey, we actually had to see bosses, with this. A whole thing that was like, Anyway. That was like, I'm sorry, my train of thought just completely died there. I was just thinking about the egg owls. I love the intro to the song.
Ready all cannons! Open fire!
We have to get him, no matter what.
Ah, yeah, this song is great. So yeah, this is also kind of just like for this fight, what I like to do is just spam homing attack. But you don't want to, you want to make sure that you break this when you're not over a pit. Otherwise, bad things happen. It's like there's so many parts of the ship that you could destroy, but you don't need to destroy most of them. Because now it's really just spam homing attack on the rotors. Oh boy, Rhoda makes me think of another Ken Penders thing that he did, where it's just like, there was a character named Rhoda, and this random, like, echidna named, like, Kobar, and then, like, Ian Flynn in his run killed off Kobar because he was a nothing character who, like, just didn't mean anything, so it's like, I mean, you know, if I'm gonna kill off somebody, I may as well kill this guy. And then Ken Penders was like, how dare you! You just killed Rhoda's gay boyfriend! And then, like, Ian Flynn was like, okay, yeah, I get what you kind of mean about, you know, I don't want to be, you know, doing the whole bury your gays trope and, you know, killing all the gay characters, but since when were they ever a couple? There were no indication those two were a couple. I don't get it. If you were going to be mad about that, you might as well, you probably should have made it more clear that they were a couple. And it's also kind of like, because it's like, it's not exactly like it's like the pinnacle of like gay ally Ken Penders, because the only reason why he wanted to make them a couple was so that Eggman could blackmail Rhoda about his sexuality at one point, so yay for representation. But I still think it's very funny that, like, yeah. that happened in the first place.
Did you forget who I am, Doctor?
Oh yeah, there are unique lines for like all the bosses, which is cool. I'm pretty sure, yeah, only time matters for the boss fights. But that was a whole thing that happened, and it was also amusing. Oh, finally, we actually had to play this. I remember your favorite Sonic ship says about Ewan for Rhoda X Any Man. The bit was, you like the idea of Rhoda being gay, but you curse the ground Ken walks on. True. I do like, I once found, like, a thing about, like, what your favorite Sonic character says about you, and, the Amy one was accurate out of 10. It was most likely a Son Amy shipper. Because, like, that is the thing, like, I think the reason why a lot of Amy fans are Son Amy shippers is because, like, they want her to be happy, and, like, her happy ending is definitely, like, Sonic, plus a few caveats. I once saw that described by somebody I was chatting with on Discord, was like, you know, people who like Amy want her to get her happy ending, which is Sonic, plus a few caveats these days. But I do just actually think that they work well together in a lot of ways, especially now, especially in the IDW comics. But anyway, low-key, he did kind of clock Rhoda, though he does have... Yeah, like, again, it's the whole thing of, like, yeah, like, the idea of Rhoda being gay isn't a bad thing, and he was a pretty important character. Like, he was one of the original freedom fighters from the Saturday N cartoon, so I think he was in the Saturday N cartoon. So, like, you know, it's decent representation. Like, it's not like he's a completely no-name character, but... Again, the way that it was done was very strange. In any case, any positive things to talk about? Well, I was going to talk about, like, my Sonic voice actor tangents. I do like a lot of Omega's lines about frogs. Yes it does, we just have to fly this way. Shadow says, let's get moving again. I love it when Shadow says, let's get moving, but mostly in 06. Hang on, where's the... Yeah, the camera controls are a little weird, in Heroes, like, you can kind of rotate the camera to an extent, but then it gets stuck. Okay, it was just forward. Right, yeah. Oh no, those monsters, they put a turtle right in front of the speed path. I like one of Omega's lines there is just kill. So yeah, I did say that I have some hot takes about, like, about, who my favorite, voice actors are for each, like, character. Oh, also Cyberspace is heading out. Yeah, that's fine. Glad to have you around for, most of this. It hopefully shouldn't, like, be that much longer to get the A ranks after this, because I only have literally one Team Rose A left, and then, Team Chaotix might be a thing, though. We'll see. But yeah, I did promise to talk about the, some voice actor stuff, so, like, oh, you're also gonna go some Asian, so it's late for you. Yeah, see ya. That's also fine. Man, you know, glad that you could hang around here. Also, when you showed up was really funny. Naturally. It's just, that is really cool. Yeah, I suppose on that note, I guess I can talk about, like, Shadow. I'm just like, so... Like, I have mentioned this, like, Kirk Thornton has got better. He is probably my least favorite Shadow voice actor, though. I do think my favorite is either... I think Jason Griffith's Shadow is pretty good, but only in certain games. He's really good in Heroes. He's very good in a few other moments. He's very good in Black Knight as Lancelot, I think. That's probably my favorite, take on Jason Griffith's Shadow. There's also Ian Hanlon from Prime, who is very good. And then, of course, there's Keanu Reeves in the movie. The thing about Keanu Reeves in the movie is, it's actually kind of hard for me to rank him, because, he doesn't actually talk much. Like, it's kind of funny, because I don't really register Shadow's voice in the movies a lot, because, again, he doesn't get a lot of lines. What few lines he does get are very good, and, like, I do really like the angle they went with Shadow in the movie, that, like, by the time of the big Supersonic Sonic and Shadow fight, it's actually Sonic who's the vengeful one, and Shadow who's, like, kind of the voice of reason. Like, I thought that was an interesting angle. Like, I still maintain that, like, Sonic and Shadow's dynamic in Adventure 2 Battle doesn't even exist. They have no dynamic at all. It's just, there's no... They're not, like, foils at all. It's only in the movie that they are. So, like, that's one thing that I really like about the movie doing. But, like, yeah, it's kind of hard for me to rank him. I would like to say one more thing. I think that if you like a poorly written character enough, you'll want to write them better. Yeah, I do. I like that attitude of, like, I would like to see this character written better and not, like, I wish this character didn't exist. Because that's actually a problem that I have with some... And I don't want to get too deep into this because, like, people can kind of misconstrue this because there is a lot of, like... Oh, yeah, that's how you don't do that. There is a lot of, like, politics when it comes to, like, Yaoi, but, like, part of the motivation for a lot of people liking Yaoi is that, like, they just don't like the female characters or the canon head pairings in works. And as somebody who often does, it does get a little bit, like, to me, I'm just like, just write the character better if you... But I mean, you know, it's hard, because sometimes you just might not like the character at all and just want to avoid them. But anyway, I don't want to go too into this, because this is, like... It's hard to have a nuanced discussion about this when you're live on stream and you're unscripted. And I get there's a lot of nuance in this conversation, like, a lot of it. Activate balance servos is good. But anyway, I was talking about Sonic voice actors, so yeah. Ian Hanlon in Prime and Jason Griffith's Shadow in the later 4Kids era games. Because in Shadow 05, Griffith's Shadow is not that great, but then again, nobody's that great in Shadow 05. So yeah, so that's Shadow. Had a feeling that would happen. Like, one of the things that I was kind of saying, like, earlier is, like, I think the only reason I didn't end up disliking Amy when I was a teenager is, like, I just fell so hard for the Son-Amy pairing, but, like, I love shipping, like, I really, really love... It's weird, because I hate romance movies, I hate romantic comedies. I was forced to sit through so many romantic comedies growing up, and so many of them were just awful. I really do not like the romance genre. But I love romantic subplots in non-romance media. I don't know what it is about me that made me that way, but, like, I just really love romantic subplots in non-romance media. So, like, whenever, like, a game gave me something like that, like Sly and Carmelita in the Sly series, I was like, sold, immediately. Like, I love this. I am into this 1000%. Ash and Misty in the Pokemon anime, instantly sold. I was so obsessed with that growing up, like, completely obsessed. That was my first ship ever. I was just completely obsessed with that. It's just, I don't know what it is about me. I like romance a lot. But I can also really only ship things that are canon or semi-canon. That's sort of the thing. For me, the appeal of shipping is more like character exploration. Yeah, like, I get that. Like, for me, it's more like character exploration, but within canon. Like, it's more like, here's what these two might plausibly actually be doing in canon. Rather than, like, I never really ship characters based on, this would be interesting. That's part of why I'm not really a big fan of a lot of opposites attract dynamics, because I'm just like, people will ship things that's like, oh, these two would have a fun dynamic together. I'm like, yeah, but also, what about the fun dynamic they have with other characters that already exists? Like, I guess you could sum it up as, I would rather play with what's already there than invent things. If I have to make up something, basically, if I have to headcanon to make a ship make sense, I won't ship it. Like, if I have to make things up just to make something make sense, then I kind of won't ship it, in most cases. But anyway, oh yeah, that is actually an interesting way to put it, Matt S. It's you and horror. Like, you don't seek out horror movies, but you like horror elements in non-horror media. I'm kind of like that too, actually. Like, I like the occasional horror element in, like, Persona, or some of those, like, all those games. But, like, I don't really watch horror movies in their own right. I mean, the reason why I don't really watch horror movies is... Okay, that was dumb. Granted, in Persona 5 Royal, Joker and Sumire is the most canon Joker ship, and I don't ship it. That's because it didn't exist in Vanilla. In Vanilla, Makoto was the most canon Joker ship. I just didn't like the fact that that Royal came out and was like, hey, remember that ship that was the most canon one before? You were wrong about that. It's actually this ship. And I'm like, no. That's why it's like one of the only implied canon ships that I don't like. Because it's like, it was like telling me to say, oh no, actually, we lied to you about the other canon ship. This is the real canon ship. Yeah. I'm not usually into, like, rare pairs, Chrissy Blues, but I've found some that are kind of fun. I'm trying to think about which one I did find. Oh, that was it. Like, Ryuji and, Hifumi in Persona 5. Like, I remember hearing that, like, there's a fanfic that ships Ryuji and Hifumi in Persona 5, and actually managed to make it surprisingly work. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know what, I can kind of see that, actually. Anyway, so I'm just kind of messing up from all of these tangents right now. But, yeah, anyway. If I don't actually get to Super Hard Mode this stream, maybe I'll do another stream where it's like Sonic Heroes Super Hard Mode and then Shadow Expert Mode. That might be fun. But we'll see. Yeah, but that's... Sorry, I went from my Sonic voice acting tangent to a shipping tangent. So sorry about that, but I guess I'm gonna finish this. Like, one of the problems with my whole canon above everything thing, though, is that, it means that I don't have a lot of gay pairings that I ship, because, like, for me, there has to be established evidence of the character's sexuality in canon for me to even consider shipping them in same-sex pairings, and that's unfortunately kind of rare, because, like, a lot of mainstream media is not written, like, with that in mind. But there are a lot of good ones on Critical Role. Like, I like Bo and Yasha, I like, I almost said Robbie Damon, but it's Robbie Damon's character. I like Dorian and Aurum in Critical Role Campaign 3. I don't really like Critical Role Campaign 3 in general, but I like that ship in Critical Role Campaign 3. I actually didn't like Imogen and Laudner, though. That was one where I'm like, that didn't need to be romantic, but the problem is that you get accused of homophobia for not liking that, but, you know, I like a few of the other ones. It's just like, oh, and another one as well, Susie and Noelle in Deltarune is like, for me, Susie and Noelle is what I always wanted in gay ships, like, growing up. That's like, basically, Susie and Noelle is the dynamics that I had in media growing up. Like, Sonic and Amy, Sly and Carmelita, all those canon ships, except gay. And that's what I always needed. Like, that's what I want to see. So that's why I'm so hard for Susie and Noelle. Although, granted, there are a lot of people who do like Chris and Susie as well, and I can sort of see that. But I'm like, my whole take on Susie and Noelle is like, after seeing the scene that they get in Chapter 2, like that whole scene, I was just like, look, if you don't think this is gonna be Endgame, I don't know what to tell you, because if you have any grasp of any kind of narrative sense of how stories work, you will know that this pairing is gonna be Endgame. Like, this is just how fiction works with couples. So I'm like, if you don't think this is gonna be canon, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Chan Yukiko as well, like, you and Yosuke, I do kind of, I definitely see Joker and Akechi in Persona 5, but I do view it as one-sided, because I don't really, I'm not a huge, well, I mean, I like Akechi as a character, but, like, I don't think that he's a sympathetic character. And because of that, I find it difficult to ship him with people. Like, I like his character as the way that he is handled in, like, the third semester of Royal. But I don't think he's in a healthy place to have a relationship with anybody at this point. Yeah, Chrissy Blues, I'm not big on Sonato personally, even though I ship a lot of gay ships. Like, I don't like doing this because I don't want to, like, because I know a lot of people do ship it, but I'm not really, and obviously it's like, oh, the Son Amy fan doesn't like Sonato, big surprise, huh? But it's like, see, to me, like, Sonic and Shadow do not have the foundation that other yaoi ships have. Like, with, like, Sora and Riku, Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth, I totally see those. Because those characters are childhood friends who would literally do anything for each other. And Naruto and Sasuke as well. Like those are, like, situations where, like, Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth are, platonically or romantically, undeniably each other's closest relationship. Like, you cannot deny that they are each other's closest relationship. And so that's why it makes sense to me. Whereas it's just like, anyway, I don't want to go into this, but like, I just don't think Sonic and Shadow really interact enough. They like race each other sometimes, and that's like it. That's kind of why I always felt that if I was to do a gay ship with Sonic, it would be Jet. Because, like, seriously, Jet has a like, I honestly can make the case for Jet having a gigantic crush on Sonic and being in denial about it. Like, Jet totally has a Sonic hate wall. He totally has a wall, like a Sonic hate shrine in his house. Or, which is probably the Babylon Rogues airship, but like, yeah. Like, he totally has a Sonic hate shrine. Like, I can definitely see Jet as being, like, completely obsessed with Sonic. Like, he's just... Yeah. it's like, yeah, because it's like, I was honestly, like, in the 2000s, I saw people who shipped Sonic and Jet in the 2000s, and I thought that it made sense. I did not see Sonic and Shadow shipping them never even crossed my mind until 2024. Like, at all. Which is saying something, because I grew up in the era of, like, you know, peak yaoi. Like, you know, again, Sora and Riku, Phoenix and Edgeworth, like, all of that. I was surrounded by that constantly, and I thought all of those pairings made sense. But anyway, I'm not gonna... I don't like to talk about, you know, ships that I'm not really into, so let's not really go into that. But anyway, yeah, like I do... Because, like, one of the reasons why I feel like just, like, Jet, and why I would ship Sonic and Jet is that, like, oh, that's the end of the level, okay, then. Is that, like, the thing about me is, and also, I don't really like to narrow things down, narrow characters down to such, you know, things as, like, Sun and Moon. Because a lot of people like to do, like, Sun and Moon ships, where, like, one person is, like, the Sun, they're, like, bright and positive and, like, really upbeat. And the other character is the Moon. They're more, like, you know, more gloomy, more introverted, more reserved, more introspective, and, like, they complement each other, and, like, that whole thing. So, I think the reason why, okay, Phantasm and Iris, I'll just say, I intentionally didn't mention that because I don't want to spoil people who haven't played Chapter 5 yet. So, no offense to you for saying that or anything, but I'm like, I know it's been out for a while, some people still don't want to be spoiled on that, but, like, yeah, I was kind of hinting at that. Oh, I do like Jin and Malos a lot in Xenoblade 2 as a gay ship. Like, I love how Malos' voice actor was like, nowhere does it say that Malos is in love with Jin, but come on. That is such a good way to put it. And it kind of, like, it enhances the story because it makes them, like, a counterpart to Rex and Pyra as well. Like, it's like the Aegis and, like, their love kind of dynamic. It does make a lot of sense in a lot of ways. Although I don't actually understand Bridget and Morag. That's another thing that I'm like, because there are some, like, ships that are popular that I'm like, I don't really get them. Bridget and Morag is one of those. And also there is, Hilda and Marianne in Fire Emblem Three Houses. I don't know why, but I just don't see that at all. And it's like one of the most popular ships in that game, and I don't really see it. I'm more, like, upset that, like, Dorothea and, you know, Mercedes don't have gay pairings that aren't Byleth, because I wish they could have explicit same-sex pairings that aren't Byleth. Although, you've also got Sylvain and Felix, which is, like, totally, like, their paired ending is like... Why am I giving my talk about, like, you know, gay ships now? But, like, that pairing is, like, the most they were roommates coded paired ending of all time. They literally die on the same day. It's just like, yeah. You can't really deny that being a thing. Like, I heard people say that it uses more romantic language in the Japanese script, but, like, it's pretty dang romantic in English as well. Anyway. Catherine and Shamir is weird because doesn't, like, Shamir, like, turn her down or something? Like, she's like, I would, but, like, you're not my type or something like that? Like, I there's something about that that's, like, it almost happens, but it's sort of not. But anyway, yeah, so, oh, right, I need to use Rouge here because I destroyed my stairs, there. But okay, so what I was going back to was, alright, the Sun and Moon thing. So yeah, the Sun and Moon thing. I believe Dorothea has, like, implied romantic endings with Petra and, weirdly, Manuela, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. But at the same time, Dorothea also marries, Hanneman and has kids with him and her ending, which is also weird. Yeah, I don't like that one. It's also weird to me. Pause for the greatest line of all time. That, like, Hanneman's paired ending with Lysithea is platonic, so anyway, let's not talk about that. Oh, I like Male Alear and Alfred too. Like, I like how Engage is just like all of the pairings are the same for both genders. Like, I like Engage doing that. And Male Alear and Alfred is really like I do think that's good. Like, I like that as a pairing. But anyway, back to my whole you know, Sun Moon pairing. You know, Quanko, one of the things that I actually liked about that is that, like, Edelgard and Dorothea are both bisexual, and their paired ending is kind of implicitly platonic, which I kind of liked because it sort of shows that not everyone who's attracted to the same sex is attracted to each other, because, you know, not every straight man is attracted to every straight woman. But anyway, no, sorry, I'm going way off topic, but no, so the whole Sun and Moon thing. So the reason why I feel it kind of what explains to me. Oh yeah, and also yeah, Male Alear and Louise voice actors. I was about to say that actually, Chrissy, that they are actually a queer couple, which is cool. I don't think Male Alear and Louis actually are a romantic thing though. They might be in the Japanese version because I know that the English version removed a lot of the romantic implications of the Alear supports, which, to be honest, I kind of like because I like Alear not being as romantically inclined. Like, in my head, Alear is like aromantic. Like, I don't really think Alear would be interested in that. Or rather, I don't see Alear favoring one person in that way. But it's... Anyway, yeah, sorry, the Sun, I keep going back to the Sun and Moon dynamic. So I think the whole Sun and Moon dynamic explains to me why Sonic and Jet make sense to me, but not Sonic and Shadow. And now, okay, here's where yeah, Team Sonic doesn't get to go in here, I don't think, but Team Dark does. And it just skips them to the top of here, where they have to. Oh yeah, there's a big guy. Yeah, I am very surprised Claude isn't bi. I'm surprised Dimitri isn't bi, honestly. Like, I think he should have been a Byleth option as well. Just make all 3 Lords options for Byleth, then you've got, you know, no matter what route you choose, you can pair with the main character. Like, and there are cases for that, but, okay, so... Oh yeah, that one's a lot harder to get in Team Dark, because the Black Frog is, like, right down the bottom. So, sorry, I keep getting interrupted. Sun and Moon dynamic. So, I think it explains why I can see Sonic and Jet, but not Sonic and Shadow, because in the Sonic and Shadow ship, Sonic has to be the Sun in that dynamic. The thing is, as I said, I view the Sun and Moon thing as, not every character is that simple. Like, characters are more than just being Sun or Moon. And that's why I kind of like sort of Sonic so much, because Sonic is, you know, he is complicated and can be either. But the thing is that when I'm doing Sonic ships, I like Sonic to be the moon in the dynamic, not the sun. And in Sonado, Sonic is always the sun. It's part of why I'm not really into that ship, because it's just like, Sonic is always portrayed as this, like, just silly gremlin, and that's not how I prefer him to be. I like Sonic to have, obviously I like Sonic and Amy to have mutual... I had a feeling that might happen. I probably should have stopped talking. I like them to have mutual gremlin energy. Like, I do like that. But I actually really like it when Sonic gets to be introspective and gets to be more... Like, there's a reason why Black Knight Sonic is one of the most popular takes on the character. And why Adventure 2 Sonic, like, why a lot of Sonic's best lines on his Japanese Sonic Channel profile, it says something like that, like, he might seem carefree, but when he gets serious, he shows this surprisingly deep side to him that almost feels like a completely different person. And I like that take on Sonic. So that's why I like it when Sonic is the moon in a dynamic rather than the sun. And actually, now I think it's why I like Son Amy, because, like, in a way, they're both suns and moons in different ways. They both are capable of that whole introspective sort of, thing with, like, you know, talking to people and getting sort of psychological with people. But also, they can both be fun and, like, silly gremlins. Like, that's something that I really like. So, Yeah, but like in Sonic and Jet, Jet would absolutely be the sun. So that's why maybe that makes more sense to me. Because yeah, I prefer Sonic as a moon rather than a sun. But like he has, I don't think it's that simple. It's kind of like how alignment in Dungeons and Dragons I think is kind of dumb because like I don't think you can boil down every single fictional character to like lawful good, chaotic evil and that. They're all different. Like, people do have different priorities for different... I mean, people act in different ways in different situations, and, like, nobody is, like... To go off on a very, 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 very different, kind of tangent, I think the only kind of characters that make sense having actual D&D, like, strict alignments, like, you know, lawful good, chaotic good, blah, 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 are, like, divine beings. Because often they are the physical embodiments of certain ideologies, and they kind of have no choice but to be those alignments. Like, in D&D, it's basically stated that, like, a devil is so lawful evil that if it stopped being lawful evil, it wouldn't be a devil anymore. Like, that's kind of more how I feel alignment kind of works to me. In that it makes more sense for beings like that. Like, I can classify basically all the Persona gods as having distinct alignments. Because they are literally feelings of humanity given form. So, they represent a very specific thing. So, like, Nyx is lawful neutral because she's death, and death is an inherently lawful neutral concept. Yaldabaoth is literally lawful evil in physical form. Like, that's what he is as an existence. He is just the very embodiment of the concept of lawful evil. So, like, yeah, that makes sense. But I don't see it making sense for, like, you know, sentient, like, more sapient beings, because people are more complicated than that. Like, I always give the argument that, like, most people say Captain America is, like, lawful good and Iron Man is chaotic good, but then in Civil War, Captain America is chaotic good and Iron Man is lawful neutral. So, again, people are more complicated than, like, those alignments are. Yeah, I do agree. So I don't want to talk about this that much because, you know, like, I don't want to keep this channel somewhat family-friendly, but I do find that I don't like the tendency to classify characters into, like, top and bottom in, like, same-sex pairings. And it also really bothers me that, like, if you go into AO3, one of the most common tags for Shadow is bottom Shadow the Hedgehog. And, like, I'm like, even if I did ship Shadow in a pairing like that, Shadow would not be the bottom. Like, why? Does anybody even think that? It's weird because I have... And I guess this probably shows that I'm not really in that community. I always had the opposite idea of, like, top and bottom in, like, every single ship that I have seen to what the actual fan base thinks. Sherlock and Watson is another example. In the BBC Sherlock, I completely disagree with the fandom's assessment of that. At the same time, though, I do think it's really dumb, because as Chrissy Blues says, it's basically just who is the woman in the relationship, and that's sexist and homophobic and bad, so yeah. Anyway, let's get off this subject, because it could be, like, you know, creepy. What even? Why is this even a discussion in the first... Am I dead? No, I'm surprisingly not dead. Okay. The camera's dead, though. I got off on a... That was kind of a weird tangent, but it is definitely something that I've thought about quite frequently. Because I'm always just like, why is this categorization so common? And why do I always disagree with it? I don't know, but it's just dumb. Where would Erebus from the answer fall in the moral alignment chart? Yeah, save us from this discussion, Erebus. I would say Erebus is probably chaotic evil. I feel like Erebus is chaotic evil. And then Nyarlathotep is obviously chaotic evil. Like, just like Yaldabaoth is, like, lawful evil in physical form, he's chaotic evil in physical form. Philemon's probably just true neutral, I feel, because, like, Philemon is, like, kind of, like, good, but he's, like, very, like, apathetic, you figure everything out, I'm not going to intervene. I do feel like Philemon is probably true neutral. Igor is probably some variant of good, though.
Hey, are they trying to take us down to the swamp?
Yeah, that always... You have to not press the button too quickly. Yeah, Izanami's probably lawful neutral. I'd say Izanami's either lawful neutral or, like, true neutral. Anyway. And yeah. This is kind of taking a while because, like, obviously, these games' levels are long. I wasn't sure that I would get to, this, you know, get to super hard mode in this year, and I probably won't. I was just asking for that. I was asking about that.
It's a swamp, so be careful.
I hope people aren't, like, mad that I'm, like, failing a lot at this level, but, like, you know, getting all the A-ranks isn't meant to be, like, easy. And, you know, this isn't, like, a super hard game or anything, but still. And I am, you know, talking. But, yeah, no, I do agree with Chrissy Blues there. But, so... I was talking about Sonic Voice. How did I even get onto shipping for... Oh, right, that was it. I was like, okay, Amy, why did I not hate Amy? The ship, and then I got onto this whole tangent. Okay, well, yeah. Well, that's how it happened. So, back to voice actors. Well, I mean, I suppose I can go Rouge. Right, I know who my least favorite Rouge VA is. Yeah, Karen Strassman. I like her as Aegis. I like her as Nanako in Persona. I do not like her as Rouge. She's okay in Chaotix Case Files. That's probably the best I've heard of her Rouge, but overall, I'm not a big fan of that Rouge. I actually think 4Kids Rouge is probably my favorite Rouge. Prime Rouge is okay, but I don't really hear a lot of her. 4Kids Rouge is probably my favorite, because, like, she does sound, like, kind of just dark and mature, like, just enough, but, like, it's hard to explain, but, like, the tone is not quite what you'd sort of expect from the character, not like a sort of cliche, like, there are some games where she does go into the whole cliche, I'm so sexy, that kind of thing, like the whole My Valentine kind of voice, but, like, she does, like, it helps that Rouge got more deeper moments in the 4Kids era. Like, it wasn't really until then that you got games like, actually, yeah, interesting hot take that I just suddenly thought of, Shadow not dying. So, like, imagine this hypothetical future where Shadow, you know, is still dead, and stayed dead after SA2 and didn't get brought back. I actually think Shadow still being alive does a lot for Rouge as a character. Because as I've said, like, Shadow and Rouge's dynamic is very interesting, for both characters. It's one of the few very mutual friendships that they each have. And I do like it a lot. Again, I do like it platonically rather than romantically, just because, like, you know, you don't have to ship everything that, like, is good. So there's gotta be some pairs that are just platonic. Because I do appreciate a good, like, strong bond that is still platonic. Like, very, very strong bond, that is, like, platonic. That's also why I used to not ship Silver and Blaze, but everything changed when Sonic Racing Cross Worlds attacked, and I started to... There are a whole bunch of games that I started playing where, games of Cross Worlds, I mean, that I started playing where I'm like... So I'm playing as Silver, and there are 5 Blazes in this race, and I'm always winning whenever there are 5 Blazes. I ship Sylvaise now. Oh no, now I'm back in my... My head's back in my shipping tangent, I'm sorry! But, like, I do have to say this because... My Sonic shipping tankers, we need it to breathe some more life in Knuckles X Rouge. Yes! Yes, absolutely. I'm just like, please just do more with Knuckles and Rouge. There's so much you can do with it. Like right now, they've really shown that, like, they've done some really interesting stuff with Sonic and Amy, like with the Metal Virus, with Frontiers. They've shown Sonic and Amy have, like, really deep conversations about life, about philosophy, about what they want to do with their futures. Knuckles and Rouge haven't had that yet, and they should. They really should. Because, like, it's like, with Knuckles and Rouge, I feel, it's very easy to fall back on the... I guess because they're canonically, like, older. So, like, it's so easy to fall back on the trope of, like, oh, it's Knuckles and Rouge on screen together, they're flirting. That's all it is. They're just flirting. And I would really like to see, again, deeper conversations. Because, like, right now, they're kind of doing, at least in Frontiers, they did this thing with Knuckles where he admits that he envies Sonic's freedom. That he kind of secretly wishes that maybe he didn't have to guard the Master Emerald all the time, and maybe he could just go out there and live life more freely. And I'm just like, that's kind of Rouge, though. I'm like, he and Rouge would have interesting things to say about that, because Rouge is like pure freedom, potentially even more than Sonic is. Like, Rouge's entire character is about freedom. She just does whatever she wants on her own whims. And that's exactly the kind of thing Knuckles envies, and maybe that's why he's so attracted to her. So, I would like to see them actually have a conversation about that at some point. And I'm kind of, I'm liking the fact that, like, that animation we're seeing, that 30th anniversary animation, that's like, it's like Sonic, Amy, Knuckles, Rouge, and Shadow all fighting Metal Sonic, and it's like, yeah, let's maybe give Knuckles and Rouge some conversations there that are actually, you know, like that. It's just like maybe just that kind of thing. I mean, I personally don't really agree that Sonic and Rouge are, like, that similar, because, like, I feel like, I guess the way that I'd sum it up is that Rouge is more okay with having freedom at the expense of other people. Whereas as much as Sonic loves freedom, he hates others being deprived of freedom more. Like that's the thing. Like, if there's one thing that Sonic genuinely hates, it's other people being deprived of their freedom. So, Sonic would never, like, hurt would never have his freedom at the expense of anybody else. Rouge, I feel, cares less about that. I hate this segment. And you have to do the entire level again if you fail it, because there's no way you'll get an A rank if you die there. Because, yeah, like, in a way, it's kind of, to use the stupid alignment baggage thing again, it's kind of like, Rouge is more chaotic neutral than chaotic good. But, anyway, yeah, I got stuck on these vines for a while, but it's annoying that it's the very end of the level, and also that there wasn't really anything to, this is one area where I will criticize this game's design, that, like, there isn't, like, an anti-piece for that. Like, you do have those vines, but there was never a segment where you have to rapidly swing across multiple vines, that in a safe environment. You're basically thrown right into the deep end. It's just like, okay, here it is, now do all this, and you have no safety net. One mistake and you die. Like, this part of the level is a massive pain. One of my least favorite segments in the game. Like, I was lucky that I managed to do it as Team Sonic on my first try. Thankfully, Team Rose and I think Team Chaotix don't have that segment either. I mean, they might, but, the level usually ends before you get there, because they have to find Chao. The camera angle's not been kind this level. Yeah, true. Quite true, that. But anyway, so... well, okay, guess what? I'm back to Rouge now, so I can resume my voice actor tangent. So yeah, I like 4Kids Rouge a lot. Why don't we try down there?
It's a swamp, so be careful.
And by down there, we mean death. Anyway. So yeah, that's Rouge. That's pretty much all I have to say about Rouge's voice actors. Omega, probably this game. There was that one time it was voiced by Matty Blaustein, and there was that one time he was voiced by a certain problematic voice actor. But you could barely tell it was him, though. He is Roger Craig Smith now? Where I'm like, I think Roger Craig Smith's Omega voice is good, but it's not like the be-all, end-all in my mind of like Omega. Like it's again, it's just like it's more that I'm like I kind of feel like Roger doesn't really need to voice that many characters. Like, I like his Abraham Tower voice, but, like, he doesn't need to voice that many characters. And I think the only reason Roger is Omega now is because of the Tails tubes, because they can only pay a certain number of voice actors for those, and Roger's already in them as Sonic, so, like, they're like, well, I guess you voice Omega now, too, and that's permanent, I guess. And, like, it doesn't really matter who is voicing Omega, because it's just, like, sound like a robot, but, like, in 06, somehow Omega still sounded bad, even though he was robotic, so that's an achievement. Because Omega in 06 was just so, like, he's robotic here, but he at least has some inflection in his voice and delivery. In 06, he's just like, the one who seals you in the future is me. And then that's just like, okay. Shadow's like, okay, I immediately forgive you. It like that part was always so weird to me because it's just like, that should be a big deal that like in the future Omega betrayed Shadow, but like they just gloss over it. Nobody ever mentions that again. It's just like, oh, okay, we're still cool. I mean, it makes sense for Shadow not to really hold grudges against Omega like that because, Team Dark are like his only friends and he does trust them. But it is still very funny to me that it's like, are we gonna, like... I mean, I guess this segment's a little bit of an anti-piece, but it's only, like, 3 vines. Because, yeah, like, I usually love... Like, Maddie Blaustein is a great voice actress, but just Omega was just wonky somehow. Like, 06 is just like, 06 just everyone sounded bad in 06. Like, 06 was the one time that, like, Mike Pollock Eggman sounded bad, which is really saying something. Though I think people are a bit iffy on him in Frontiers. To be fair. Speaking of which, okay, I guess Eggman voice actor. So... Like I said earlier in this stream, I don't think Eggman has ever had a bad voice actor, and it's very hard for me to pick my favorite, because, like, Dean Bristow's very good. I'd say that I kind of like all of them equally, because, honestly, like, as Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Robotnik is very good. Like, it's really a testament to how good of an actor he is that he has so many memes. And, like, I do still have... I kind of have a soft spot for him because of my, and I know this isn't really fully me. This is also, Idich Vader who did that, but, like, my Win the Race Crossworlds video, his voice maps to Game Eggman surprisingly well. Like, Jaleel White Sonic and that show's Tails, whoever that was, I'm sorry for forgetting you, but yeah, they were just like a normal kid, I think. That was kind of before Tails was really written decently. They kind of just made him like a kid, because, yeah, it's funny, like, he was not really originally classified as smart, which is funny. He was just like a dumb kid who followed Sonic sometimes. Which is kind of why he's barely in SAS AM, which is sad. Yeah, to be fair, Prime is the one time I have felt a little off about Eggman's voice actor. I do feel like him in Prime is a little iffy. I like most of the Prime cast, which is a huge hot take, because most people hate Prime. I mean, I think a lot of people think the cast is good, it's just the writing that was a little bit iffy in Prime. But yeah. So maybe the Prime version is my least favorite version of Eggman. I do like Jim Carrey as well. Like, they're all pretty good in their own way. So yeah, they're kind of all pretty equal. And then... So yeah, we've done that. Okay, I guess we can go to, like, Team Sonic now. So Sonic himself, yeah, this is kind of rough because, like... As much as a lot of people these days have nostalgia for Brian Drummond, I have never really been a big Brian Drummond guy. Like, I don't think he's bad. But he's, like, he's not, like, I'm not really that, like, like, fully keen on him as the way a lot of the fan base are. Like, he's okay, but yeah. And then, meanwhile, another one of my kind of hot takes is that, like, there's been, like, a lot of people these days love Jason Griffith Sonic. Like, I I see so many people these days who think that Jason Griffith is the best Sonic. In fact, that seems to be the majority opinion now. It's funny just how forgotten it is that back in the day, back when those games were first coming out, Jason Griffith was despised. Like, honestly, I think that, because most people at that time did not know who Ken Penders was, I actually think that back then, Jason Griffith was the Ken Penders equivalent of the fandom. He was the most hated person who was attached to Sonic in any official capacity. Other than maybe one of the Japanese, like, developers of 06 or something like that. Because that was before people realized Yuji Naka was not great. No! Ah! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna move on to a different level. Yeah. This is not fun, just doing the same level over and over again. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see if I have any other A ranks I need to get for them. Yes, I need to do quite a few, so yeah, let's just, I just do not like the fact that it's right at the end of that level. It's right at the end. You have to do the entire level again if you fail that part. Yeah, I don't know why that's so long either. Doesn't help that Jason took a minute. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I like late Jason. Unleashed Jason is fantastic. I think it's like a lot of the people who do have that like revisionist history towards Jason Griffith. And I'm not saying that the hate towards him was justified back in the day. Like, it was way overblown. But I think a lot of people who like Jason so much are thinking of, like, Unleashed and Black Knight Jason Griffith. Because in Unleashed, he is amazing. Like, he's really good with the Werehog. In Black Knight, he is phenomenal. But he took a lot of, like honestly, like, very early Jason Griffith in Sonic X, he kind of sounded like he was trying to do a Bugs Bunny impression. It did not sound like a Sonic voice should sound. He took a while to grow into it. I do agree with some people in the chat saying that. Or maybe Anime Iris would be a better comparison. I have never seen any of Iris in the Pokemon Black and White anime. I know that a lot of people don't like her. I know she's like the one female companion who is not shipped with Ash very much. But, which should kind of say something. Oh yeah, he's actually not bad in Secret Rings. I do remember that. Like, I was looking at, like, at a playthrough of Secret Rings recently, and, like, yeah. It was, Callie McN doing the full stream of the series, and, it's interesting, like, hearing a stream by somebody who actually doesn't, like, because the general conventional wisdom in the fandom is that Black Knight is better than Secret Rings, but, like, Callie likes Secret Rings more than Black Knight, and honestly, like, I did get a new appreciation for Secret Rings, and watching, like, the Black Knight stream, I'm like, yeah, I can see why people have problems. I like how Omega's reaction to Ghost is, does not compute, illogical. Meanwhile, a kind of an interesting point of characterization is that Charmy is not scared of the Ghost at all. He's one of the few child characters who's not afraid of the Ghost in this stage. In fact, he kind of taunts them. He's like, I see where you are. Like, I actually like that as a bit of characterization from Charmy, that, like, he actually isn't afraid of ghosts. Even though, like, you'd expect him to be. But anyway. Omega saying, kill. It's just, that never gets old. I'm surprised they got away with it in, like, a quote-unquote kids game. Long story short, her return in Journeys turned a lot of those opinions on their heads, yeah. I always thought it would have been cool if, like, Ash had actually battled Iris for, like, the 8th badge. If, like, he went all the way through the Unova region, and then, like, right at the end, he's like, hey, who's the 8th gym leader? And then Iris suddenly just steps into the ring and is like, I am! I've been the 8th gym leader all along! Now let's do this! Sonic's secret brother? I know that Shadow has a secret brother in the Archie comics. The, like, Black Arms clone of, Shadow that, like, they're, like, that was their way to get Mephiles back. They're like, you can't use Mephiles, or Black Doom, but you can use Black Death and Eclipse the Darkling, who are totally not Mephiles and Black Doom. So it's so funny because, like, I'm actually really shocked. Maybe it's because the Year of Shadow is over. I'm honestly really surprised that, like, that Shadow-centric comic that IDW was going to do, like, they were going to do a solo Shadow story that was, like, a special called Chasing Shadows. And it was going to basically, apparently it was going to be The Wicker Man, but with Shadow, which, like, I guess would mean, presumably it's not the Nicolas Cage version of Wicker Man, because that would be hilarious. I mean, Shadow is canonically annoyed by Charmy, so Shadow would definitely do the whole Nicolas Cage rant about bees. Wicker Man except Shadow. Charmy appears. No, not the bees! Not the bees! Not the bee, singular. But yeah, like Shadow versus a cult would be a fun concept. But it got cancelled, and I'm really surprised that, again, because, like, you don't expect any media involving Shadow to get cancelled, because he's such an iconic character, but, like, yeah, it's kind of a shame we'll never see that, but apparently it was gonna have an original character called Bones the Falcon, because, like, the writer said, like, I want to use this villain, and IDW said, oh, no. And the writer said, like, don't use that villain. And I assumed that it was going to be Mephiles, because if it's a Shadow story and they want a villain, it makes sense that they would use Mephiles. And I can understand why they would say don't use Mephiles, because, like, Mephiles is, like, erased from existence. But apparently, like, you know, the writer was saying, and he was saying this on, like, a podcast that he did, he was saying, like, they were like, okay, you can't use that villain. But they were like, make up a new villain. So, like, he was, like, so honored that he was being asked to, like, make a new Sonic villain. And they were going to be named Bones the Falcon, and we'll never know. We'll never see what they look like. We'll never see them, maybe. Maybe we'll see them one day, but yeah, because that got cancelled. So, I don't know, like, looks like we might be able to go down. That's a funny line. But it's like, yeah, so we don't know really who that would have been, but yeah, it might have been interesting. Did you all like the Year of Shadow? Well, here's the thing. I'm not a huge Shadow fan, as I've said earlier in this stream, so I liked Dark Beginnings. Shadow Generations was good, but, like, is it weird that I kind of like Shadow Gens in spite of Shadow rather than because of it? Like, I like Shadow Gens because of its level design and its tight controls and all that, but, like, story-wise, I prefer Shadow in 06. I think 06 Shadow's arc was better than Shadow Gens. Shadow Gens is like, hey, look, we've remembered how to write him correctly again. Whereas, like, in 06, they were actually doing something new with the character. So, I kind of prefer that. But Dark Beginnings was excellent. I really like Dark Beginnings. Although, again, I am curious to see how they will handle, like, this new animation, because Dark Beginnings was really good, but it was basically just all about Shadow. And that's part of why some people weren't really into the whole Year of Shadow thing, because it's like, if you're not a Shadow mega fan, you're not going to like that year very much. I know that it was kind of necessary because Shadow was in the movie, and Shadow was, like, done dirty for so long. And they needed a year to be like, hey, look, we can actually write him well again. But the thing is, it's like, there's kind of not much for you there if you're not a huge fan of that one specific character. That's why I kind of prefer for them to focus on multiple characters. That's why I'm really liking the idea of this new animation that's coming out, because it's going to be like Metal Sonic, Amy, Rouge, Knuckles, Sonic, and Shadow. Like, it's going to be like a huge, like, ensemble cast piece. It's not going to be just for fans of one character. And, like, Pico Park is, like, you can play as, like, it's, like, all of Team Sonic and Shadow are, like, playable to start with in that game. And there's presumably going to be even more characters playable, because if Shadow's in, it's a modern game, so that means that we can have Blaze, we can have Team Chaotix, we can have Silver, so, yeah.
The upside-down castle is flipped right side up.
Because, yeah, I definitely prefer them to focus on, you know, more characters. Wait, there's a switch down there you have to hit? I did not realize that.
We do a lower
Huh. I guess it's probably better if I just... Or maybe I've lost track of everything and I was just there for the first time. I don't know. Yeah, I do feel kind of bad that I'm sort of sucking at these levels at this point. I don't think I have that many Team Chaotix levels to, like, A rank, but we'll see.
What?
What's happening to us?
Omega was in Dark Beginnings, at least, and he was very good in Dark Beginnings, so, yeah, that's where I call dibs comes from. I don't know what these voices are saying, apart from the one that's, like, screaming. I don't even know if they're backwards, like, lyrics or not. I do want Silver to get some focus one day, because Silver's cool and he deserves it. It's just, the problem with Silver is that so many people think that, like, even the people who like Silver, like, aren't, like, even the people who like Silver are,
Why don't we do a lower route?
oh yeah, I must have, yeah, not gone down here at all last time. Even the people who like Silver can't agree on how he should be portrayed. There are people who like jerk Silver, and people who like wholesome Silver. And, like, the thing is, I do like that he does, you know, get, you know, that, oh, okay, that happened. I do like that, you know, him having his moments of confrontationalness at times, that's not really a real word, but also, let me just ask you this. If you want Silver to be a jerk and confrontational and a rival to, like, Sonic, isn't that just Shadow, though? Like, what about that is not just Shadow? Like, I kind of like... The reason why I like Wholesome Boy Silver is because it's different from the other two Hedgehogs. Like, I consider, like, there's this wholesome to edgelord, like, scale, and Sonic is in the center, while Shadow is all the way edgelord, and Silver is, like, mostly all the way wholesome. That's the way that I see it. Like, I feel like Silver being wholesome kind of balances out Sonic and Shadow. And if he's a jerk, he kind of just becomes another Shadow, which I just like. That's my hot take on all that. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Chrissy Blues, that he is that middle ground between Sonic and Shadow.
Looks like we might be able to go down.
I'll take it from here.
How I played Sonic Forces? No. I once had a really silly idea to do, like, Sonic Forces, but, like, attempt to speedrun it, because if I beat the game in less than 2 hours, I can Steam refund it, so it's like, Sonic Forces, but if I don't beat it within 2 hours, I have to buy it. But, I don't know. I do kind of want to go through that game one day and actually see how many levels you can beat just by pressing the boost button and nothing else. Because I feel like that number is beyond 1. Yeah, when there's world-ending stakes, Silver's laser focusing on task, but in, like, IDW where he's, like, chill, then yeah. Yeah, I have, like, another video essay idea where I basically sum it up as, like, Silver isn't a bad character, he just debuted in a bad game, and that gets held against him. To me, Silver is very similar to Axel from Mega Man X, because Axel debuted in Mega Man X7, which is a horrible game, and was like the Sonic 06 of Mega Man, and everyone hated Axel. Then, when Axel was playable in Mega Man X8, which is a way better game, Axel was a really cool character. Like, not just in gameplay, but people loved Axel as a character in that game. So, Axel's similar. It's like, he just debuted in a bad game, but he himself was actually a good character all along. He just needed a good game to actually show that off. And then there were no more Mega Man X games. I do quite like, I knew that would happen and I didn't do anything to stop it. I will admit, fatigue is definitely starting to set in here, especially having to talk all this time and get the A ranks. So I do feel kind of bad. Oh yeah, Nero from Devil May... I saved that, wow. Nero from Devil May Cry is another amazing example of that. Like, fantastic example of that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm getting more and more clumsy. I mean, I'm not used to talking while playing the game, but still. But like, yeah, yeah. Like, Nero apparently and Devil May Cry are similar. Or Apollo Justice was very similar. Like, the difference is that Apollo's original game was actually quite good still, but like, but people just didn't like Apollo because he replaced Phoenix. And then people realized that maybe having Phoenix be the main character all the time is boring, and maybe we need to have other main characters. Like, Apollo hijacked the main character role in Spirit of Justice, and it was the best thing ever. Like, I love the fact that Spirit of Justice was like, the Spirit of Justice was like, oh hey, this was an Apollo Justice game all along, not a Phoenix game, and it's amazing. Now, they just need to do that for Athena. I want Athena to have more, the problem with Athena, welcome to the Sonic stream where I talk about Ace Attorney. The problem I have with Athena is that her story was basically, like, they exhausted her entire story in one game. Like, Jewel Destinies told Athena's entire, like, story, essentially, and did all of her development. So, there's not really but there really isn't anywhere to go with her character, I guess they feel. But they easily could do something. Like, I would love to see a more Athena-focused Ace Attorney game, if we ever get another Ace Attorney game. Because Athena's kind of cool. Like, I like her. I like her more than a lot of other people do. Yeah, I will say, like, SOG Apollo made me like Apollo's own game more. Like, and that's, like, the best feeling, going back and being like, oh, Apollo in Apollo Justice is actually quite good, too. Because, like, he was always quite different from Phoenix in just sort of subtle ways. It just wasn't obvious until later in the series. But the signs of his development were there from, like, the beginning. I don't know if, like, Shu Takumi actually intended his arc to go the way that it did. He probably didn't, but, like, you know, I definitely approve of Apollo getting more attention. And having the game that it's like, hey, you thought this was a Phoenix game? Nope, it's my game. Oh yeah, having Athena with the jury system would be really interesting too. Because, like, yeah, Athena's whole thing is, like, emotions. And there's so much you could do with that. Because I've said this a lot of times, and I probably already said this in my streams of Ace Attorney Investigations too. My favorite mechanic in the series is the Mood Matrix. I love the Mood Matrix so much. The Mood Matrix is so cool. Like, having to use, like, psychology as evidence and, like, figure out, like, things. And it's not as simple as, like, you know, they're feeling, like, this emotion when they shouldn't be. There are things like they're not feeling this emotion when they shouldn't be. Like, somebody is talking about, somebody in the courtroom is talking about, like, oh, I opened the closet and found a corpse, and they're not registering surprise. I'm like, that's kind of a red flag. We should kind of question them on that. There's so many cool things they get to do with the Mood Matrix system, like the overloads of emotions too. Oh, and the way they do it with the dissociative identity disorder character as well, where it's like, this person is, like, the way this person is emoting is like, it's clearly not one person emoting to these things. It's like this is multiple different people reacting to this. It's so weird that, like, Ace Attorney, of all things, has the best fictional portrayal of dissociative identity disorder I've ever seen. I mean, that's probably not the, you know, accepted term to use these days, but it is, like, bizarre. You know what, you're getting team blasted. You killed me last time, you deserve it. But it's so bizarre that, like, that Uendo Tornado and, like, his system is, like, one of the best portrayals of that in any piece of media. And it's in an Ace Attorney game, which normally uses, like, it's like, normally witnesses an Ace Attorney are like, haha, silly comedy quirks. Like, haha, it's the restaurant gay guy. Haha, it's the doctor guy. Haha, it's, you know, haha, it's the fails at everything guy for Larry Butts. But, like, you get the idea, like, all the witness tropes, they're all, like, really, really, you know, exaggerated comedy quirks. And yet they're weirdly respectful with the DID. Like they're really bizarrely respectful of it, and I've got to give them applause for that. Like they must have like actually consulted like some like people who do have knowledge on that, because it's a very nuanced and very accurate portrayal. And and he has one, like, personality that is female, who actually does use the female character blips, and is treated as female, like, by the story, and and, like, having alters that are of a different age is also, like, common. It's very interesting to me that, like, they... I do wonder if they had, like, psychology consultants for Athena's gameplay. Like, they might have, honestly, because it would make sense. I know that, like, Inside Out did have psychologist consultants for, like, you know, when they were doing that movie. Anyway, sorry, I'm really tangenting.
I'll take it from here.
There's a lot of characters with various mental things going on that Athena accurately diagnoses. Yeah, so maybe they did actually have, like, have a psychology consultant for that. I kind of want to tornado these because I don't want to launch myself off the edge with Omega accidentally. So yeah, they really, like, there's a lot that they could do with Athena, honestly, but, like, yeah. I also really like that idea for a... Again, I'm talking about Ace Attorney now, I've kind of well and truly gone insane, but, the concept they had for an Ace Attorney game that eventually became Spirit of Justice, that was like, okay, we need to take Phoenix out of his comfort zone. So they originally decided on a foreign country, but originally the idea was to do like underground trials for the criminal underworld, where Phoenix would have to defend people accused of breaking the criminal underworld's own code of law. And like, that would have been very interesting. And it would have led to some interesting themes about criminals and criminals deserving the same rights as everyone else and like that. Like that would have been really interesting. There's definitely room to still do that. I do wonder if though I don't know, could Athena work? Could that work as an Athena game? Like maybe it could, but I don't know. We'll I do hope that they do something with Athena in the future because you know it's cool. Yeah, I probably should have ended that Team Blast early, but anyway. But yeah, that was a cool concept, honestly, and I do wish that they did something with that, or that they will do something with that one day. Anyway, apologies for the giant Ace Attorney tangent. Hi there! Yeah, I just killed their shields by homing attacking because of, level 3. Come on! Oh, Captain Falcon, that's who says that in Smash. I was like... But anyway, so yeah, thank you for sticking around for so long. Hopefully I'm able to get an A rank on this level, because yeah, these levels are very long. Yeah, like, that would be an interesting angle. Yeah, navigating a system more defined by, like, honor than law. Like, there's a lot of cool things you could do with that. But yeah, so that's sort of an idea that I had. Oh, anyway, I was talking about Sonic voice actors, and voice acting and stuff, so, did I just very briefly get onto Sonic himself and then stop? I think I did, because I'm like... Oh, right, no, I was talking about Jason Griffith and Brian Drummond.
Just watch this.
Just barely managed to hit that, actually. I was talking about Jason Griffith and Brian Drummond, and, but they are my favorites. I do like Roger Craig Smith a lot. Frontiers, it is kind of weird that he did the deep voice in Frontiers and he doesn't actually do that for any future Sonic games. Like, I mean, it's kind of weird to me. Because that does give a lot of people, like, because a lot of people thought that Frontiers was set, like, after a time skip, like in the future, but then in Crossworld, which is very clearly after Frontiers because of, you know, Sage existing, he sounds like his, you know, he has the higher voice again, so I don't know what it was. Okay, come on, A rank, please. That might not be an A rank. Okay, good, it's an A rank. But yeah. So, yeah, I do like Roger Craig Smith quite a lot, like, more than a lot of people do, so yeah, there's Roger Craig Smith on that, but actually, I like granted, Ben Schwartz's Sonic performance is very different to Game Sonic, but, like, honestly, my favorite Sonic voice actor, is Devin Mack from Prime. And that's most people's least favorite version of Sonic as a character, which is a shame, because I think Devin Mack is fantastic. And part of the reason why I like Devin Mack as Sonic so much is that it's the whole thing about how I like Sonic's moon side rather than just his sun side. Devin Mack is very good at emotional Sonic. Like, doing emotional scenes. He is, like, incredible at that. Like, all the moments that he has with, like, Thorn and with Nine and with, like, all of them. I really like Devin Mack. Also, Devin Mack is just such a sweet person. I've been in his stream, like, I've played against him in Crossworlds. He streams on Twitch a lot, and he's just such a great guy. And he really does deserve to be in more things. I don't know if he'll ever play Sonic again, because people have said that, like, Prime was meant to be, like, Season 1, and, like, as much as the Sonic fanbase thinks that Prime is, like, mid at best and bad at worst, like, as much as they think that, Prime is more successful than most people think it is. Like, mainstream audiences love Prime. Especially kids. Like, I think because Netflix is just so accessible to a lot of people, Prime is probably one of the most watched things of, like, in a way, Prime is kind of like the Avatar, and I don't mean Avatar The Last Airbender, I mean the James Cameron Avatar of Sonic, in the sense that, like, it's very popular. A lot of people have watched it, but not a lot of people online talk about it. The kind of people who are, like, it's not the kind of thing that the nerds in the fandom like to talk about, basically. Oh yeah, the reason why they say power here is because they don't want you to fall in the pit, if you just jump down. But yeah, like, it's something that, like, a lot of mainstream audiences have seen and think is at least okay. It's just the actual, like, core Sonic fan base who don't like Prime. But Prime is, like, actually very successful, overall. So maybe we'll get a second season? But, like, yeah, I would love to see Devin Mack, as, yeah, Prime had the kind of pull Sonic X did in terms of viewership. Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, oh, is this the part where you have to... Oh, no, that comes later in this level. Yeah, there's a really weird thing you have to do with Omega eventually in this level. It's something that the game doesn't really fully explain to you. It might be in the manual? I don't know. Oh, right, there are enemies on these. Because it's Team Dark, of course there are enemies on these. But yeah, a level 3 fly just kills everything. Well, most things. If you can hit them, at least. Oh, right, this part. You actually have to hit the right one of these switches. Am I ready for the 2027 movies? Yes, definitely. I am very excited. Mostly because I like Amy, and it's going to be, the Amy movie, which is going to be awesome. Hopefully. I trust the writers because they did Shadow really well. Like, movie... Again, I said that I'm not really a big Shadow guy. Movie Shadow is my favorite Shadow by far, as a character. And I love Movie Knuckles as well. Like, Overlay Sarcastic Productions has a great, like, video about, like, why the Sonic movies are so good, and they go into how they handle Knuckles quite well. Like, how Knuckles is, like... One of the things that I've seen as well about Knuckles is that, in the movies, is that, like, a good summary that was in that Overlord Classic Productions video is like they said that there are a lot of moments in Sonic 2 where Robotnik is calling Knuckles stupid. Like, the only person who calls Knuckles stupid in the movies is Robotnik. And it's pretty clear that you're not supposed to agree with him. Which is an interesting take on, like, the character.
A mysterious
Like, that's basically how OSP put it. It's like, the only person who calls him stupid is Robotnik, and it's pretty clear that you aren't supposed to agree with him.
I'll take it from here.
Just watch this.
Yeah, adaptations do... I am a little concerned, but again, after Shadow, how well they handled Shadow and Knuckles, I'm not too worried. We'll see. Also, remember that little ring there. Ah, here we go, yeah.
Unlit torches. Wonder if...
That's all they say. So, to progress, you have to know that for some reason, Omega's teammate launching attack is fire-based and lights torches. That is the one place in the game you need to know that that's a thing, but it's a thing somehow. I don't know why, but it's a thing somehow. It's weird, but like, yeah. Omega can light torches. And his flamethrower doesn't even do it. I mean, granted, I see why. It's because you're not guaranteed to even have the flamethrower. So, obviously, like, they wouldn't restrict progress to the flamethrower. But, yeah, it's his, like, I think Knuckles' version of that is called Fire Dunk, so I guess they kind of explain that, like, it's, like, fire-based, but it's, I think Omega's is called Fire Shoot, but you never need to light torches anywhere else. So it's at one point where it's just, like, you have to kind of, I think the manual probably explains it to you somewhere. Yeah, I feel like the movie is, the fourth movie is probably going to be CD plus Heroes. It's going to be like, yeah, Heroes plus CD. Yup. Jump. Yeah, it's fine. Is it just me? Oh, okay, you have to do it here too. Oh yeah, even just swinging them around himself, like, does light the torches too.
Let's take...
Chaos control.
Hi, Metal Wolf X. Yeah, I am still going. I am still on the Team Dark stages, unfortunately, because levels are very long in Sonic Heroes. I spent ages in Mystic Jungle. Lost Jungle, I think that's it. I keep forgetting what the name of that stage is. Mystic Jungle is a adventure thing, I think? I do really want to play Adventure on stream one time as well, because, I haven't actually physically played Adventure yet. I've watched a lot of Let's Plays of it, but I haven't actually played it. And a lot of people in my Sonic gameplay story ranking video, which that video was totally... Oh, speaking of weird things, this is the only time in the game where you can smash one of those weights. This level is just like the pinnacle of like using obscure mechanics that you aren't supposed to, that you don't get to use in any other stage. Oh, right, Omega just got hit by a ghost. That's why he got off the Switch. Where is Shadow? Oh, he's on the Switch. Okay, now after this, I believe is, yeah, this segment. This one is a lot more combat heavy than the Team Sonic version, and, because of this, you gotta be very careful of the camera. Yeah, it's like every platform has robots on it, so you have to be really careful not to fall off. As they say, be careful not to fall. Oh, right, no, Mystic Jungle is Forces. I'm dumb, yeah. Because it's a stage in, Crossworlds.
What is this place?
Yeah, the power one is the one I want to use my Team Blast on. But it is interesting that, like, Team Dark for this section is, like, more combat-based than platform-based, whereas Team Sonic is platforming. Oh, you can all... Okay, I'll talk about this after I get back to the center, because this area I need to focus, because, yeah. You could always crush the purple weights but it's only necessary if your teammates get crushed by it or if you need it to progress. Okay, good to know. So yeah, it's not like a specific, it's one of the, yeah, so like this stage is just, the theme of this stage is just use obscure mechanics that you would not normally use, which is kind of cool. I think that's everything. The yellow background hurts my eyes. Yeah, I can definitely see why it would. Is this over or is there like one more giant enemy? No, it's just the end, okay. Yeah, weirdly, I don't really, like, Mystic Mansion is an okay level for me. I think it's actually fine. A lot of people don't like, I think, okay, Mystic Mansion gets a bad rap because of Team Chaotix. Because their version of Mystic Mansion is a pain. Colossal pain.
Omega, the ultimate E-Series robot.
So yeah, you can always crush the purple weights, huh? I didn't realize that. Yeah, you're telling me a lot about this game, Bubble Tea. So thanks for that. Okay, so, now we... Okay, that's gonna be annoying. But I have already A-ranked Final Fortress Team Dark, so we get to play 8th this time, and we get to see the amazing Shadow line that I don't know why I love this line so much, but it's just so silly. It's fine to add this detail of a skybox just for the very end of the level, yeah. Team Chaotix has a little bit more to do with the end of Mystic Mansion, because they have to jump and put out some fires on some platforms. So there's a thing that... Yeah, here we go.
We might even be at the edge of space.
Did you say space? I don't know why, I just love that. It's like, I have amnesia. I vaguely recall that something happened to me in space. No, that line was just funny to me.
Here it comes! Get away from the target marker!
Also, this song is great. Like, the theming of this level is really nice too. It's just like, you're just full on raiding a giant fleet of battleships in the sky, just exploding the ships one by one. It's just, this is pretty cool. I do like the sort of the theming of this the finale of Heroes. Kill. I'm playing modded Sonic 2 as I'm watching this. Modded how? It's hopefully not the cholesterol mod where every time Sonic gets a ring, he gets more heavy and he can't jump well. That was a weird mod. The only other mods I've seen are... Oh yeah, there's an Amy mod of Mania. There's also a really good Blaze mod of Mania too, even though Blaze shouldn't really be there in the classic era. Egg has a lot of funny dialogue. Yeah. Cream being surprised at Amy and Big fighting on a skyship before. Yeah. How did I not lock onto that bounce pad there? Bounce. I died a little inside when I was watching like Rise of Lyric lately, and I realized that it isn't just Sonic who says bounce pad in that game. Everybody says bounce pad in that game. Like, I was watching someone go through the hubs, and then Amy's like, bounce pad. And I'm like, why do they all say that? Why do they all say that? At least when Jason Griffith Sonic says that, it's funny, but everyone else is just like... Of course, also the immortal line, look, ramps! We can use these as ramps! I don't think those two lines were meant to play in sequence. They were meant to be, like, very separate things, but, they were not separate. Doesn't, like, the Sonic Boom cartoon make a joke about bounce pads? I think it does. But I also love the thing about another speeding ticket. I'll fight it in court, but I don't think they're going to accept gotta go fast as a medical condition. Sonic 2 Absolute. It adds features like elemental shields, double spin attack for Sonic, some other tweaks, also an art style mod. Yeah, that's cool. I'm just killing any robot that I see because I'm paranoid about missing A ranks. Yeah, this level also has some pretty fun optional paths, too.
Why so many?
I do like how, Is it Cream who said? Oh, no, I think it's Amy who says that. Like, one of them is like, why does he need so many? Maybe he doesn't like his neighbors much. I forget if it's either Amy or Cream who says that in Team Rose's story, but that's really funny. I mean, not liking your neighbors is an understatement when it comes to that guy. Unless he's Mr. Tinker in IDW, then he does like his neighbors.
Those guys look pretty tough. Careful now.
Yeah, the whole Mr. Tinker arc was very interesting. Even at its peak, Boomer's kind of mid but inoffensive. Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, you need to... Thank you, chat, for telling me that I can stop that early, because otherwise I'd have to wait there for the door to close. That's Charmy and Vector, okay. Oh, speaking of Charmy and Vector, literally one of my favorite things that I've ever seen come out of the Sonic fandom, is there's a tier list on Tumblr. I need to like find the link to it. That's like tier list of Sonic characters based on how easy it would be to stuff them into a cat carrier. And the categories are like, the laws of physics literally would... I believe the categories were like this. The laws of physics literally would not allow it. The laws of physics literally would not allow it, but they would try to squeeze in for $5, and that one's Vector. You are going to die for sure, Accident, which is Sonic. And I think a few others like Tangle is that. You are going to die for sure, Murder, which is Shadow, Amy, I think Espio, a lot of the villains and stuff. And then, like, they totally just do it. I think Silver was on that list. And then at the very bottom of the list was almost certainly found literally stuffed inside of one. And that was Charmy. And, yeah, that theme got me. I had a feeling that was gonna get me. So, yeah, that's what I often think of when I think of, like...
We're flying very high. We might even be...
But, yeah, that's, that is, in my opinion, the most objectively correct Sonic tier list of all time. I do, like, I need to post the link to that somewhere, because, again, most objectively correct Sonic tier list ever. Because I do love how it ends with, yeah, was almost certainly found literally stuffed inside of one, Charmy. Yeah, but I also do like, yeah, Vector. The laws of physics would literally not allow it, but they would probably still try and squeeze in for $5. And yeah, you are going to die for sure, Accidents, and you are going to die for sure, Murder. I think, yeah, Tangle was on the Accident part of that tier list, which does remind me, like earlier in the chat, somebody was saying that, like, Tangle is kind of how a lot of people mischaracterize Sonic as, and I do definitely see that. I do like Tangle a lot, but I'm not a fan of the reasons why they made Tangle, which is something that, because, you know, I've been going for positive vibes in my videos, I haven't really directly mentioned in any of the videos yet, but, the reason why apparently they made Tangle is they're like, we need a kick-butt female character who can go with Sonic on his adventures. That's literally just Amy, though. Seriously. I know that they're like... Because, like, that interview was so bad that Ian Flynn basically had to do an entire series of Twitter posts that were damage control for that. And I do get where he was coming from. Like, his whole thing was, And I do get it. Like, his whole thing was, like... A lot of the existing female Sonic characters, like... Amy had issues sometimes with writing. Rouge has the awkwardness of being, like, sexualized for a kid's property. Cream is a child. And Blaze is stuck in another dimension and so really hard to work into stories. And I do appreciate that, like, they did make more female characters because, like, I like Tangle, Whisper, Jewel, Surge, Lanolin, all of them. They're all really interesting characters, and they're all, like, very different characters. Because like, they're different from any of the existing, like, female characters that we have, which is cool. Just bounce on your head, okay. But yeah, like that one interview was the one time I have actually agreed with like, because like I think like the thing with Ian Flynn is that like sometimes he says things without thinking them through, and that was the problem that Bumblecast had sometimes. Like he's a really good writer for a lot of things. I do prefer Evan Stanley Amy though, but I do still think Ian Flynn isn't horrible at writing Amy. Like he's good at writing Amy in serious moments. It's just more in like the less higher stakes moments where I do prefer Evan Stanley writing her. But anyway, that one interview was kind of a case where I'm like, that's a little iffy. But anyway. Like, yeah, Chrissy Blues in the chat says that, like, I understand the logic, but it does read a little weird. I need to pick up a ring now. I actually want this, because having flight levels is good. Yeah, exactly. Like there's only 4 ones, and there's hard things used in stories. Like for example, like Ian Flynn had the very difficult task when he did the Mega Man comic of adding more female representation to that, because like the only semi-significant female character in Mega Man at all, well, 2 are Roll, who is literally a housekeeper, and I like how the beam just stayed frozen there, and Splash Woman, who doesn't debut until the 9th game in the series. So I applaud him for actually making more female characters for the Mega Man Archie comic, because it needed it a lot. But yeah, when it comes to Sonic, I feel like it's more a case of like, yeah. And granted, the moment that we actually did get the start of IDW, those fears were like immediately gone. Because, like, Amy is amazing in IW issue 2, like, an amazing introduction to the character. And, yeah. And then we got, you know, Tangle and Whisper, who are also cool. I would like to see them playable in a game one day, though, because Tangle would make for a very interesting moveset. Like, in terms of, I have been told that apparently Power Formation is, like, the best against these things. You just have to get them before the shield goes up. Oh, I do still like to stun them with flight, though. Or just kill them with flight, because, yeah. Here's hoping Dual Override. Oh, right, yeah, we actually are getting a new Mega Man game. I forgot about that. I'm a little worried about it being on Switch 1, because, like, that's going to hold back its potential a lot. I mean, granted, it doesn't need, like, ridiculous graphical fidelity, because it's, you know, a 2D Mega Man game, but still. Yeah, I do hope that Dual Override will be good, because, yeah, Mega Man is always that series where, like, I was like, I wish I had Team Blast. Oh, wait, I almost have Team Blast. Mega Man is just that series where, they do a really good thing with it once, and then they do nothing with that series for like 10 years. I actually kind of am of the opinion that after Smash Bros, Nintendo should just buy Mega Man, because I do think Nintendo would handle Mega Man well. Like, that's kind of just my weird take there, but like again, it's just like, Mega Man 11 was good, and then we had nothing for like several years. I was playing the demo of Mega Man 11 on my last overseas trip, which is in 2018, which really says something about how long it's been since we had another Mega Man game. Yeah, because it's like, I think like some people probably feel this way about Amy, but like Roll, I feel, is a very hard character to use in Mega Man, because, like, she's, like, again, the one significant girl character, and she's literally just a maid. Like, she was meant to be a housekeeping robot. So it's just very... Like, to be fair, that's what Rock was too, before he got turned into a fighting robot. And there is actually a cool fan game called Mega Man Rock and Roll that, actually does have Roll, playable, like, as, like, she gets a fighting robot alternate form. I mean, you know, I don't know if that's the best way to, like, fix the character, because it's kind of turning her into a totally different character, but, like, it's kind of fun. And I like siblings. Like, I like the idea of, like, her having more relevance as Mega Man's, like, sister, because, you know, I have a sister, so I definitely appreciate good sibling relationships in media. Part of why I'm starting to... Because I never actually used to like Tails that much. But I like Tails a lot more now because Because, like, the earlier games didn't really explicitly make it clear that him and Sonic were, like, siblings. But they're making that a little more clear now, and I do appreciate that, because it is nice seeing them with these sibling moments. Kind of sad it's more classic Mega Man, because you're more a fan of the experimental later entries. Yeah, some of those later sub-series are really interesting, like the ZX series, and, Legends, and... you know, X and stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of X, but still. Oh. Hello there, Caged Goldring. Meet Team Blast. It's also kind of weird. This is the one time where Shadow gets out-aurored by Sonic in this game, because Team Sonic end this level by flying through the air after blowing up a battleship. It's so cool. And Team Dark weirdly doesn't actually get to end the level that way. They just stand on a battleship and that's it. Is that not even an A rank? Okay, it's an A rank. Tails was my favorite as a kid because I related to him the most, but Lost World kind of tanked his popularity. Yeah, Lost World Tails was weird. But I believe that is... Okay, I only have 2 more Team Dark A ranks, and one of them is Lost Jungle. Also, the other's Robot Storm. The one that I'm dreading the most is Team Chaotix Robot Storm. Because they have a segment near the end that is a pain, and I don't even think Team Blast works on it, which is a shame. But yeah, I'm liking, I'm liking, Tails a lot more now than I used to. Actually, the thing about the drops on power cores is interesting, because this means that by doing this segment as Shadow, it's more likely they'll drop Omega or Rouge cores. And I like having Rouge leveled up for this, because you kind of want to have big, Oh, that must be why I sucked at this. You kind of want to have your flight character high level, because you need to kind of kill... Yeah, this bit is a pain, because you actually have to kill these flying bird robots. I think they're officially called, like, Valkyrie or something. They're based on a classic enemy. Yeah, Adventures... That's why Tails says he's wildly inconsistent. Where did that Omega core go? What's over here? Oh, it's over the edge. Let's not do that. Oh, right, it's a... Yeah, you gotta hit these. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is where I usually Team Blast. Right. I should probably restart this now that I think about it. Because, yeah, it's definitely better to Team Blast that one. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was gonna kind of... Well, there was a video from another Sonic channel that I really liked that I was gonna shout out earlier. It's about how, like, Because, like, Archie does have a full Sonic Adventure 1 adaptation. Like, it does. But it doesn't, it doesn't have a Sonic Adventure 2 adaptation. They did, like, basically they just adapted City Escape, and then just did a play the game to see what happens next, like, cliffhanger. So, this channel tried to work out how that storyline could actually occur in Archie, like Sonic Adventure 2. And, it was hilarious because... the way they phrased things was like, they're talking about, like, Tails' character arc in SA2 and how much of a big deal it was for him and all that. And then it's like, there's just one problem. During the events of Sonic Adventure 2 and Archie, Tails wasn't real. Oh, right, this always gets painful. Okay, you have to go, Phantasmaris. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that is a lot of little gold, guys. As tempting as it is to Team Blast this. Okay, I have level 3 Rouge now. I should just be spamming her, because level 3 Rouge is fun. Although Omega's probably better against these gold ones. Yeah, and super tempting to use Team Blast here, but I don't think I'll do it because I want to save that for the stupid turtles in the next wave. But yeah, around the time that they were doing the, at the point Archie was in when they adapted SA2, Tails had been replaced by a clone for reasons. It's very silly. So the Tails that would have gone through that storyline was actually not the real Tails. And he later ends up tragically dying to bring back the real Tails. It was basically literally just Roxas from Kingdom Hearts 2. Kind of. Like, how that worked.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
And then, like, Amy was off with her Robin Hood cousin at the time, so she couldn't have even been present at all. And then, Alright, there's a healer in the... Well, there are multiple healers in the mix here. I don't like the fact that I am... I knew that was like that. I knew that was going to get me. Yeah, 9 is... I do like 9. I do feel like the later seasons handled him a bit weirdly by having that drag on too long. But I like the idea that Tails could basically become Eggman if he, like, went down a different path and didn't meet Sonic. Like, that's a cool angle. That's why I also kind of like, not Rusty, but why I kind of like, why I kind of like, Thorn as, like, the closest thing we have to, like, an evil Amy. Thorn is cool. I'm biased, though, because Thorn has some really, really wholesome Son Amy moments. So, yes, I like Thorn for that reason, because I am massively, massively biased. Yeah, these birds are a pain. They fly out of reach of everyone. The other bird is still here. Go away, bird. There we go. It just reminds me of annoying bird. I am the great Leon. Okay, we have level 3 Rouge now again. Yeah, these are like the Team Sonic and Team Rose versions. I mean, especially the Team Rose version of these aren't that bad, but the Team Dark and Team Chaotix versions of Robot Storm are kind of a pain. Especially the Team Chaotix version. Because there's one segment where you can only damage the enemies via cannons. Oh yeah, no, Dread was also kind of an extreme end for Knuckles, too. Because, like, Dread was like, what would happen if his obsession with, like, a certain gem completely consumed him, and so, like, he was just completely, yeah. And eventually, in the end, he realizes how badly he screwed up to the point where he willingly hands over the captain role to Black Rose. Oh, hi. Oh. My controller went for a little bit. That was what? Okay. So apparently the line about Donkey Kong repairing Omega at the Olympic Games is kind of it's taken out of context. It's not literally meant to be that Donkey Kong repaired him, basically. You know, I wonder if I should actually, start with Rouge on this one. Or, no, maybe I should just go with Omega and take out the Hammer guy first. Some of this is easier to get, like, stun locked by the hammer. Yeah, these birds are so annoying. You know what? Because I'm probably going to build up enough Team Blast energy in the next wave. That didn't even hit that bird. I'm not even sure what the exact AoE is on that. Yeah, Rebel Rouge was, kind of interesting, sort of. And she kind of had more Knuckzooge moments than Knuckles has had recently, which is kind of dumb. Yeah, I thought we'd get the Team Blast again. And you guys are too close to the edges for my liking. I will Omega fire you like that. There we go. And then immediately hit this. What are my thoughts on Roxas? I like him. I didn't... Like, people used to kind of not like Roxas, and... Because they thought he was, like, whiny and emo, and I think he's cool. like, his situation is very justifiable to be upset about. I mean, I always did kind of like him. My main surprise with Roxas was, like, Jesse McCartney. I knew him as, like, a singer. And I did not, like, ever expect that he could be, like, an actor. And he did Roxas really well. I was kind of surprised by that.
Annihilation. Fire, fire. Annihilation.
Pieces of junk.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
Eliminate all Eggman's robots.
Roxas, my non-binary icon. I guess a lot of the, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Basically, yeah. I guess a lot of, like, the nobodies are very, like, trans/non-binary coded to an extent. Like, you could kind of argue that way. But yeah, no, Roxas is cool. I have no rings right now.
I'll take it from here.
That scares me, because I assume there aren't any over here. It's also, like, okay, the Team Chaotix version of this is kind of funny. Okay, good, yeah, I'll take those 5 rings. Because you get, like, hundreds of rings for just spamming Team Blast, and then they give you the final wave, where you can't even Team Blast, and you just have to use the cannons, and then you stop laughing. Yeah, Roxas and Geostellar are kind of similar. I'm playing Mega Man Star Force now, and I really like Geostellar. I like Sonya, though, as well. Sonya's pretty cool. It is kind of funny, though, just how that game is designed as, like, a shipping war between Geo and Sonya and Geo and Luna, and then because it's like, originally I was like, after I played Sonya's arc, I'm like, I'm definitely going to be Team Sonya, but then I went through another point of the game, and I'm like, actually, I kind of low-key think he works with Luna as well, so I'm like, now I ship them as a polycule, because, yeah, that would resolve that love triangle. Yeah, true. People were very... Oh, hi. I knew there was... I was like, wait, this wave is not ending. Something must be wrong. Okay, I assume that they're going to drop some hammer people on me. Yeah, lots of hammer people. But yeah, no. People were very... People just did not like emotionally vulnerable men. That's kind of why, like, I like... This is a weird tangent, but why I like, Sonamy so much is that it's like, it encourages Sonic to be more emotionally vulnerable. You know what I also like? These segments, because you can just tear through everything as, don't die, please. Yeah, tear through everything as Rouge. It's weird that you still get points here. I don't think the points actually matter. Okay. I need ring. I need ring 61. Okay, I should probably kill the ones that have guns first. As much as Shadow would not appreciate that. Okay, there's like this, and then there's like one more. There's one more platform. So what do we got here? Oh, right, this is the train one. If you don't have a level 3 Rouge by now, and you probably should, this segment can be annoying because you can't actually, like, one-shot the trains. You can only, like, stun them with Thunder Shoot, so yeah, that can become an issue.
You underestimated us, haven't you?
The timer is still going down while you're monologuing, guys, just saying. Okay, Omega just said minimal resistance detected, that's good. Yeah, always gotta be careful of getting sniped like that, because, your iframes can run out, like, before you think sometimes. Oh, the Kingdom Hearts series is on sale for, like, $30. I do own the trilogy on PS. Don't give me my ring, please. I do own the trilogy on... Must Team Blast. No. I do own the trilogy on PS4, and I think that's kind of good enough for me, honestly. I think I'm okay with that. Because it runs pretty much fine on PS4. I like how the helmet is still there. That's not it, is it? I can... Yeah, oh yeah, no, there is more. Ah, right. Yeah, this segment. Oh, no. Yeah, you can very easily get knocked off the edge by this guy at the very end. I mean, I don't know if this is the very end, but it's close enough, probably. Okay. kill his head. There we go. Okay, good. We have a Team Blast. Oh, there we go. That's it. That's over. Oh, that wasn't as bad as I expected it to be. It's funny how he still says boys even with Team Rose, but my headcanon for that is Big counts as 3 boys.
Sentry robot troop destroyed.
Yeah, he has lines like that for all of them. Oh yeah, this outfit's pretty good for Rouge, honestly. And yeah, a lot of characters like Arbit. Yeah, because like, yeah, people really like Geostellar now. And now the only level I have left is Lost Jungle. Okay, you know what? Let's take a break from Team Darkbite. I believe I only have 1 A that I don't have with Team Rose. Where is it? Robot Carnival. Why is it Robot Carnival?
We're up. You can count on me.
Okay, here we
I'm not sure why it's Robot Carnival, but like I won't question it. Because, like, this is meant to be, like, this literally is the easy ones. Bar. Oh, I know, I think I know why, like, slot machines say bar. I think bar is, like, free drinks at the bar that, like, slot machines had. Oh, wow. I am not used to... I haven't played as Team Rose in a while, so, yeah. I mean, granted, they are ridiculously overpowered, but still. Yeah, get used to Eggman saying those clips, because he says them a lot. I believe if you hit all 3 points on the spring there, you get, like, another item. But also up here is a... I think it's a Team Blast or something. Why do I not have... Okay, good. Big's got a few levels. Yeah, because now he has the Fishing Rod of Ultimate Devastation. And he gets shot in the middle of it. And yeah, his default, like, attack is ranged as well. Also, he belly flops as his air attack. So you press that once and you turn them into, like, cannonballs. Yeah, Big is great. I think... I don't know if, like, I would say Big is my favorite power character in this game. He's definitely up there. But, like, it's not like there's a lot of competition. I think Vector's probably my least favorite, but Big is probably my favorite. Also, the brokenness that is this. I think it's officially called, like, Flower Festival? This was, like, John St. John's Big, and apparently he hated this voice so much that he forgot how to do it on purpose. And now people love it, so yeah. Okay, yeah, no, this... Oh, no, this actually isn't Big. This is another cream one. It's just... I love the way that, like, flying robots it just tears through them, the Thunder Shoot at level... Well, it's only level 2 here. Oh, right, this. Yeah, that can be problematic, because if your entire team gets captured by those, it's an instant death. Sonic Channel has sold me on the crack team. Yeah, there's the boys line. Again, Big counts as 3 boys. Sonic Channel has sold me on the crack team of Silver Blaze and REM. Yeah, I don't know who, like, Team Dimensions' third would be. Like, people asked, sorry, way earlier in the stream. Sorry, I haven't got to it at this point.
That was quite a challenge.
Yeah, that's only a B. So, I guess you have to do it in less than 2 minutes. I guess this is surprisingly, like, tight in terms of timing. I think getting Cream to level 3 is probably the best strategy. But yeah, this is the only one of their A's that I actually need. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if, like, you could do Marine, but Marine can't fly. So, like, you could have Silver as the fly character, maybe? Because he is flying in, like, Riders, I suppose. Yeah. But then who would be Power? Marine is Power because she's Australian. I don't know. But yeah, there's so many, like, it's like sometimes your teammates do the homing attack with you and sometimes they don't. Because the enemies die a lot slower if you don't have your teammates homing attacking with you. Okay, right, you get a Team Blast off of that. That is probably an important factor in A ranking this. Stop not homing attacking properly. Okay, next wave. Spawn in, please. Team Blast time now. Blaze was power in Sonic Runners. Okay, then. I do love the way Big says that. Okay. Next wave spawn in, please. Oh yeah, this is... See, I'm not getting cream level ups this time, and it's making it hard for me to kill the flying enemies. Unless you just are supposed to use just the cannonball. Okay, now cream has a level up. I don't know if this is going to be A rank worthy, honestly. I'm just mashing. Okay. I suppose I'll Team Blast the... Oh, Cream just did a cheese attack there. That's her solo thing. It's kind of like the dummy ring bombs. Okay, take this one out. Runners classify characters as, like, teams, and... that's the first time I've seen Blaze on Team Rose. Okay, please tell me it's gonna end before 2 minutes. Come on. If that was just barely under an A rank, that would be really, really funny. Oh yeah, if Marine was for Silver and Blaze, everyone would have some form of kinesis. That is true. Wait, that's still a... Wow. This one is pretty tight, actually. Huh. I think, like, once, like, Ian Flynn was asked in a Bumblecast about why does Team Rose keep changing, it's like, Team Rose isn't, like, a monolithic entity or anything, because Vector's been on it sometimes. Oh, right, it was just, in Japanese, it was just the girls, so I suppose that makes sense. So this is meant to be the easy mode team, but I guess they overcompensated for, like, the timer. If somebody in the chat could look up what the time requirement is, because, like, the time is still ticking down in this intro. This is gonna remind me of, like, the giant battles in, hard mode Mario and Luigi Dream Team, where if you're not playing, like, just perfectly, you just can't win at all. I mean, that's different, but I still thought that was very, So I think they kind of overcompensate for the fact that Big has a ranged power attack. Cream only has one level, and I do not like that at all. Okay, got a Team Blast now. And there's another Team Blast in that balloon. So I can Team Blast the... Oh yeah, Team Blasting this is probably good. A minute and 30. Okay, that's kind of what I expected, honestly. Yeah, because there's a second Team Blast here that hopefully I'll be able to use immediately after this runs out. There we go. Okay. Next wave. That was probably not the right one to use. Yeah, I've already, like, failed. How are you meant to even do this? Okay, well, at least Amy can instantly kill turtles at level 3, but still. I'm like, how is this... Yeah, Vector babysitting Cream makes him a Team Rose member. Team Rose is whoever Amy can grab that week, yeah.
Man, there sure were lots of them.
Yeah, this is really surprisingly tough to get. Huh. Because, yeah, I've never actually got all the A ranks in this game before. And, yeah, I am This stream has gone on for quite a while. Yeah, but I guess because of, like, the really long levels, but, I sort of wanted to get all, but then I also have to do, like, Metal Mount. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this, 'cause, like, it's obviously getting pretty late for a lot of people. Yes, it's like, the timer still counts down here, so it's effectively, like, more like 1 minute and 20 seconds, because this is, like, almost 10 seconds. Unless you're supposed to... Okay, I've already kind of failed. Unless you're supposed to get this, Team Blast the first wave, and then hopefully fish for level ups. Oh, right, because you get a free level up out of the Team Blast and everyone. So now Big is level 2. And then Big can just do this. And that's, that's an Amy level. And now Amy is level 2, so I can just bash through all of these. Okay, so you kind of have to use that first. This wave is kind of a pain, but at least, oh, right, okay, so yeah. So, it's kind of, even then, it's still kind of tight. Because this wave is annoying without a Team Blast. And I kind of wonder if this wave also I should probably try and no Team Blast just because the next wave I think is the Turtles. And... Oh, no, it's not the Turtles, right? I'm dumb. Okay, Turtles time, Turtle time, Turtle time. Turtle not power. Kill Turtles now. Kill all Turtles. Must destroy Turtles. Turtles die, please. Turtles die, please. Please don't. Please stop. 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 Okay, I think I made it. There we go. Yeah, so how you... I think what they expect you to do there, it's one of those where it's like there's only really one way to A-rank that, which is funny because Team Rose is meant to be easy mode. You need to get the Team Blast immediately, and then use the level up you get on everybody to power through the rest of it. Because with level 1 Amy, you have better homing attacks, so then you get through those enemies faster, and then, yeah, okay, that's how you do it. But yeah, they really designed that around Team Rose having, like, the most broken Team Blast. Rare case of actually playing Seaside Hill this time. So yeah, it's Team Chaotix time. Again, I don't really know how much longer I'll go for, but, I do have that stupid jungle to do with Team Dark. But, yeah. But yeah, that cuts it really close. So, I've done the version of this where I have to find 20 Hermit Crabs. So here's... Okay, no, there's not one right back there. There's a really well-hidden one near the start of this level. I did look up the locations of most of these when I first played. It's not there, so there's a Hermit Crab there. I know there's this very well-hidden one right at the start of the level. Also, I suppose on the subject of... I really lost my tangent on Sonic voice actors. But on that subject, so, I mean, if I'm only going for 10, I probably don't even need to get the, like, the really obscure ones. Because only half of them is, like, fine. But yeah. I do like Team Chaotix quite a lot. They're very fun characters. Because, like, they can be silly and competent at the same time. Like, Chaotix Case Files was just so good, seriously. It also kind of redeemed Keith Silverstein Vector for me. Because, like, I believe Espio can't like Dash either. Only Sonic and Shadow can. But he can turn invisible, at least. Okay, yeah, there's a Hermit Crab on one of these, and there's also a Hermit Crab on the other side. And there's also a somewhat obscure Hermit Crab. I believe, yeah, there's a Hermit Crab under that. And then... there's a Hermit Crab in the middle here. I think you're supposed to use Flight Formation for... Okay, yeah, on top of this, I think there's a... No, it's on the other one. Yeah, you can tell that I have Hermit Crab PTSD. And then, down there, I think is another Hermit Crab. Yes! There is another Hermit Crab there. And then, there is one underneath this, I want to say. Yep. Don't think there's any more on this beach, though. I mean, the points do kind of matter as well for Team Chaos. Yeah, and there's also one up here. Okay, that's actually kind of annoying. Normally, this is number 10 that I get. So I must have missed one somewhere, but there is definitely one after this segment. But yeah, that normally is number 10 that I get. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, here's the part where there's definitely a Hermit Crab over there. Also, I should probably Team Blast something, but I don't know. I think it's safer to just flight formation over here, because yeah, there's definitely a Hermit Crab in one of these. And there it is. I'm not sure what Seaside Denied is, Matt S in the chat. Yes, we didn't get any level ups there. But yeah, that's a big time bonus. I hope that's enough? Okay, that is enough.
Awesome! Totally awesome!
Because, like, my thing about voice actors is that, like, having listened to, like, the Shadow game, I really like 4Kids Charmy. And if you don't see X, he's not in a lot. He's really only in the Shadow, like, Shadow 05. But, 4Kids Charmy is actually pretty good. Also, 1 minute is only a B rank on this. It's a Sonic Shorts thing, okay, yeah. Don't think I've seen much of those. Yeah, 4Kids Charmy is... Because he sounds very different, because, like, I think he's Colleen currently, and, like, Colleen is good, but he kind of sounds just like Tails, but, like, a little bit higher pitched now. Oh yeah, that line there from the client. I knew it was him. That doesn't mean what you think it means. Are you still... Okay. I don't know why, but for some reason the line initiate rotary attack always stuck with me, because I'd see, like, initiate rotary attack, and then I'd go, initiate instant ownage attack, which was, like, my hypothetical thing as a kid of an attack that instantly wins fights. Yeah, I do like the scratchiness to 4Kids Charmy's voice. It's just very... It sounds very different to the other child characters, and it's one of the few where I'm like, absolutely the 4Kids voice for this character is my favorite, because Vector, not so much. Vector, Vector, my favorite voice for him is definitely Hero's Vector. Oh boy, I got a D on Grand Metropolis. Because I like how Hero's Vector has that kind of gruff, hard-boiled detective sound to him, whereas all the others are like, I'm a funny animal, like, you know, fight in a computer room. It's like, they make him sound like a Muppet, like, I don't know if that's accurate, because the Muppets are totally not like that. I don't know what I'm getting at there at all. Also, yes, in this mission, Team Chaotix become Dimitri. They are killing every last one of them. So yeah, this is like... See, what I was saying when I was talking about the Shadow game earlier in the stream, there's a reason why Team Chaotix only do this once. Whereas in the Shadow game, this is like at least half of the levels in the game, maybe at least 70% of the levels in the game are kill everything missions. But there's a reason that Team Chaotix only does this once. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get to do, like, Egg Emperor as Team Rose, because they have one of my favorite boss defeat lines in the whole game, which is Cream going, Dr. Eggman, please stop being bad. It's just, it's amazing that she thinks that will work. But then again, she is also Cream the Rabbit, Destroyer of Worlds. How am I not at Team Blast yet? Oh, there we go. Oh, they've also done lyrics to Grand Metropolis, Power Plant, and Casino Park, and Bingo Highway. So yeah, the actual things that they are singing in that, if you isolate the audio, are... It's like, born in the darkness, live in the darkness, that's the ninja's creed, that's Espio's part. And then Charmy is BBB, Charmy the bee has lots of honey. And then Vector is, yeah, I'm the one, I'm Vector the crocodile. Which I actually hear that now every time I use the Team Blast, because once you hear that once, you can't unhear it. But they all have individual parts that they're seeing. Okay, give me that checkpoint. Okay, well at least there's a hint that there are enemies hiding here. Yeah, just, I really like the, I really like this era's Vector. I mean, it's the only time he ever voiced Vector, but it's just, it is a really cool voice for him, and granted, yeah, Keith Silverstein did do a decent job of Vector later on. Especially in Chaotix Case Files. Like, Chaotix Case Files Vector is really, really good. And yeah, Team Chaotix's gimmick is they get rings for their Team Blast, and rings also charge your Team Blast meter, so they can really spam this. Also, how many lives? 74 lives, yeah. So Team Chaotix, you have a lot of extra lives when you're playing as them. Because they just get so many rings. How do I get you guys? Okay. I think that did go up by 3. When's the IDW comic gonna have one set during a really run-down concert they're trying to rehearse? Yeah, that sounds like it'd be cool. Granted, I did really like the Chaotix 30th Anniversary Special. It is kind of weird that, like, again, they can't ever use them in the Classic era, even though they do exist in the Classic era, because, like, Sega now considers Classic and Modern Sonic to be different brands, so they don't want to mix them in the same media. I kind of get why, but it is a little, like, it does kind of hamstring things, because I kind of like to see what Mighty and Ray are doing in the modern era, what Fang is doing in the modern era. It would be really funny if Fang at some point, like, realized that the criminal thing wasn't working out for him and actually went straight. That would be kind of funny, honestly. Oh. Alright, you just bounce on this. There you go. Yeah, it is. Everyone has the wind effect on their homing attacks there. I have seen this as a joke of Team Chaotix being paid to stop playing. Okay, that's amazing. Because I was like, wait, why are they getting money off of this? It's really bad, but like, yeah, if they're being paid to stop playing, that works. I do love the episode of Sonic X where Team Chaotix try, I think it's called like Operation, it's like Operation something. It's like, it's the episode where Team Chaotix try to, like, set up a date between Tails and Cosmo, but because they're Team Chaotix, it's, like, obviously really, they are not great at it. And of course it still works anyway, because Tails Mo is OTP. But yeah, I remember that being, a whole thing. Really? How did that... Okay. I mean, I don't know if maybe I could try and see if I get a good time bonus, but that is actually really annoying. Oh, hey, Sonic 2 beaten. Good game except Metropolis Zone. Yeah, that about sums it up. I remember, like, all that childhood PTSD. Like, I didn't play it as a kid. I only played it in 2024. But I remember seeing, like, Metropolis Act 3, and I'm like, oh no. Oh no. How? I mean, it's because, like, there was, like, another zone that got cut, so they had to pad things out by giving Metropolis a third act, but it's just like... Yeah, Metropolis was just, of course, not only is it the most annoying zone in the game, it's the only one that, like to put this in perspective, one time I was trying to play a quick round of Sonic 2 on a plane while I was on a plane flight, and I'm like, I'm just gonna fire up my Switch and play a little bit of Sonic 2 as Knuckles. I quit at Metropolis because I was like, yeah, I'm not going through this again. You just what? Yeah, I do agree that Sonic 2 does get worse in the back half. In the front half, like, the front part of Sonic 2 is great, but it definitely does get worse the further you go into it. Not that it gets particularly terrible, but it definitely has some issues once you reach the back levels. Like, I'm not even, like, like, Hilltop Zone is kind of and then, like, Mystic Cave is kind of boring in my mind. I'm not really a big fan of Mystic Cave. I just realized that Sonic likes naming levels Mystic something. You've got, like, Mystic Ruins in Adventure, Mystic Mansion in this game, Mystic Cave. But yeah, I was not a huge fan of, Mystic Cave. I do like how the modern ports of it actually brought back, you know, the Hidden Palace Zone. Oh yeah, that was it. That was Metropolis Act 3 might have been the scrapped, yeah, that name, city. Apparently, the story behind that is that they were told, the Japanese team was like, we want a strong word for this level. And then that happened. And it's like, not that strong. Also, I missed 4 enemies. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a scouting run of this level before I figure everything out. Maybe I should just restart this. Yeah, Wing Fortress is just like... The thing about Wing Fortress is that, it says something that I have never played that level legit, ever. I have only done, like, the accidental skip, where you iframe your way through one of the propellers and then just skip 2/3 of the level. That's the only way that I've ever played that level. Which, again, should tell you something. My playthrough didn't have Hidden Palace for some reason. It was just a bottomless pit. Yeah, that also is a thing, yeah. It's funny because, like, in the new version, I hate, like, often I accidentally go into Hidden Palace because the boss of Hidden Palace is actually a really annoying fight. I don't actually like the boss very, very much, but, sometimes I accidentally fall in that pit and get, So why is that door still closed? Is there a thing hidden in that door, or is that just a thing? I do like vectors. It's really dangerous here. But yeah, in Origins, I often accidentally get, I often accidentally go to Hidden Palace when I don't want to. Because you don't actually even get to fight the Mystic Cave boss if you do that, and I like the Mystic Cave boss. Alright, it's Team Blast time. This is the decomp of the mobile port. I've heard that the mobile port is also Origins, so that's why it has Hidden Palace. Yeah, I do really like Vector's voice a lot here. And I can't really give much of an opinion on Espio's voice, because, I don't really know much about Espio's voice actor in this game. And Espio in the modern games is Matthew Mercer, and I can't ever say no to Matthew Mercer, because he's, like, the best voice actor of all time. One of them, at least. Oh yeah, Oil Ocean is kind of scuffed, I do agree. I do think it's better in Mania. One of the rare cases of that, because one of my hot Sonic takes is I'm actually not a big fan of Mania. I'm kind of not, I don't know, I'm just like, Mania is just relies too much on nostalgia. Like, the original levels in Mania are amazing. I just wish it was all original levels. I'm not, like, a huge fan of Superstars either, but I do at least appreciate Superstars for, actually, you know, like, being more original in most respects. Like, Mania's good mechanically, but, yeah. I'm also a little bit, also, it's weird how Tommy says, here it comes, one of those rank quotes. I'm also a little bit bummed by, Mania not having Amy playable at all. And even when they made more playable characters, they, just had, okay, let me just check this. Is there anything hiding over... Doesn't look like it. But yeah, they didn't... I mean, it was cool to bring back Mighty and Ray, but, like, you know... It's only on one playthrough of Mania. I like the Act 2s of old... Yeah, the Act 2s having more original ideas was cool. Like, I did like that, at least. Okay, I'm glad that you agree that no playable Amy was a huge miss. Like, to be fair, that was, like, the era before they kind of started to actually treat her with respect again in the series. Because, yeah, like, at that time, like, that's the other problem with Mania. The only reference to Amy is a very mean-spirited reference in one of the boss fights. Like, Eggman summons Amy robots that literally hug you to death. It's just like, could we not do this joke, please? Like, this joke hasn't been funny since, like, Heroes, and even then it wasn't funny. Did I miss anything up here? No, there's just a life there. And the one thing Team Chaotix does not really need is extra lives. Yeah, no, Amy is really fun in 2D games. She's also fun in some 3D games, particularly SA2 multiplayer, which is hilarious. But, like, yeah, that's part of, like that's kind of part of why I really do, like, I'm a big Son Amy shipper, because, like, Amy's one of my favorite characters to play as, so I do just like that too. Kind of reminds me of how, like, in Fire Emblem Thracia, like, I've actually really started to appreciate the Leaf Nana ship now. I used to find it one of the most boring Lord pairings, like, of, like, the Lord default romance in Fire Emblem, but entirely because of the gameplay. Like, the simple fact that, like, I managed to make Nana super broken with, like, Vantage Wrath and her, like, life training sword, like, combo. You know what? I'm not even using the cannon here, because it killed me last time. But, like, the whole combo of, like, the, you know, the life drain sword plus Wrath on Nana, and then her support because her and Leaf is the only mutual support in the game, I believe. Like, the only mutual one that game has. I was redundant there, but, you know, I like to repeat things sometimes. And so the fact that, like, she did this also just, like, crits even without Wrath, it's just, like, it made me really like the Leaf and Nana ship more than I used to. Just, gameplay does make me ship things sometimes, hence why I became Sylvain's Pill by Crossworlds, because I was playing a Silver, and then I kept winning whenever there were Blazes, and I was like, okay, maybe Silver is just happy when Blaze is around, maybe I do ship Sylvains. I've played Amy... Okay, yeah, I have played Amy in Advance 1. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but you can actually... Like, her playstyle is pretty fun there. I'm more a fan of her in, like, Advance 2 and 3, especially 3. Amy in Advance 3 is very fun. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but, unfortunately for you, if you don't like me talking about shipping tangents, the reason why I like Amy so much in Advance 3 is because Amy Sonic, specifically in that order, Boom was right about her wearing the pants in the relationship, even though that's a terrible and sexist thing normally, but yeah, I just do think that Boom's comment on that was funny, because it's kind of true in Advance 3. Yeah, are there, like, enemies hidden in the side paths here? There might be. I'm gonna try this side path just to see if there's an enemy hidden in here. But you see why people don't like, hang on. I missed an enemy back there, I saw that. Why people don't like the kill all enemies levels in Shadow 05, because, yeah. There's a reason there's only one of them in this game. But yeah, like, Amy has a lot of good teams with a lot of characters, but the any % speedrun is just hilariously dominated by Amy Sonic. Like, it does Toy Kingdom Act 3 before Acts 1 and 2 entirely to get Amy earlier, just so they can use Amy and Sonic for, like, everything. And then at the very end, it's Tails Amy because, like, yeah, that's good for the last 2 levels. And, yeah, it's, interesting. But yeah, Amy has a lot of good comments. Oh, I have missed 4 enemies both times. So I feel like I've missed a hidden path or room somewhere. That's the only explanation. But, like, yeah, if you haven't watched it, like, go watch the any % speedrun of Sonic Advance 3. Because the actual reason why it uses... Oh my god, I'm dumb. Well, at least it's easy to hit on the second pass. I really hope that was an A rank, because otherwise I'm going to be a little mad. But yeah, the actual reason why Amy Sonic gets used is that it is not the objectively best team, in that game. That's only a C? Okay. Well, okay, I suppose it's better. Yeah, now that I know where those enemies are. Yeah. I might have to end this stream before I get everyone's A ranks, unfortunately. But yeah, I at least know where those 4 enemies are. But like, so it's not the most optimal team overall for every level, but it is. It's the best at it. It's not the best. It's like good at just enough levels that using it all the time is better than wasting time on the character select screen switching teams. So that's basically why it's used. Because, like, Amy Sonic has, like, it has power, it has speed, it has air mobility, it kind of has a little bit of everything. And so for that reason, like, it's not the most optimal at every level, but it is, like, really good at almost every level. To the point where, yeah, you save time swapping characters. Because that's the main thing, because, like, going to the character select screen to swap teams costs a lot of time that adds up over a run. That's why, like, if it's an any % segmented run where every level is counted as its own individual thing, that team is not used as often. But yeah, that's basically why that's how that's done. But still, I still consider that to be a win for Sonami in a speedrun. And also, Sonami is used a lot for, Chronicles speedrun, too. Because in, Chronicles, you use them for a lot because their combo attacks are good. Amy can buff with Blow Kiss. She does, unfortunately, Blow Shadow a few kisses over the course of the run, but yeah, still generally, mostly reserved for Sonic. And they kind of solo the final boss. Pretty much. It's, yeah. For as much as people care about Chronicles things. Oh, don't worry, I do think that Eowyn Nini is OTP. I will, talk about that when I get later in Blazing Blade, seriously. I will very much talk about that. But, okay then, okay, level 2 for SBO, not enough that I have the wind. I'm glad that I learned about the wind thing, because that is cool. Like, that explains why I was, like, randomly one-shotting the turtles when, I, like, was using homing attacks. Anyway, hello there, Eggman Robot Convention. You know, it's really... Knowing who the client is, it's very weird that he wants us to destroy all of Eggman's robots in the city. I guess it's because they're, you know... yeah, they're actually serving somebody else right now, spoilers. But anyway, it is still a little funny that he's asked us to... But yeah, Advance 3 is definitely fun. I haven't played that yet, which is kind of unfortunate because, I do want to get around to it. It's just that I haven't really, oh, that's it, because I wanted to unlock Amy in Advance 2, and weirdly, I have got all 7 Chaos Emeralds as every character. I have beaten the final boss, again, as every character, and yet somehow, I am not unlocking Amy, and I don't know why. I'm playing a Japanese copy, like, she's in the Japanese version, right? It's not that she's not in the Japanese version or anything, because that would be weird, but, like... Because I bought Advance 1, 2, and 3 in Japan, because I wanted to own them forever, and I finally got around to it. I think, like, a lot of people don't like Advance 3 now, but I do think Advance 3 is kind of cool. I think it's more that people don't like going for 100% in Advance 2 and 3 because of the way that you have to, like, explore the levels in a way that doesn't, like, really... isn't really conductive to this style, especially Advance 2, where it's like, oh, hey, you need to find 7 tokens that are in each level, in one run of the level, and not die, and then win the special stage. So, to be fair, Sonic Advance 2's special stages aren't that hard, but it's still kind of... If you do all that and don't get the Emerald in the special stage, it is a huge pain. Like, yeah, Advance 2 special stages are Advanced 2's Chaos Emeralds are a thing, and then you have to get every single... And you have to get every single, like, all the Chaos Emeralds with every character, in order to unlock Amy. And she's kind of just almost a Sonic clone in that game as well, so it's not even kind of worth going to the trouble of unlocking her. Yeah, in Advanced 3, it's fighting Chao, and, like, fighting keys within the levels. Yeah, this area is way easier if you have level 3 Espio. Did Charmy just say, I'm bored? Oh yeah, he is, because whenever you're, like, with Espio invisible, the other characters are just alone, and sometimes they say random lines for being alone. I know that, like, some of, like, the Team Dark, like, a lot of the lines as well are kind of interesting of characters being on their own. Okay, that's gone. Yeah, to me, Advance 2 is a fun turn-your-brain-off game, but, like, playing it more for, like, 100% is not as fun. Like, I'd say it's the kind of game to only play through, like, once. Like, do one run of it, and that's basically it. You don't even need to get all the Chaos Emeralds, really, as much as you do get the kind of cool scene of, like, Vanilla being rescued in space. I forgot to pay the electric bill for the office is still one of your favorite idle lines, yeah. Okay, this had better be an A rank. I do like the, yeah, getting the thing from the voiceover on that thing. Kind of reminds me of, like, oh, that's way more points. Yeah.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power. I love that line. I mean, Espio's got some pretty good lines in general. I still want to make Espio's onigiri recipe, but, like, in the cookbook. But I need a rice cooker for that, apparently, and I don't have a rice cooker. Power plant. Oh, bingo highway. I'm still on Eon. Oh, I've got it. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing this in the rest of the stream. Yeah, I've got too many Team Chaotix ranks that are left over, unfortunately. But, you know, I could at least just do one more attempt of getting Lost Jungle. Because that way I have Sonic, Rose, and Dark all aid, at least, and it's only Team Chaotix. If you go into first-person mode with Team Dark and look at Rouge, she winks at you, that's cool. So yeah, I'm gonna try this one more time. And then maybe I'll stop the stream, because it has been a while. So yeah, I think there's a way that you can do, like, sushi rice without a rice cooker. Oh no, now I'm just remembering how unhinged the commentary got last time I was here. But yeah, Tails voice actors, Colleen O'Shaughnessy is my favorite. I kind of like Kate Higgins, but I do like Colleen O'Shaughnessy. Least favorite is by far 4Kids Tails. Knuckles, I mean, it's hard to say no to Travis Willingham, but also, like, Travis Willingham mostly does Boom Knuckles, who's a very different character to Game Knuckles. Honestly, I think Idris Elba's probably my favorite Knuckles. It's another different take, but I do like Idris Elba's Knuckles a lot. So yeah, I'd probably say Idris Elba's my favorite there. I have not even mentioned Amy, which is interesting. Here's a hot take, I guess. Sort of hot take, I suppose. My favorite Amy voice is, Shannon Chan Kent from Prime. I like current Cindy Robinson. Early Cindy Robinson Amy was very Minnie Mouse, which was a little weird and annoying, but, I like current Cindy Robinson a lot, but I do think Shannon Chan Kent does get that balance of the kind of youthful energy and like, playfulness, but also the strength to her. Like, I don't know how many other people like Prime Amy's voice, but, like, I actually like it a lot. It's my favorite of them. And I believe she's also, like, Rarity's singing voice in My Little Pony. Friendship is Magic. No, that's Kazumi Evans, who is, Shannon Chan Kent is Pinkie Pie's singing voice. And, yeah, Prime Tails is just Applejack. It's just Ashley Ball and Rainbow Dash. Which is really funny, because I definitely hear, like, Rainbow Dash in Prime Tails, which is a bit weird.
No problem.
Like, yeah, that is one. I mean, I don't think Ashley Ball Tails is bad, but, like, I definitely hear Rainbow Dash and Applejack in there a little bit, which is kind of awkward. But yeah, I do like Prime Amy's voice a lot. Definitely my favorite voice for the character, but we'll see how she is in the movie. So yeah, there is that. Yeah, I do like Knuckles' current voice as well, like Dave B. Mitchell, who is hilariously Professor Novartis in the Trails series. So that's really funny because he's like a crazy mad scientist. So it's like he's basically played somebody who's essentially Eggman as well as Knuckles. But yeah, Dave B. Mitchell's Knuckles is great in Chaotix Case Files. Like, really good in Chaotix Case Files. Definitely, like, it turned around the opinions of a lot of people who used to dislike that voice for him. But yeah, he's really good in Chaotix Case Files. But yeah. And then again, Cream, I mean, my only real recommendation, well, not recommendation, my only real opinion on Cream voices is anything that's not Michelle Ruff. Which is, again, I love Michelle Ruff, she's a good voice actress, but I just don't like her as Cream. Big is perfect, no matter what voice he has. Big is always perfect. Big is Big. Except no substitutes. I'm gonna go through just all the characters in this game, voice-wise. Metal Sonic, again, he doesn't talk much, but, I kind of like him in... Because he's Ray Chase in, Shadow Gens, which is kind of weird. And then Mephiles is Robbie Damon, which is really funny to me. Because it's like delicious pancakes.
I'll pick up from here. This flower, we may be able to control it going up and down.
Yeah, I do like her, like, Michelle Ruff as Shara, just Cream is weird. Are there any other major Sonic characters that I have not given my voice actor opinions on? I mean, Gerald, I like it when Gerald has the same VA as Eggman because it's funny. I also like the way the novelization of Movie 3 handles that. Instead of doing the whole joke about it's like we're two characters in a movie played by the same actor, in the novelization, the way they handle that is like so many thoughts race through Robotnik's mind. Foremost among them was that his internal monologue would have to be referred to as Ivo from now on to avoid confusion. Oh, Babylon Rogue, Silver, okay, Silver and Blaze. I used to be on the meme train of hating Pete Capella's Silver, because it's like, it's no use. That was easy. That took too long. Like, everyone used to hate Pete Capella Silver. But having played 06 lately, I mean, I don't like 06, but it's funny to play sometimes. I actually don't mind Pete Capella Silver anymore. I think it's weirdly endearing. But I do still think Bryce Papenbrook is my favorite Silver. Like, Bryce Papenbrook is a really fun, like, it's a really good voice act. Fun. Anyway, Silver's a fun character, but, like, Bryce Papenbrook is a fantastic VA. I really like Bryce Papenbrook Silver, so I can't really say no to that. Speaking of saying no... Yes! I could feel all of my senses gradually slipping away as I focused entirely on that segment. Finally, revenge! Now, if that's not an A rank, I will be annoyed. Because that's not a lot of points. Please be an A rank. That looks A rank? Okay, good. Oh, and finally Rouge got the comment on the rank screen and I didn't even mention it. Oh, finally! Revenge on that segment. So, okay. I have mentioned the Babylon Rogues. I do like Jet's current VA. It's really funny when Jet is just Sonic's VA, like Jason Griffith, but squawky. I like how Kate Higgins is like currently still Wave. And then Storm is just, he sounds the same no matter who voices him. He's just, oh, I'm a big stupid guy. So, I thought maybe to end this stream, we can try Metal Madness. Because, you know, let's end on a high note. I did want to do this. After I take a huge swig of water. Massive swig of water. So yeah, unfortunately Team Chaotix will probably not be getting all the A ranks this stream. Oh right, yeah, you have to hit it when it's the... Oh no, wait, no. The color is what it's immune to. Right, got it. Big just iframe through the flamethrower. That is amazing. Yeah, it's what he's immune to is what's shown there. So I believe the A rank time for this is 7... That was kind of inevitable eventually, but yeah, now that I know to immediately go to that. My first successful attempt for Metal Madness, it was 20 minutes, yeah. My best attempt this time was... Let's not do that, okay. Well, okay. So I thought that we could end this stream on a high note by actually, by doing Metal Madness, so let's do that. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Yeah. So, whichever color he had... Oh yeah, break the crates for power cores, they help. That's good, because it's 7 minutes, I think, and that includes Metal Overlord. The whole thing is just one fight. There's also a line from, oh, immediate Team Blast, too. Oh, wait, there were 2 Team Blasts. Okay, let's not waste the Team Blast. Okay, yeah, well, the Team Blast for Team Rose is a power core because of, you know, Well, again, if you made Big mad, you know you suck. Yeah, there we go. Yes, that just did a whole chunk, and also it gave us a level up. That's Flamethrower. I do not care, because I have Team Blast. I am invincible. I like how the Adventure 1 invincibility theme is called Invincible No Fear, and the Adventure 2 one is called Still Invincible No Fear. I think this one's just called Invincible, though. Okay. And he's kind of dead soon. Is it gonna be just Big solo? That's fitting. We're done! And by that, I mean Big's done. Because he was the only one who did anything. Okay. There's a line here that I love. I love that line! Like, I don't know what it is. It's one of those Sonic lines that I like, that, like, basically nobody else does. Like that incomplete freak. I don't know what it is that it's just, like, I remember, like, that line always sticks out to me. Of course, he goes into power mode, no. And then he's, like, out of range. So, I only got level ups on Charmy. I don't like having Espio go in there. What the heck are you doing, Espio? Oh, this... Okay, this attack is... I hate this attack. I like to just run away from it, because, like, when you get teammates trapped, it's just, yeah. Can I attempt to, like... Homing attacking him is very, very, very risky, especially if your other characters get, like, trapped by the crystal prison. But I do not like it when he is in no power mode. Okay, power will work now. Tail attack. Because, yeah, and of course, he immediately went to power, no power mode. I did get, like, some level... I got a level up for Espio, but... Oh, yeah, get away. Yeah, you remember to, like, you always remember that, like, line, because it's his tell for using this attack, which is the attack that's an enormous pain. Yep, there goes Espio. Because, yeah, if everyone gets caught by these crystals, you do get a game over. Okay, yeah, I think it's Charmy for this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, now Charmy can actually, like, kind of hurt it, which is good. Because, like, Charmy can barely do any damage without these level ups. Okay, now. No, give... Yeah, okay. Okay, no. It is kind of cool how they sort of test you on how good you are at doing all the 3 teams. You switch to no power, okay, but not no speed. Like it goes, no, no, every single time. Uh-oh, he is doing something. Watch out, he's trying something, as they say in Adventure 1 with Eggman doing the kamikaze attack. Does he never do speed in this form, in this phase? Maybe he doesn't, okay. Yeah, with Blaze the Cat, I like Erica Lindbeck is my favorite Blaze VA, despite the fact that I do really, really like, also this victory shall soon turn to despair is a great line. But yeah, I do really like, oh yeah, this one gives you like 3 level ups for every team. For every member, I mean. Oh yeah, for Fly, you have to, do this. It's funny, he said his burn to death line at the same time he said sights locked on, so it was like, sights locked on to death. Oh, he's on Fly immune mode. Should have realized that. Okay, that looks very precarious to attempt homing attacks against. Okay, get away, so he's using that attack. Oh yeah, Omega's stuck. Oh no. Everybody except Shadow is stuck. No, 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 no. That! Rouge just said it's no use. But yeah, it does actually, you do start with like the most recent team, and it does save your time from the earlier ones, so I'm pretty sure that I can still like A-rank this. Also, yeah, the whole consuming power of others, and that's supposed to make you tough. That's a cool line too. There's a lot of decent lines in this fight. Yeah, burn to death. Also, even the ultimate life form can't stop me. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Chrissy Blues. Like, I'm just like, Laura Bailey is one of my favorite voice actresses of all time. But I prefer Erica Lindbeck as Blaze. You didn't really get to hear much of Laura Bailey Blaze, and I don't know, I just didn't really think it really suited Blaze that well. I like Laura Bailey as like other characters. Okay, now you are making yourself immune to, I like how Omega says out of control to mean I have been captured. Yeah, you can really easily do that if you're not careful. Okay. So, like, the question is, like, I mean, I kind of, like, I took too long to get the flight balloons with, Team Chaotix, so yeah. So, like, because I do wonder if I'm gonna be able to actually, like, make it in time on the last phase. Yeah, like, Flight actually does a surprisingly good amount of damage to him. But not as much as, Power does. Honestly, I think Speed is actually the worst thing to use. Okay, yep, he's on Fly Immune. Oh, nope, he's on the... I do not... this attack is just incredible. Because, like, your teammates just... The blast radiuses on these are bigger than you would think, and your teammates love getting caught in them. Yeah, I really think I should be doing either Fly or Power. Speed is just... Ironically, Speed is too slow. Yeah, it's really either Fly or Power. Okay, okay, he should be done really soon. And there we go, okay. So I have... basically 18 seconds and 2 minutes to do Overlord phase. I honestly don't remember when the last game I heard Laura Bailey's voice was. Yeah, she's been doing, like, a lot. She hasn't been doing a lot ever since she had a kid, which makes sense. Yeah, no, it was a long time ago, too. It was, like, 2018 or 19 that she had a kid. And I really like that Travis and Laura have completely kept their son out of the spotlight. Like, no on-camera appearances. Like, they just do not talk about their family life at all in, like, anything voice acting. Alright, yeah, so Speed Formation, you have to, like, homing attack the crystals to build up Team Blast. Or as Eggman says it, hopefully you'll see. Team Blast. I like how you get a different character encouraging, like, Sonic. Okay, so Tails is supposed to, thunder shoot these? There we go.
Counter his spine attack with Thunder Shoot.
And then, like, the whole goal of this fight is just use Team Blast. They're the only way you can actually damage him. Also, What I'm Made Of. What I'm Made Of is an amazing song. And then Knuckles destroys the battleships, but, the problem with that is that, oh, no, Sonic, okay. Yeah. Sometimes I miss the battleships with Knuckles. Don't know if I'll be able to do this fast enough, we'll see, because it's quite a few Team Blasts that it takes to actually do it. If not, like, you know, I'm not opposed to replaying this fight, especially since I can do the Team Codex phase a lot faster. Yeah, that's it! Attack using Team Blast! Yeah, so Knuckles breaks those and gets the Team Blast out of that. Yeah, she was in Dispatch. Yeah, I feel like, because Dispatch has a lot of Critical Role people in it. In fact, I think it's actually a Critical Role co-production. Oh, right, this. Just spam the... Oh, now it's, this. Oh, right, that line. You really thought you could defeat me by transforming into a monster? That was always a funny line to me. Okay, oh yeah, we're on spines. This one's kind of just like spam Thunder Shoot and hope for the best. Okay, there you go. I don't think I'm going to actually get this. Yeah, I do wish that, like, they made Super Tails and Super Knuckles canon again, because they don't like to acknowledge Super Tails and Super Knuckles, which is a shame. Okay, yeah, when he goes into that position, it's, yeah, you have to switch teams pretty fast to get the counters on all of his attacks. Yes, I actually care more about finishing this fight fast than... Yeah, it feels like all of the spines just went under me. There we go. It's also a slightly different, like, you know when you hit the final time, because there's a bit of a different animation for it. Okay, take this is, Sonic, yeah. But yeah, I hope this form is in the movie. This has to be in, movie 4. Yeah, the spines are definitely my least favorite one of those. Okay, yeah, when he goes down, he's getting a battleship. Isn't that what the other robot... And yeah, it often just goes over Knuckles' head, which is, annoying. Okay, now he's doing these again. I may actually just die here, though. You can build up the Team Blast meter just by spamming attacks without even hitting anything. Okay. Oh, that was it. Okay. I don't think that was quite an A, though, but I can easily save 43 seconds. Oh, okay, this line coming.
That was pretty tough. Too bad it's all over. For you!
Too bad it's all over. Pause. For you? I feel like that's just Sonic trying to workshop a one-liner, and it sounded a lot better in his head. Like, he's like, okay, that sounded way cooler in my head. Because it's definitely probably the lamest one-liner that he's ever had. But, yeah. He does have he has a much better one-liner for, you know, Erase Jins is good. Next time, try writing a better story. That one was good. And then Black Knight was pretty good as well. But, like, that's just, like, I'm just, like... Clearly, like, buddy, that probably sounded a lot better in your head. Okay, so now... Team Blast... Okay, so... Get the Team Blast. Use it. Get the other Team Blast, use that. Spam big. That's phase 1, essentially. His arm just blocked that. Okay, use the other Team Blast. And then... Is the fishing rod gonna... Yes! Fishing rod kill! And that was faster than the last time. Fishing rod with like a life preserver attached to it. Metal Sonic's ultimate weakness. Okay, yeah, here we go Charmy into the cannon to get those 2 level ups. Yes, even Charmy. I copied his data too for some reason. I wonder what power he got from Charmy. Just the power of being annoying, I suppose. Okay. So, yeah, in this one, I don't think he ever goes, like, no speed. But he does frequently go no power. Honestly, this is my like, 10 Chaotix is definitely the worst phase of this fight to me. It is my least favorite phase. Yeah, because he loves going... He loves going for, like, yeah, power, like, blocking power. And Charmy, he's just far out enough that Charmy doesn't really hit him very effectively. And he does like to switch things. Yeah, he switches very quickly. I don't think he's ever immune to speed, but, like... Being immune to power and flight is worse because, they do a lot more damage. Oh, yeah, and then this attack. Well, I could try and just do that. And there we go. Okay, that's 2 minutes. That's definitely better than I was, yeah. Carrying objects he shouldn't be able to. Oh, Metal Overlord as a Frontiers-style boss would be very fun. That would be really cool. So, yeah, let me get that. And I don't even know if I even need these, but I'm doing it regardless because why not? They essentially just, spam flight and power, don't fall off, but at least, annoyingly, I couldn't swap because, oh, we have a... I have not actually been able to use Team Blast in this phase before. His wings, that's what he got from Charmy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he can still switch while... Because he does actually... So, if you let the phase go on long enough, like Metal Overlord, go on long enough... I swear I've done that before, dying right on getting the final hit. But, you know, it's fine. You don't actually need to worry about surviving here because points don't matter, only time. But, yeah. He does actually use Chaos Control in the Metal Overlord phase if you let that go on long enough. It's just kind of a shame that you don't get to see it if you're doing the fight fast. But, like, he does actually use Chaos Control sometimes. So that, he canonically did copy that from Shadow. Okay, I suppose the one downside of dying is that you kind of will lose the Team Blast. I actually was making really good time, though, in that one. It's annoying that I fell off right at the last second. But it's definitely a thing that can happen in that fight. There we go, okay. 3 minutes 13. That's about how I did when I fell off that time. So I definitely have a lot more time. I had a nightmare as a kid about Metal Sonic turning into a giant kaiju, but I didn't know Metal Overlord or Kai existed back then. Isn't there, like, a bad ending in if you, like, fail to, like, Metal Sonic Kai in Knuckles Chaotix, where he, like, destroys a city or something? Also, yeah, It's funny because as a kid, I also kind of associated what I'm made of with Rayquaza and also Metagross, because Metagross was like the closest thing to Metal Overlord in Pokemon, I suppose. Especially Mega Metagross. I know it's technically Metagross, but yeah. Bad Chaotix ending when you don't get the Chaos Rings. Okay, yeah. Yeah, mostly the Emeraldless endings are just like Eggman being like, haha, you try again, I got all the emeralds. But like, yeah, that one is, yeah. I know there's like the infamous Sonic 2 Game Gear quote-unquote bad ending where like Tails dies, but that doesn't actually happen. Because you also see both Sonic and Tails' faces in the sky in the good ending, so that would imply they both die in the good ending. So clearly that's not actually meant to be the implication of the bad ending. But it is something that a lot of people interpreted that way. Why Rayquaza? Because Metal Overlord's kind of like a big dragon, and Rayquaza's a really overpowered flying dragon thing that needs a cool theme song. I don't know. Yeah, Crush 40. There is actually a Crush 40 concert that's going to happen in Australia, I think, next year, but I don't think I'm going to... It's probably sold out now. There we go. I think it's 5 Team Blasts and then you win. Do you like that? Yeah! I have no idea who voices Metal Sonic in this game. I don't know, but whoever they are, they really pulled out the ham. I kind of I had an idea of, like, one day doing a video of, like, ranking the Sonic songs by the guitar solo, because I do have some opinions on the guitar solos. I think my favorite one is probably All Hail Shadow Crush 40. Oh, it's Ryan? Yeah, I had a feeling, because I hadn't really heard any kind of other VA, like any, like, other, like... You know, if he had a different VA, I probably would have heard about it. But yeah, it's just Ryan with a filter. It makes sense. Or, yeah, Brian Drummond, yeah. It would be cool if we had, like, a super portrait for the team. Please let me get one of these. Okay, he's going for the... Will Knuckles be the one who actually seals this? Let's see. Hey! He actually did something. I do feel like Knuckles' segment of this is by far the most, like, you don't get to use it that often. Okay, there we go. That's an A rank, I think. It's an A rank by like 1 minute too. You can actually do the first phase pretty quickly if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I'm not misremembering that he does, because I'm pretty sure he does use Chaos Control if you let the fight go on long enough. Okay, I hope that's a... Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, there's no special ranking quote, and I do wish that Super Tails and Super Knuckles were, like, still canon, but, like, yeah, they kind of don't like showing the super forms of... Besides Sonic, Shadow, and Silver, and the only other time, canonically, that Super Silver has happened since 06 is IDW. But anyway. So yeah, I know it's been a really long stream, and it's running definitely very late, so... Oh, he does, distinct childhood memory. Well, yeah, you would know if you took 20 minutes on that fight. That would make sense that he'd use that. But yeah, I know that I haven't got all the A ranks, sorry, Team Chaotix, but, like, I might... Maybe I'll get those off camera, and then I'll do another stream that's just super hard mode, and maybe also Shadow the Hedgehog expert mode. We'll see, but yeah. This was fun, though. I know I got stuck on a few levels for a while. I know this has run on really, really long, so thank you to all those who stuck around, especially with my, you know, crazy, weird tangents and stuff. But, yeah, thank you all for watching, and, I will see you again for the stream. This was fun.